Chapter 1. The Blade Bearer, Su Chang'an. In the year of the apocalypse, 42nd year, in the deep autumn, the golden sun sank in the west. The remnants of the sunset cast a slanting glow upon the streets of Fangqing. As twilight descended, the streets were sparsely populated. 18 or 19 years old, Su Chang'an donned a cloak of azure, a white cat perched upon his shoulder, and a broadsword hung at his waist. His bright eyes sparkled, his smile radiant, as he tread lightly upon the gilded path. Name: Su Chang'an. Lifespan: 150. Level: 30. All attributes: 30. Experience points: 30,503,100. Gained experience points: 111. As long as he lived, he could accrue experience points. Once sufficient experience points were gathered, he would level up. Upon leveling up, all attributes would increase, and his strength would be enhanced. Su Chang'an was quite satisfied with this system. He sought not great wealth, nor wished to ascend to immortality, nor had he ever entertained thoughts of claiming an imperial throne. He merely hoped that the system would allow him to live long and safely. As he walked upon the ground strewn with golden leaves, Su Chang'an entered the county office of Fangqing. Inside, Captain Zhao was tidying up his belongings, preparing to head home. "Hey, old Zhao, wait a moment." Su Chang'an, still outside, vigorously swung his arms. Bang! 3 severed heads lay neatly upon Captain Zhao's desk. "You little brat, are you trying to scare me to death?" Captain Zhao exclaimed, scrutinizing the 3 heads with astonishment. "Did you truly slay them all by yourself?" Su Chang'an chuckled. "Who else could it be if not me?" Captain Zhao's eyes still betrayed disbelief. A year ago, he had witnessed Su Chang'an become a blade bearer. The blade bearers were auxiliary personnel of the Dali Temple, capturing nefarious criminals in exchange for bounties, commonly known as bounty hunters. At that time, Su Chang'an had barely managed to handle a single blade. Now, he had actually slain the 3 chieftains of the Black Flag stronghold. Those 3 were all practitioners of considerable rank. In a unknown confrontation, Captain Zhao could hold his own. In a 3-0, he would be doomed. Otherwise, he would not have allowed the Black Flag stronghold to roam freely near Fangqing. However, the 3 heads before him were indeed the chieftains of the Black Flag stronghold. 5 years prior, Captain Zhao had encountered them. He inhaled deeply, producing a pouch of silver and tossing it to Su Chang'an. "I thank you on behalf of the elders and children of Fangqing." Su Chang'an accepted the pouch, weighing it in his hands. "Old Zhao, don't just speak empty words. How about a bit more silver for the trouble? After all, they're the 3 chieftains of the Black Flag stronghold. Isn't this some rather meager for them? Moreover, I risked my life to bring back their heads." Captain Zhao retorted with annoyance. "You've been a blade bearer for over a year. You should know the rules. Bringing back a living person counts as a true mission accomplished. As for you, bringing back heads each time, it's already generous to reward you with silver." Su Chang'an secured the silver pouch. "If I had actually brought them back alive, I fear you would have exhausted your tenure as captain. You little rascal, are you hinting at something?" "Not at all. I wouldn't dream of telling you that those 3 chieftains were raised by someone." "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing at all. I'm leaving. Old Zhao, you should head home and rest early." Captain Zhao regarded Su Chang'an's departing figure thoughtfully, calling out, "If you truly need money, consider selling your cat. Someone is willing to pay 100 taels of silver for it." Su Chang'an waved his hand dismissively, striding out of the office without looking back. What nonsense! There was no way he would sell his cat. That creature was a beloved companion, a brother in arms, having traversed realms with him. As for why the previously owned azure-eyed white cat had accompanied him through the transition, perhaps it was part of some promotional event where one could get an extra for free. Others who crossed over either became unremarkable senior disciples or were protected by imperial masters. The less fortunate ended up as unfortunate princes or illegitimate sons of noble houses. Yet here he was, transmogrified into a nearly starving beggar. A bowl at the beginning, a kingdom at the end. However, upon discovering this land was known as the Great Xian, his fantasies shattered like glass upon impact with the ground. The only consolation was the azure-eyed white cat perched upon his shoulder. "Meow. What? You want dried fish, beef jerky, and chicken breast again? This is the Great Xian dynasty. not the prosperous age of yore where everything was abundant. Meow. I acknowledge that you played a pivotal role in slaying the 3 chieftains of the Black Flag stronghold, but do not push your luck. At least leave me some funds for meals. Meow, meow, meow. All right, it'll go buy some, that should suffice. Su Chang'an reached out and patted the white cat to calm it down. Exiting the southern market, Su Chang'an felt a pang of sorrow. Though he was alive, his purse was nearly empty. The white cat, however, lounged on his shoulder, eyes narrowed, gurgling softly in contentment. Owning a cat was no easy task. Cherish it while you can. He had initially planned to visit Fengyue Tower to sample its renowned dish, endless wind and moon. But now all those plans were dashed. He could only return to Old Liu's near the city god temple in the west to enjoy a bowl of plain noodles. As the lanterns began to glow, Old Liu's shop had yet to close. Upon entering, Su Chang'an saw Old Liu and Tang Dehu. The shop was dimly lit, illuminating both Old Liu and Tang Dehu. Tang Dehu was tall and burly, his countenance fierce, and his tone unkind. Old Liu, stop wasting your efforts. Your granddaughter has likely been captured by the money gang. He paused before adding, also, raise this month's dues by another 20%. Remember to have it ready in 3 days. We cannot afford any delays this time. Old Liu, rarely assertive, replied, my granddaughter is gone. What meaning does my life hold? What use is this shop to me? If you want anything, just take it. Damn it, old man. Don't be ungrateful. Brother, who is doing this for your granddaughter's sake? Tang Dehu shoved aside his lackey, interrupting him. I've said my piece, the rest is up to you. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Su Chang'an and the white cat on his shoulder. Meow. The white cat meowed and darted away, only to return swiftly. Meow. Where can Wan Wan be? Su Chang'an furrowed his brow slightly. Wan Wan was Old Liu's granddaughter. His wife had passed long ago, his son had died in battle, and his daughter-in-law had remarried. Wan Wan had become Old Liu's cherished kin. The little girl was exceedingly adorable, lively and cheerful, beloved by all. Since encountering the white cat at the city god temple a year ago, she had frequently sought out the cat to play. The white cat, too, enjoyed the company of this little girl. Aside from working alongside Su Chang'an, the white cat would often spend time playing with her. Whenever she came to the shop, it was either the little girl greeting the white cat, or the white cat seeking her out to play. Just moments ago, the white cat had gone to find her, but had come back empty-pawed. Old Liu, what has happened in Wan Wan? Upon hearing Su Chang'an's words, Old Liu's eyes brightened. Brother Su, you must help rescue Wan Wan. As he spoke, Old Liu nearly knelt down. Su Chang'an quickly supported him, guiding him to sit across from him. Wasn't Wan Wan just fine 2 days ago? How did she go missing? Chapter 2, Qingyan Tower, a determined venture. Recently, there have been reports of human traffickers operating in the western part of the city. Numerous children have gone missing without a trace. Complaints to the authorities yielded no results. Not only were the missing children untraceable, but more continued to vanish. Old Liu had repeatedly cautioned Wan Wan, advising her to refrain from playing outside and to remain within his sight. Just yesterday afternoon, the shop was suddenly flooded with customers, and in the midst of attending to them, Old Liu inadvertently lost sight of Wan Wan. He had assumed she was merely playing and would return shortly. An hour later, when Wan Wan had not returned, Old Liu began to panic. He searched frantically, even asking Tang Dehu for assistance, but to no avail. From Tang Dehu's earlier comments, it seemed the money gang had abducted Wan Wan. Su Chang'an offered reassurance. Rest assured, I will find Wan Wan. Tears glistened in Old Liu's eyes as he prepared to kneel. Brother Su, I would bow to you. Su Chang'an quickly stopped him. If you truly wish to thank me, just prepare a bowl of plain noodles. I haven't eaten anything since noon. Old Liu wiped his eyes and said, they'll go prepare the noodles right away. As Su Chang'an sat in silence, he recalled the name of the money gang, which he had heard before. It was a rapidly rising faction that had emerged recently, expanding its influence swiftly. In just 6 months, it had swallowed the Wolf Gang and the Tiger Gang. Now, it was set on a showdown with the Azure Dragon Gang, where Tang Dehu belonged. It was said they had the support of a practitioner of considerable rank, which allowed them to flourish. But he wondered, what level of practitioner could it be? Before long, Old Liu returned with a bowl of plain noodles. He watched as Su Chang'an finished eating, then bade him farewell. With auspicious winds blowing from the east, today marked the rise of a true individual. Thus, the eastern part of the city became the affluent district of Fangcheng. Qingyan Street is indeed the preferred choice for the powerful and influential. At the heart of this bustling thoroughfare stands Qingyan Tower, a coveted location. Su Chang'an found himself beneath the tower, unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance. Although they were familiar, he had only crossed paths with Tang Dahu on 2 occasions. The first was when Tang Dahu informed Lu Laotu of the price increase for the Qinglong gang's fees, and the second was likewise a notification about the same matter. Now, a third encounter was upon them. "Tiger brother, are we truly going to cause a stir inside Qingyan Tower?" The 3 lackeys gazed up at the tower, their legs trembling, nearly unable to stand. Smack! Tang Dahu delivered a sharp reprimand to the speaking lackey. "I've said it before, we are not here to create chaos. We only need to find those children inside and then report to the authorities. But I heard the leader of the Jincheng gang is related to the governor's second uncle's family. If we report to the authorities, won't it be akin to lambs walking into a tiger's den?" Tang Dahu, possessing a keen intellect, had already made up his mind. "We won't go let the parents of the lost children report. Once this matter is resolved, the leader will not treat us poorly. From then on, we can walk with our heads held high in the gang, and no one will dare to say a word against us." The 3 lackeys chorused, "Tiger brother is brilliant." Tang Da declared, "All right, let us proceed inside together." The 3 lackeys replied, "Understood." What good brothers they were. True friendship shines in times of adversity. As Tang Dahu took a few steps forward, he felt something was amiss. Turning around, he saw the 3 lackeys sprinting back in the opposite direction. Su Chang'an approached with a smile. "I'd like to discuss something." Tang Dahu recognized Su Chang'an, knowing him to be a frequent visitor at Lu Laotu's establishment. "What is it?" With a smile, Su Chang'an replied, "Hand over the money you have on you." Tang Dahu furrowed his brow. "What do you mean?" Su Chang'an explained, "You're heading to Qingyan Tower to meet your end anyway. Carrying money is pointless. It's better to give it to me. I can ensure a proper burial for you. Surely, you wouldn't want your remains to be fed to the dogs after your death." Tang Dong nodded earnestly, producing his entire fortune, 10 coins. "This is all that remains." Su Chang'an laughed lightly as he accepted the 10 coins. "This is sufficient." "Sufficient? What does that mean?" Tang Dahu wore a puzzled expression as Su Chang'an strode confidently into Qingyan Tower. Moments later, Tang Dao gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and steeled himself, making his way to the entrance of Qingyan Tower. The tower had 3 stories. The first floor for gambling, the second for pleasures of the flesh, and the third for esteemed guests. On the first floor, the sound of dice rolling filled the air as gamblers surrounded the tables, their eyes bloodshot, fixated on the tumbling dice, oblivious to the fact that they had already stepped into a pit of despair. On the second floor, legs long and statuesque, curvaceous forms, and enchanting smiles flitted among the throng of male patrons, who reveled in the hedonistic pleasures and the thrill of reckless spending. Qian Jinyuan stood on the 3rd floor, surveying the scene below with a satisfied grin etched upon his grotesque features. After all, this was the empire he had painstakingly built. In due time, the beleaguered Qinglong gang would be utterly crushed, and the underworld of Fangcheng would fall under his dominion. Bang! 2 guards were sent flying into the 1st floor, crashing into a gambling table, scattering chips and silver coins everywhere. The startled patrons remained remarkably composed, not one attempting to snatch the chips or money. They gazed at Su Chang'an, who was dressed in a blue attire and possessed a refined demeanor. Su Chang'an smiled. "Which of you is the leader of the Qian gang? I have a business proposition for you." Qian Jinyuan's slanted eyes narrowed slightly, glinting with a dangerous light. "Kindly escort our esteemed guests to the rooms to rest." The patrons swiftly retreated into the rooms. The timid secured the doors and windows tightly, while the bolder ones left a crack to peer outside. From the corners of the 1st and 2nd floors, numerous guards emerged. "Kill him." No questions were asked, no origins were inquired. The order was given to kill. The act of murder was not the goal, it was merely to establish authority. After all, it was the first time someone dared to cause trouble at Qingyan Tower. Before the command was fully uttered, several guards surrounded Su Chang'an, brandishing knives, guns, and clubs aimed at him. All were seasoned fighters who had tasted the bitterness of life and death, each strike more vicious than the last. Knives aimed for his side, guns pointed at his brow, long clubs aimed at his heart, and heavy sticks aimed at his legs. This trip has indeed been fortuitous. In the next moment, a blade was drawn, glinting with silver brilliance. The blade was remarkably sharp, slicing through weapons, tearing apart guard uniforms, and simultaneously piercing their hearts. The speed of the blade was astonishing. As their hearts were cleaved, the guards continued their assault on Su Chang'an. After a brief pause, blood erupted forth, and only then did they realize they had been injured. Soon after, their consciousness spiraled into an unfathomable darkness. Once the decision to kill was made, one must also be prepared for the possibility of being killed. Su Chang'an stood resolute with his knife, ascending the stairs. With each step he took forward, the remaining guards retreated a step back. Su Chang'an reached the second floor, and they fell back as well. "Clear the way for your grandfather." The guards parted, revealing the squat figure of Guoprung. Despite his short stature, Guoprung was robust and muscular, wielding 2 heavy axes, each weighing over 100 pounds. He stepped forward, swinging one of the axes towards Su Chang'an in a powerful downward stroke. Chapter 3. The Fusion of the Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao, Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Dao level physique, the Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao. Will you fuse it? The Xuanqi Sacred Body Dao? How could this be? In Xuanqi's mind, there was a void, and he fell into rapid breathing. He was not unfamiliar with the concept of the Sacred Body Dao, which is a heaven-defying physique. The fusion of the human race's sacred body and the innate Dao is what is known as the innate sacred body Dao. However, as a transmigrator, this was the first time he had heard of the Xuanqi sacred body Dao. Could it be that there are also powerful beings with sacred body bloodlines among the Xin divine clan? Otherwise, the system would never have issued such a reward. Who says there are no great emperors among the human race? The 9 sacred bodies pierced the heavens. From within the Zeriri sword, Xuanqiu beheld that terrifying scene. The sacred body Dao was appraised by the system as a Dao-level physique. If it were the legendary, unparalleled immortal body, it would surely be rated as a chaos-level physique. Xuanqiu understood that the 5th treasure was extraordinary, but he had never anticipated it would reach such heights. Truly, it is the crowning existence among the 5 great treasures, the Xuanqi sacred body Dao. This is the foundation for my standing in the immortal domain. I, Xuanqiu, shall tread upon all beings and be invincible in the world. In his heart, a faint sense of invincible battle intent arose, resembling that of a youthful supreme. Fusion. Let us fuse as soon as possible. Xuanqiu said with an excited expression. As his words fell, the Xuanqi sacred body Dao erupted with a dazzling radiance, merging seamlessly with his physical form. In an instant, an ancient and mysterious vast aura surged forth from within Xuanqiu, and the golden Xuanqi sacred heartbeat rapidly. 5 beams of light shot up from the azure heavens, soaring into the sky, and that overwhelming power surged directly into Xuanqiu's body. Boom, 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 boom. 6 resounding beast roars echoed through the firmament, and at the same time, their phantoms appeared. Vermilion bird, black tortoise, white tiger, azure dragon, Qianlin, Kuanpeng. Above Xuanqiu, a deep blue Kuanping leisurely glided, emitting a soft low cry. Above the 9 heavens, it seemed that supreme radiant immortal light cascaded down upon Xuanqiu's body. The manifestations of divine beasts, the supreme immortal light, and the sounds of the Dao intertwined, transforming into layers of 9-colored divine light that enveloped Xuanqiu. The 6 extraordinary beasts circled around him, exhaling clouds and mist. As vast and mysterious laws and divine abilities surged into his body. Above his head, the great Dao's sacred gates suddenly opened. The chaotic aura rushed forth. Innate holy demons emerged one after another. Observing the Xuanqi sacred body Dao, all bowing in reverence. Such an overwhelming and magnificent phenomenon was akin to a youthful supreme descending upon the world. Within the 9 heavens' sacred land, a tremor instantly arose. Not only that, this astonishing phenomenon caused the various regions of the eastern extreme Dao domain to erupt in fervor. Azure dragon, white tiger, black tortoise, vermilion bird, Kuanpeng, Qianlin, the 6 divine beast manifestations. Could it be that among the 4 divine clans, another outstanding supreme has emerged in that direction? Could it be the 9 heavens sacred land? Has another prodigy arisen within their sacred domain? Yet, it remains unclear whether that individual is a direct disciple or an ancient prodigy sealed away for many years. Numerous powerful beings in the eastern extreme Tao domain communicated with their divine senses, their gazes involuntarily turning towards the nine heavens' sacred land. The manifestations of divine beasts still lingered, and many who were stuck at a bottleneck sat cross-legged, feeling the sounds of the Tao, and surprisingly found their bottlenecks loosening. Young cultivators with lower cultivation levels, upon a slight comprehension, soared into the sky, leaping from the opening aura realm to the foundation establishment realm, crossing 3 major realms in one go. The disciples within the nine heavens' sacred land experienced even more pronounced effects, with many grasping their own Tao divine abilities, continuously breaking through their realms. Suddenly, an elegant figure clad in green robes appeared in the sky above the nine heavens' sacred land, standing with hands clasped behind his back. We pay our respects to the Master. The numerous elders and disciples all bowed towards the green-robed middle-aged man in the sky. His gaze was profound, and his demeanor was extraordinary as he slowly spoke. Outer disciple Xuanqiu? Xuanqiu? That waste of a divine son. It cannot be. How could he possibly invoke such a phenomenon? He had long been stripped of his title as divine son by the Xian divine clan, and it is only out of pity that our sacred land has allowed him a place. Many disciples voiced their doubts, their eyes filled with disdain. Regardless of how high your previous status and cultivation level may have been, once you fall from grace, countless cold gazes and scornful words will descend upon you, piercing through your remaining self-esteem. This is the cruel reality. The expressions of the various elders of the sacred land also bore traces of skepticism. Tai's expression turned cold, and the crowd fell silent, not daring to speak. The origins of the Xian divine clan are shrouded in mystery, and disputes among clans are also commonplace. As the direct descendant of the Xian divine clan, Xuanqiu had also become one of the victims. Out of goodwill, he had been placed in the outer mountains of the sacred land at the request of a friend, ensuring his safety. The Xian divine clan is indeed an intriguing race. I wonder what the old-timers of their clan will think. The corners of Tai's mouth involuntarily curled upward, just as he prepared to make his way to the outer mountains. Several hearty bursts of laughter echoed through the skies of the nine heavens' sacred land. Ha ha ha! I never expected that in this era, our nine heavens' sacred land would give birth to a supreme prodigy. From within the divine forbidden area of the nine heavens' sacred land, several figures emerged from black coffins, their joy uncontainable, surrounded by a chilling aura, their eyes filled with fervor and excitement. The Grand Elder has also awakened due to such a phenomenon. The elders and disciples of the nine heavens' sacred land swallowed hard, gasping in astonishment. Does a supreme prodigy truly possess such influence? Among prodigies, there is also a clear hierarchy. Ordinary prodigies, unparalleled prodigies, supreme prodigies, taboo prodigies, and supreme prodigy. One can see the terror of a supreme prodigy. Who is that child, and where is he? A tattered old Grand Elder danced with glee, resembling a beggar lost in madness. These Grand Elders had been asleep in the divine forbidden area, only awakening in the face of great calamity befalling the nine heavens' sacred land. Yet now, they had all emerged for a supreme prodigy they had never met. Tai pays his respects to the ancestors. Tai said respectfully, as the master of the nine heavens' sacred land. Tai's expression now bore traces of panic. The aura emanating from these dozen or so ancestors made it difficult for him to maintain his balance. Humph! After living for so many years, how unbecoming! An ancient elder descended through the void. The sounds of the Tao resonating throughout the heavens and earth, refreshing the spirit. The elder wore a blue Tao robe, exuding an aura of celestial grace. Wherever his gaze fell, a crimson blazing sun slowly rose. The very source of the phenomenon, the ancestor has emerged. At this moment, the composed demeanor of nine heavens Master Tai could no longer be maintained, as he stared in shock at the elder with white hair. The dozen or so tattered elders reined in their emotions, respectfully gazing at the nine heavens ancestor. Chapter 4. The shock of the many Grand Elders and the nine heavens ancestor. The nine heavens ancestor looked around, sensing the violent energy fluctuations, and frowned slightly. What is that child's identity, and why is he merely an outer disciple? Upon hearing the ancestor's question, Master Tai respectfully smiled at the elder and said, reporting to the ancestor, That child hails from the Xian divine clan among the four great heavenly clans and possesses the Xuanqi sacred heart. However, it is regrettable that he had his Xuanqi sacred heart taken from him, which is why he was taken in by our nine heavens sacred land. The nine heavens ancestor nodded gently, and the grand elders finally came to a realization. So it turns out that the nine heavens sacred land has stumbled upon a great treasure. If the Xian divine clan were to learn of this, the old-timers in their clan would surely be cursing in anger. Since the Xian divine clan has made their choice, we need not show them mercy. The nine heavens ancestor revealed a cunning smile. The existence of the sacred body Tao is not something everyone can possess. Moreover, he had just captured a trace of the exceedingly rare Xuanqi power from the earlier energy fluctuations. The Xuanqi sacred body Tao. Only with such a physique can one substantiate the nine heavens ancestors' conjecture. Meanwhile, within the resplendent palace, the protagonist Xuanqi remained unaware of the commotion outside. What he was about to do next was to break through his realm. The spirits of the six divine beasts were laying the foundation for him, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. He sat cross-legged atop the river of spiritual energy, an endless stream of spiritual energy flowing towards him. A character representing Qi emerged on his chest, and as he fused with the sacred body Tao, his physical form appeared like crystal, exuding a pristine clarity. With every gesture, immense spiritual energy surged towards him. With this as the focal point, the divine sea manifested. Xuanqi's fingertips condensed a trace of spiritual power, causing the entire river of spiritual energy to become agitated. Within the Xian heaven divine sea, waves surged violently, tumultuous beyond measure. The area of the Xian heaven divine sea continued to expand, seemingly without end. 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 10,000 miles, a vast divine sea of 10,000 miles. Truly worthy of the Xuanqi sacred body Tao, the expanse of the Xintian divine sea signifies the potential of cultivators in their future endeavors. A broader area implies that the practitioner possesses extraordinary talent. The mythical 10,000-mile divine sea exists solely in legends, home to those who have indelibly marked the annals of the immortal domain. Xuanqiu, feeling the boundless spiritual energy within and the vastness of the divine sea, revealed a contented smile that a vibrant platform of spiritual energy emerged from the Xintian divine sea, its golden light reflecting upon the water's surface, creating several arcs of golden rainbows. The newly forged platform was no longer fractured as before but had become even sturdier. In a moment, his cultivation would inevitably return to its zenith, the pinnacle of the nine heavens of the Tao platform. With that in mind, he aspired to ascend even further. The desire to grow stronger had never waned in Xuanqi's heart. It was the manifestation of his indomitable combat spirit, invincible in heart, invincible in self, invincible against the myriad of heaven and earth. The realm beyond the Tao platform was a resonance with the celestial principles, a transcendental state that was far from merely comprehending the spiritual energies of the world. It was a reflection of one's own understanding of the great way. Boom. The phantoms of six divine beasts soared from the Xintian divine sea. Unleashing a chorus of beastly roars, Xuanqiu himself sat at the center of these divine beasts, as chains of order erupted from his body. Simultaneously, he harnessed the Pangu jade essence within him and activated the Nine Deaths' profound art. The white light of the jade essence intermingled with the dark brilliance of the Nine Deaths' profound art, both converging towards the light of the six divine beasts. The golden Xuanqi sacred heart emitted mysterious pale golden runes, exuding an aura as ancient as time itself. Crack, at that moment, his cultivation directly broke through to the Tianfu realm. Yet, everything was far from over. A towering beam of light shot into the sky, and nine-colored radiant clouds unfurled like a jade ribbon above the sacred land of the nine heavens. The Tianfu realm has always been associated with the divine manifestations of the Tianfu. In the blink of an eye, Xuanqiu displayed six distinct divine manifestations, with the most extraordinary being the Kuanping traversing the heavens and the Qielin roaring at the firmament. This endless brilliance propelled Xuanqiu's cultivation to unprecedented heights. Was he not the forsaken progeny of the Xian god clan? The explosive light of his breakthrough and the astonishing celestial phenomena naturally drew the attention of the nine heavens ancestors and others. They had arrived outside the palace, their eyes fixated on the ethereal figure. Indeed, it was the Xuanqi sacred body Tao. I suspected as much. The nine heavens ancestor observed the massive character for Qi. His hands clasped behind him, a mysterious smile gracing his face. He laughed heartily. The ancient relics of the Xian god clan must be regretting their decisions now. They would have to endure the terrifying wrath upon that person's return. Tai, you've made an excellent choice. The headmaster of the Nine Heavens, Tai, nodded with a smile, grateful that he had retained Xuanqiu. Otherwise, the entire sacred land would have missed such an opportunity presented by the sacred body Dao. The 6 divine manifestations, radiant as the sun, exhaled torrents of heat, all of which Xuanqiu absorbed without reservation. Look, the 7th divine manifestation is emerging, exclaimed a disciple of the sacred land. Typically, a cultivator in the Tianfu realm capable of manifesting 2 or more divine forms would be deemed a strong contender. A magnificent door of radiant light burst open, as if tearing through the fabric of space. The heavenly Dao Gate. Bathed in the light of the laws, Xuanqiu accepted this baptism. Meanwhile, the disciples below, noticing the anomaly of the heavenly Dao Gate, attentively sought to grasp every detail without missing a single moment. Subsequently, a surge of chaotic demonic energy emerged, the dark magic contrasting sharply with the brilliance of the heavenly Dao Gate. The chaotic green lotus. The heavenly Dao Gate, coupled with the previously manifested 6 divine beasts, indicated that I had already cultivated 8 divine forms. Standing upon the void, Xuanqiu pondered deeply. The 9 manifestations of Tianfu are my ultimate pursuit. A gleam of brilliance flashed in Xuanqiu's eyes as he gazed at the character for qi within his palm, his desire surging uncontrollably. Boom! The sky erupted with thunderous roars, while a figure clad in azure stood poised. Unruffled, exuding an air of grace. The golden character for qi radiated unparalleled brilliance, casting its glow across the heavens and veiling the vast cosmos. The power of the sacred body Dao surged ceaselessly, propelling Xuanqiu's mechanisms, yet was firmly suppressed by an unknown force within the heavens and earth. Xuanqiu retreated, bleeding but unwilling to let the battle spirit within his eyes fade. His once pristine azure garments now bore stains of crimson blood. As a colossal hand, forged from the will of the heavenly Dao, descended, radiating numerous laws of light towards the azure-clad figure. This strike was not merely a suppression. It was a true obliteration. The murderous intent of the heavenly Dao? This child's bloodline originates from the Xian god clan. The Nine Heavens ancestor finally comprehended why the golden character for qi bore a certain restriction. This was the seal of the heavenly Dao. An ancient punishment directed at the progeny of sinners. Chapter 5. The heavenly tribulation descends. The thunderous tribulation echoed like a symphony of lightning, resonating throughout the heavens. Clad in azure, Xuanqiu stood upon the void, his flawless visage illuminated by an unwavering fighting spirit. The gilded character for qi burst forth with boundless divine radiance, enveloping Xuanqiu. The bloodline of the Xian god clan was surely not as simple as it appeared. Xuanqiu's complexion paled slightly, his gaze warily fixed upon the fearsome thunder tribulation dragon. Perhaps his peril was not merely a consequence of internal clan strife, but rather entangled with some profound secret of his own bloodline. This was a bloodline that even the heavenly Dao sought to eradicate. Where is the sun chaser? A resonant sword cry reverberated in everyone's ears, filling the atmosphere with an overwhelming murderous intent. Many disciples, sensing the solemnity of this sword path's killing aura, trembled involuntarily. What manner of weapon is this? Surely, it must exceed the ordinary realm of Dao weapons. Some disciples gasped in astonishment. Weapons of the immortal domain are classified into several tiers: yellow-level Dao weapons, Xian-level Dao weapons, earth-level Dao weapons, heaven-level Dao weapons, king-level divine weapons, emperor-level divine weapons, saint-level divine weapons, and supreme-level divine weapons. Beyond that, there exists the unparalleled divine weapon, a treasure cherished by various immortal families. The tier of this sword clearly transcended that of Dao weapons. It likely belonged to the supreme-level divine weapon category. An elder versed in weapon forging proclaimed, his eyes glinting with a certain yearning. This supreme-level divine sword harbored a power he had long yearned for. His divine sense sensed that this supreme-level divine weapon was incomplete and had the potential to ascend even further. Xuanqiu stepped into the void, wielding the Sun Chaser sword with grace, his golden eyes ablaze with fierce intent. Akin to the sword itself, ancient and arcane runes materialized along the sword's blade, echoing with a sound reminiscent of primordial deities chanting. The thunder tribulation dragon above, its eyes ablaze, surged forth with the speed of lightning, intent on delivering a fatal blow to the human prodigy below. Yet Xuanqiu moved like a wraith, his sword technique illuminating the skies. The heavenly Tao Gate, the chaotic green lotus, the supreme Qi, an ancient, profound, and distant aura erupted from Xuanqiu's being. Amidst the chaotic tempest of lightning, the 9 divine manifestations shone like resplendent suns. This overwhelming force was channeled into the Sun Chaser sword, a colossal figure manifested. Intent on shattering the heavens, with a gentle fist, he obliterated the Thunder Tribulation Dragon into mere dust, leaving no trace behind. The azure sky once again restored its clarity. Xuanqiu's cultivation finally stabilized at the 3rd level of Tianfu. Unbelievable! He had actually cultivated to the 9 manifestations of Tianfu. Such a prodigy is indeed rare throughout history. Do you think he will be directly appointed as the Tao Child by the headmaster? If so, the faces of the other sacred sons may not look so favorable, some disciples below remarked, astonished by Xuanqiu's performance. Meanwhile, the Grand Elders and the 9 Heavens Ancestor gazed excitedly at the azure figure in the void. The legendary 9 manifestations of Tianfu. Our sacred land has produced a supreme genius with the potential for true immortality. Even the usually aloof 9 Heavens Ancestor set aside his demeanor, laughing uproariously. The other Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with golden light, eager to take him as a direct disciple, wishing to impart all their knowledge. The headmaster of the 9 Heavens, Tai, gazed deeply at the azure figure, silently reflecting, "Old friend, your gift to me is indeed monumental. I in the vast expanse of chaotic void." An ancient figure smiled, having maintained his gaze upon Xuanqiu from start to finish. The young master is indeed no ordinary individual. Other disciples gasped, who would have thought that Xuanqiu's talent would be so extraordinary, perhaps far surpassing that of Chu Wuxuan, who possesses the rare inborn indestructible sword body. Not necessarily. While Xuanqiu's talent is indeed remarkable, in terms of cultivation realm, he may not surpass even the sacred sons. Chu Wuxuan is not only the first sacred son of the 9 Heavens sacred land, but also possesses the exceptionally rare inborn indestructible sword body. The title of Tao Child is selected from among the various sacred sons and daughters, a process fraught with bloodshed and dirtiness. The Tao Child is the next generation headmaster of the 9 Heavens. Within the realm of 100,000 mountains, ethereal mists wafted through the air, suffusing the atmosphere with auspicious light and hues of dawn. Amidst this celestial ambience, several holy sons and daughters found themselves ensconced. Upon learning that Xuanqiu had unveiled 9 divine manifestations, they could no longer remain seated. Particularly, the dazzling sword light from earlier, which had cleaved the celestial dragon in twain, cast an oppressive weight upon them, rendering their breaths labored. Was Xuanqiu's talent truly so formidable? Even the ancestors proclaimed him to possess the potential of a true immortal. Could it be that the era of great contention was upon them? With the arrival of the holy body Tao, regardless of the circumstances, I shall retreat into seclusion, praying that his strength does not become excessively outrageous. The 9 divine manifestations, mere whispers of legend, could only have been the legacy of the ancient Emperor Zun. Is this indeed the singular holy body Tao of all eternity? Within a solitary void Tao mountain, a man clad in azure stood surrounded by a haze of primordial purple energy. A glint of cold malice flickered in the depths of his gaze. How could this be? The ancient demon's resentment was sufficient to cause his demise. How had the situation escalated to such a point? This blue-clad figure, seated in the void, was none other than the 7th holy son. Mufeng. Not only had Xuanqiu survived, but he had also awakened the holy body Tao. How infuriating! The Xin divine clan had removed the Xuanqi heart solely to eliminate Xuanqiu, a plan that was once flawless, yet now bore a flaw. Unexpectedly, he had been rescued to the 9 skies holy land, while the initial group sought to plant the seeds of ancient demon resentment within Xuanqiu. For Xuanqiu, this was a certain death trap, and Mufeng could not comprehend how the opponent had turned the tide. However, the unfolding events were beyond his control. A sense of bitterness filled Mufeng's heart, and a frigid killing intent pervaded his being. Casting a jealous glance at the 9 divine manifestations in the heavens, he turned to depart. Within the resplendent palace, Xuanqiu absorbed the energy, feeling at ease and as light as a celestial being. A thread of profound Tao resonance enveloped him, and he sensed himself transforming, with the sounds of the grand Tao resonating throughout his being. The golden blood within him radiated an overwhelming vitality, and the emerging patterns were inscribed with the character for Qi, exuding an indescribable mystery. The holy body Tao was indeed unparalleled throughout the ages. Among the 3,000 physiques, only the top-ranked chaos body and eternal body could challenge it. Yet within Xuanqiu, the Xuanqi sacred heart was even more formidable. Within his 5 organs lay an inexhaustible force of blood energy, a boon bestowed by the Xuanqi sacred heart. At that moment, a dozen figures entered, their faces adorned with admiration for Xuanqiu, the holy body Tao, and furthermore, one possessing the Xuanqi sacred heart. Remarkable! Xuanqiu bowed respectfully. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Chapter 6. Master, the great sword immortal Xian Mingchen. The ancestor of the 9 skies and the elders scrutinized the once disgraced son of the Xian divine clan. Among the 4 great divine clans, those worthy of the title divine son were all unparalleled talents. At the very least, the so-called forbidden prodigies. Yet, the Xian divine clan had relinquished such a genius to the 9 skies holy land, a truly laughable affair. The ancestor of the 9 skies squinted his murky old eyes, carefully examining Xuanqiu. From the teachings of the supreme leader Tai, he had grasped the intricacies surrounding Xuanqiu's fall from grace, which involved the factional strife among the 6 royal houses within the Xian divine clan. This unfortunate child had undoubtedly become a sacrificial pawn in the clash between 2 factions. The Night King's faction, ultimately petty and narrow-minded, could not tolerate such a prodigy. Had the Xian divine clan possessed a dual supremacy, who in the vast Songshuan immortal domain could contend against them? Alas, they had squandered such a golden opportunity. The ancestor of the 9 skies smiled kindly, his weathered cheeks showing the marks of time. Little one, rest assured that as long as you are my disciple in the Holy Land, the Xian divine clan shall not dare to lay a finger on you. Thank you, ancestor, for your protection. Just then, an elderly man with gray hair and eyes embodying the duality of yin and yang offered a suggestion. The Xuanqi sacred body Tao ranks among the best of the 3,000 physiques. Senior brother should appoint Xuanqiu as the 8th holy son, befitting his status. This elder's eyes shimmered with a chaotic essence, and those lacking in resolve who gazed upon his dual-colored eyes would surely find themselves entranced, their spirits unsettled. The fact that he addressed the ancestor of the 9 skies as senior brother indicated his high standing, for he was indeed an ancient being who had survived countless epochs, possessing considerable influence within the Holy Land. Xuanqiu gazed at the elder, and aside from his enigmatic dual eyes, he felt an unusual sensation, a stirring from his bloodline. Could it be that this esteemed elder of the 9 skies holy land shared some profound bloodline connection with the Xian divine clan? Xuanqiu could not help but furrow his brow, suppressing such questions in his heart. The ancestor of the 9 skies regarded the palace with a serious demeanor. What you say is indeed correct. And the accommodations at Yutian Peak are rather simple. Child, from tomorrow onwards, you shall move into the Bo Palace. Standing at the back, the supreme leader Tai chuckled awkwardly. Aside from Xuanqiu, he held the lowest status among the group. It was mainly because his old friend had entrusted this child to him when Xuanqiu was indeed reduced to a state of disgrace. This could not be blamed on him. The Bo Palace served as a place for the esteemed elders to cultivate in tranquility, a privilege not afforded to the other holy sons and daughters. Clearly, these old fellows were grooming Xuanqiu as a disciple of the 9 skies. However, the position of a disciple was not merely determined by titles and words. It required one to fight and seize it through their own strength. The 9 skies disciple must surpass all other holy sons and daughters. Yet now, the ancestor of the 9 skies and the esteemed elders faced a conundrum. Who among them was most qualified to be the master of the Xuanqi sacred body Tao? An outstanding disciple would undoubtedly require a master of unparalleled renown. These ancient beings had not taken on disciples in thousands of years, yet upon encountering a sacred body Tao, they were all moved by a desire to nurture talent. After all, this was an unequivocal young supreme being. Yet a single statement from the ancestor of the 9 skies caused the others to hesitate, unsure of how to respond. Among us, I believe only Mingchen is truly qualified to be Xuanqiu's master. The assembly instinctively turned their gazes toward the gray-clad elder with the dual-colored eyes, refraining from further opposition. Just as Xuanqiu was enveloped in clouds of doubt, the golden divine blood flowing through his meridians became agitated. and the family crest of the Xian divine clan upon his chest emitted a colorful divine light, flickering in and out of visibility. The gray-clad elder raised his heavily wrinkled hand, revealing a palm adorned with the same family crest as Xuanchu's. He offered Xuanchu a gentle smile. My former name was Xian Mingchen, and I share the same lineage as the Xian divine clan. However, here, there are no bloodline ties, only sect affiliations. Suddenly, a floodgate within Xuanchu's mind burst open, and fragments of memories enveloped his consciousness. In his original form as a divine son, he had encountered many secrets within the clan, and the name Xian Mingchen had appeared in the scrolls he once perused. The great sword immortal Xian Mingchen, unbeknownst to him, the great sword immortal of the Xian divine clan had left the clan's forbidden grounds and become a venerable elder in the Nine Skies Holy Land. Disciple Xuanchu pays his respects to master. Xian Mingchen chuckled heartily upon seeing this. You lad are quite straightforward. I appreciate your character, it suits my taste. Since that is the case, allow me to present you with a parting gift, lest these old fellows accuse me of being stingy. The great sword immortal Xian Mingchen casually waved his sleeve, and 12 mysterious sword Dao runes materialized before everyone, reflecting a deep abyss of light. One of the esteemed elders, sensing the sword Dao's overwhelming pressure, involuntarily gasped in astonishment. You old rascal truly are generous. You are giving away your life savings. How bold! The 12 dark sword symbols vanished into Xuanchu's brow, creating a few strange sword shadows within his divine sea. Xian Mingchen patiently explained. I have devoted my life to swordsmanship, and from the moment I grasped a sword, I knew I would become the pinnacle of the sword Dao. A thread of invincible sword intent emanated from him, and Xuanchu felt this sword intent influence him, nearly causing him to falter. The Xuanchu Sword Classic, also known as the Xian Yin Sword Classic, may only possess the might of an imperial scripture, yet once you integrate the 12 Xian Yin swords, it may well become a Dao-level sword technique. Each of the 12 swords bears a distinct effect. The way is unique to me. Heavenly thunder guides my sword. All things become my sword. Heaven and earth allow my passage. All beings are mine to annihilate. The extremes propel my sword. Dazzling colors obliterate. Sword scorpions rampage. Frosty cold reflects 1,000 autumns. Life and death cycle each year. Sword demons arise from the heart. All phenomena are annihilated in chaos. Thank you, Master. Xuanchu sensed the 12 sword symbols merging with his divine sea, potentially leading to a legendary sword realm. The ancestor of the Nine Skies finally declared, since there are no objections, Xuanchu shall be the 8th holy son of our Nine Skies Holy Land. Yet in the next moment, the ancestor's gentle expression transformed into one of cold severity. If there are dissenters, Xuanchu, use your fists to show them what true principles are. Obediently following the ancestor's command, the ancestor of the Nine Skies implicitly endorsed Xuanchu, suggesting that if trouble were to seek them out, there was no need for mercy. A decisive strike was warranted. Thus, among the 7 holy sons, there was one with whom Xuanchu shared an irreconcilable enmity. However, at present, he wished to cast a wide net to catch a big fish. What sort of force could incite a holy son to commit such despicable acts? The ancestor of the Nine Skies and the esteemed elders no longer lingered in this place, leaving only this master and disciple behind. Chapter 7. The rivalry among the holy sons. In the days that followed, Xuanchu immersed himself in the study of the Xuanchu Sword Classic within the Bio Palace. His cultivation did not wane, having already ascended to the 6th level of the celestial realm. Since taking on disciples, the great sword immortal Xianming Chenzi had increasingly devoted himself to this particular disciple. However, he gradually discerned something amiss. What? Disciple, you have comprehensively mastered the 12 swords of Xian Yin from the Xuanchu Sword Classic? Is this the terrifying aspect of the sacred body Dao? Even the venerable sword immortal's countenance darkened. It is worth noting that he had spent a century unraveling its mysteries, yet within a mere fortnight, Xuanchu had fully integrated the 12 swords of Xian Yin. Nevertheless, he felt that something essential was lacking. This is because you have merely learned the techniques without grasping their essence. It is akin to a person who, lacking the 3 souls and 7 spirits, is not but a walking corpse. Xianming Chunzi's words illuminated Xuanchu's understanding, revealing the crux of his dilemma. It was not entirely Xuanchu's fault. His practical experience was sorely deficient. Much like a flower nurtured in a greenhouse, only through incessant battles could he awaken the fighting spirit within him and comprehend his own supreme sword intent. Ding, ding, ding. Please proceed to the library pavilion to draw cards. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed in his ears. While the system might arrive late, it would never be absent. Master, I wish to visit the library pavilion. I take my leave. Ximing Chunzi nodded silently. Watching as Xuanxu transformed into a streak of purple light and vanished from sight, Ho himself, he mused, within the Xianxin clan, the 6 royal houses are embroiled in ceaseless conflict. Even Xuanxu, who possesses the sacred heart of Xianqi, cannot escape unscathed. The ambitions of the Night King's house are formidable. The library pavilion of the 9 heavens sacred land consists of 9 levels, with the first 4 accessible to outer disciples, the 5th to 7th for inner disciples, and the 8th and 9th levels reserved solely for the holy sons. It is said that a 10th level exists, though few have ventured there. Even the foremost holy son, Chu Wuxuan, returned empty-handed after reaching the 9th level. Consequently, many dismissed it as mere elder trickery, doubting the existence of such a 10th level. Clad in white, Xuanxu exuded an air of tranquility. He stood upon the supreme divine sword, soaring through the skies, taking in the breathtaking vistas of the 9 heavens sacred land. The sacred land is divided into the 8 sacred mountains of the inner sect and the 7 heavenly peaks of the outer sect. Where he once resided on one of the 7 heavenly peaks, the Yutian Peak. The 7 heavenly peaks encircle the 8 sacred mountains, shrouded in mist, with several celestial cranes soaring between the azure heavens. The Embryo Palace stands as the pinnacle of the 9 heavens sacred land, much like the apex of a pyramid. The library pavilion is situated atop the Xuanxiao Peak. From a distance, an ancient, towering edifice seemingly reaching into the clouds came into Xuanxu's view. That was the library pavilion of the 9 heavens sacred land. Today, the library pavilion bustled with activity, while the nearby martial arts square was teeming with people. Every 6 months, the 7 heavenly peaks host the Tianyi Grand Assembly, where the top 10 participants earn the chance to enter the 8 sacred mountains and become followers of one of the holy sons. Thus, the outer disciples were fervently vying for the opportunity to leap through the Dragon Gate. The 7th sacred mountain, renowned for its Yao Guang Luo Huan, presided over this Tianyi Grand Assembly. At that moment, a figure resembling a radiant phoenix glided gracefully toward the crowd. Who could this be? Earlier, Xuanxu had been escorted to the Yutian Peak by the revered Ta Yi Zhenren, and having remained reclusive, it was understandable that others could not recognize his identity. Only a few outer disciples from Yutian Peak, who had tended to Xuanxu, had a passing acquaintance with him. Young Master Xuanxu? One disciple from Yutian Peak recognized the former godchild and exclaimed with excitement. This disciple had been among those who cared for Xuanxu's daily needs. Xuanxu concealed his icy demeanor and smiled warmly. Daoji, how is the esteemed Peak Master faring? Qin Daoji, taken aback, replied with a smile. Master was quite concerned about you initially, but upon hearing that you went to the Embryo Palace, he felt reassured. Stealing a glance at Xuanxu, he noted that this young master did not appear to elevate himself above others due to his newfound status. Just as Chun Daoji was about to continue speaking, a formidable figure clad in blue interrupted him. Xuanxu, my junior brother, I trust you are well. How do you find your living conditions in the Embryo Palace? Xuanxu responded, the Embryo Palace is far superior to Brother Mufeng's Yaoguang Luo Huan. Upon hearing this, Mufeng couldn't help but scoff. Just hope you do not find yourself cast out again, as you were in the Xianxin clan. Xuanxu laughed derisively. No need for Brother Mufeng to concern himself. The lineage of the 8 sacred mountains allowed Xuanxu to address Mufeng as brother, which was not unwarranted. Mufeng, having long established his reputation, suppressed his rising anger and turned to Xuanxu, inquiring, what brings you here, junior brother? To Mufeng's surprise, Xuanxu showed no inclination to grant him any face. Do I have any obligation to answer you? Mufeng's face turned a shade of green and white with fury, his clenched fists trembling with barely contained rage. Meanwhile, an elderly figure with gray hair behind him advised, patience is crucial. Do not let your emotions disrupt the greater plan. Holy son. Very well then, junior brother, please feel free to do as you wish. I have the Tianyi Grand Assembly to preside over. Xuanxu cast a surprised glance at the 8th holy son, as his disrespectful words were intended to provoke Mufeng. According to the usual narrative, Mufeng should have been enraged, eager to devour him whole. This deviation from the expected was truly remarkable. Mufeng's venomous gaze shifted toward the disciples of Yutian Peak, led by Chen Daoji. And he thought with malice, Xuanxu, while I cannot deal with you, surely I can manage them. Sensing the pleading gaze from Qin Daoji, Xuanxu spoke, the 8th sacred mountain will soon establish its residence. Daoji, remember to select a few capable disciples from Yutian Peak. Understood. At that moment, Mufeng could no longer contain himself, his eyes filled with a sinister light. Junior brother, the rules regarding outer disciples entering the sacred mountains cannot be altered. Are you attempting to set a precedent? A chilling wind swept across the area, enveloping all outer disciples in its cold embrace. Xuanxu's expression remained unfazed as he swept his sleeves to disperse the oppressive aura. I have already explained the situation to the Great Sword Immortal. Does my brother have anything further to say? The crowd had long since heard that the Great Sword Immortal had taken Xuanxu as his closed-door disciple, and hearing it confirmed from his own lips left them astounded. They couldn't help but internally lament. Having connections is truly advantageous. Many outer disciples envied the disciples of Yutian Peak, who had managed to grasp onto this towering tree of fortune. For it was truly a case of one person's rise leading to the elevation of all around them. Xuanxu had always been a person who repaid kindness with gratitude. The Peak Master of Yutian Peak had treated him with great affection, and he would undoubtedly offer protection in return. As for Mufeng, who had repeatedly sought to trouble him, he felt no need to show any mercy. The Night King's house had extracted his heart, while Mufeng's ancient grievances had ruined his foundation. Such enmity could not go unpunished. Today, I shall experience the might of the sacred body Tao of Xuanxu. Though a soldier may die, he shall not suffer humiliation. Mufeng ultimately could not restrain himself and launched a ruthless attack on Xuanxu. Chapter 8. Yasha, one of the Eightfold Assembly. The Nine Heavens Sacred Land has historically not opposed fair competition among disciples. But when it comes to conflicts involving factions, they merely turn a blind eye. Had Xuanxu, whose foundation had been destroyed, not encountered a series of subsequent fortuitous events, he might have become a mere cold corpse by now. Where would he have found the prestige to sit among the renowned, becoming the 8th holy son of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land, let alone the foremost disciple of the Great Sword Immortal Shiming Chenzi? The Nine Heavens Sacred Land, standing for millennia as a great sect of longevity, is rife with intricate power dynamics, adhering to the principle of inclusivity, unlike the so-called lineages of longevity that practice single inheritance. Mufeng's identity is not merely that of a holy son of the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. He also hails from the Mushi clan, one of the 4 great divine clans. This is what emboldens him to challenge Xuanxu. After all, the 8th holy son is no longer the godchild of the Xianshan clan, but rather a discarded piece. Junior brother Xuanxu, how does my Hongming Dao body compare to your Xianqi sacred body Dao? Mufeng advanced with an imposing presence, suddenly unleashing a punch infused with purple energy straight toward Xuanxu's face. Among the 3,000 physiques, there are spiritual bodies, Dao bodies, sacred bodies, and immortal bodies. As for the legendary chaotic body and eternal body, they are likely only grasped by the immortal Dao orthodoxy and the great families. Mufeng, from the moment of his birth, exhibited extraordinary phenomena, possessing the seed of the Hongming Dao. Having previously vied for the position of the godchild of the Mushi clan but failing, he then arrived at the Nine Heavens Sacred Land to become one of its holy sons. However, not long ago, a group had informed him that he could return to the Mushi clan. With the position of godchild within reach, the only condition was to eliminate Xuanxu. However, he had not anticipated the resilience of this young man. The ancient malice and demonic energy had failed to extinguish Xuanxu's life. At this moment, Mu Feng contemplated various circumstances, a flicker of sinister intent flashing in the depths of his gaze. Should he inadvertently strike a fatal blow, the higher-ups of the Jiuxiao sacred land would remain silent, attributing it solely to the incompetence of their 8th holy son. Regrettably, he had miscalculated. Before him stood a sacred body of unparalleled distinction, rare throughout the ages. Xuanxu, confronted with the purple qi eastward fist, did not immediately summon the profound energy within him. Instead, he subtly moved his fingers to form a sword sealed. A deep and ethereal sword light danced at his fingertips, accompanied by a hint of dark divine thunder. With a fierce shout, a rift tore open in the azure sky, and ominous lightning transformed into countless sword lights, shattering the purple qi eastward fist. This was the heavenly thunder guide from the 12 swords of Xian Yin. The elder who had previously stood behind Mu Feng now displayed a glimmer of brilliance in his aged eyes. The so-called Heavenly Thunder Guide required practitioners to comprehend the forces of heaven and earth, distilling a fragment of divine thunder and merging it into their swordsmanship. Upon witnessing his own purple chi being dispelled, Mu Feng's brow furrowed in distress, and he remarked, "The great sword immortal is indeed generous, imparting the esoteric 12 swords of Xian'an to you without reservation. Brother Mu Feng, should all 12 swords of Xian'an be unleashed, how many strikes do you believe you could withstand?" Xuanqiu dismissed the palm thunder in his hand, as the vast expanse of the distant sky returned to clarity. For the first time, he felt the terrifying power of the 12 swords of Xian'an. Just you? How audacious! The great sword immortal, Xian Mingchen, had spent many years in cultivation, only to comprehend the 12 swords of Xian Yin. Mu Feng could not possibly believe that Xuanqiu could grasp the remaining 11 swords in such a short time. Yet, in the next moment, Xuanqiu chose not to remain passive as before but opted to take the initiative, striving for a decisive victory. A bizarre and ominous demonic energy enveloped his entire right arm, purple-black dragon scales covering it in abundance. Behind Xuanqiu, a terrifying shadow of a phantom emerged, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The outer disciples present, upon witnessing that fearsome beastly apparition, were overwhelmed with trepidation. Mu Feng's eyelids twitched. He was unaware of the origin of that beastly figure. Having heard that Xuanqiu had comprehended the power of Tianfu Jiuxiang, he could assert that it did not belong to any of the 9 aspects. That terrifying beast, with a green face and sharp fangs, wielded the scythe of death, lunging fiercely towards Mu Feng. A mere fiend, dare not be so audacious. The surface of Mu Feng's body was enveloped in a layer of primordial golden essence, rendering his physical form incredibly formidable. The scythe of death could not breach it. The primordial fist surged like waves crashing upon the shore, the essence of purple chi eastward more potent than before. Xuanqiu maintained a calm demeanor, his purple-black dragon arm radiating a fiendish glow. The yaksha behind him seemed invigorated, its power amplifying as it launched a fierce strike. Their exchanges resulted in an even distribution of power. This was, of course, still due to Xuanqiu refraining from utilizing his profound energy. The yaksha behind him, still bearing its fangs and unwilling to relent, detached itself from Xuanqiu and charged directly at Mu Feng. It was said that there existed 8 divisions of celestial dragons, collectively known as the 8 parts, and this yaksha was an insight that Xuanqiu had derived from the 8 parts divine fist. Meanwhile, as the two clashed, 2 figures concealed within the spatial rifts observed the battle intently. They were a pair, a man and a woman. The man, with red lips and white teeth, appeared to be in his 20s or 30s. Standing with his hair tied back, holding a book, reminiscent of a wandering scholar. The woman, graceful and poised, possessed eyes as clear as autumn waters, a hint of a smile playing upon her lips, her purple gown accentuating her exquisite figure. Yet, the scholar beside her, resembling a sage, remained unfazed. The woman cast a sidelong glance at the scholar, her ruby lips parting to speak. People say that traversing thousands of volumes of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. This time, how far have you journeyed? The scholar, stroking the tattered blue book in his hands, replied softly, "Water strikes 3,000 miles, soaring to 90,000 miles. This time, it is precisely 90,000 miles." The woman seemed displeased with the scholar's pedantic demeanor, her brows furrowing, choosing not to respond. This time, however, the scholar took the initiative to inquire, "Is this truly our 8th holy son? Not even the primordial Tao body can rival him." This, he shook his head slightly. Unexpectedly, the woman retorted, "And what about you? Can you, the 5th holy son, compare to him?" The scholar before them was none other than the 5th holy son, Yin Lu. Having roamed the world for years, Yin Lu's absence from the Jiuxiao sacred land spoke of his determination to cultivate the most powerful Confucian path. The alluring woman, ranked 6th, was one of the few among the 8 to hold such a position. "Xiao Luzi, do you believe that sacred body can prevail?" Faced with this address, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Yin Lu's face, and he feigned a cough. Though Mu Feng may not match his brother's primordial immortal body, this Tao body of his is, after all, connected to the primordial essence. If Xuanqiu wishes to win, it won't be so simple. The main concern is that Mu Feng's cultivation level surpasses his. Qin Xian remained silent, her clear and beautiful eyes wholly focused on the battle below. After several intense exchanges, Mu Feng ultimately caused the yaksha to be utterly defeated. In stark contrast, Xuanqiu exhibited no sign of distress. Standing with his hands behind his back, he gazed at the disheveled Mu Feng and chuckled. If I were to summon a few more of the 8 parts. Brother, I fear you would be unable to bear it. Chapter 9. The sword comes, the array begins. Is this truly one of the legendary 8 parts, the Yaksha ghost? Mu Feng stared at Xuanqiu with a grave expression. His eyes increasingly filled with trepidation. He had expected this newly appointed 8th Holy Son to employ the power of his prideful primordial energy body. To his surprise, the opponent's methods were unexpected. Dismissing the use of profound energy. Regarding the tales of the 8 parts, Mu Feng had seen them in the ancient texts within his clan. There were the 1 Heaven Division, 2 Dragon Division, 3 Yaksha, 4 Qian Depua, 5 Azura, 6 Garuda, 7 Jin Na Luo, and 8 Mo Hu Luo. The might of the 8 parts celestial dragons, cultivated to the highest realm, could directly slay true immortals. First, the heavenly thunder guide from the 12 swords of Xian Yin. Then the Yaksha from the 8 parts. Mu Feng increasingly felt that Xuanqiu's methods were boundless. If both the 8 parts and the 12 swords of Xian Yin were unleashed, how could he possibly hope to survive? Even at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Tianfu realm, he still fell short compared to Xuanqiu, who was at the 6th layer. However, the primordial Tao body was no mere soft persimmon. Mu Feng had once been among the contenders for the position of divine son of the Mu God clan, and he was certainly no ordinary individual. Since his brother's enthusiasm was so high, it would be disrespectful for him, as a junior, to retreat at this moment. Xuanqiu snorted coldly. This time, it was not merely the Yaksha ghost that was simple. Behind him, a hellish demonic gate leading to the netherworld quietly descended. The sounds of ferocious beasts echoing from within, accompanied by the overflow of malevolent ghostly runes. Xuanqiu, clad in pristine white, was surrounded by a layer of crimson sinful energy. The 3 blood-red phantoms were the Yaksha, Azura, and Garuda. An eerie and grotesque aura permeated the entire square, and the overwhelming power of the Azura suppressed Mu Feng's primordial Tao body, rendering him breathless. It was said that Yakshas were hideous demons, fierce and brutal, preying upon humans. There were 3 types of Yakshas: the malevolent Yaksha, the Azura Yaksha, and the sinful Yaksha. At this moment, the Yaksha summoned by Xuanqiu had blood-red beastly eyes, exuding a thirst for blood. Belonging to the Azura Yaksha, in the center stood a towering phantom, the Azura, while beside it, a gigantic black flame bird was the Garuda. The Azura, originally translated as non-heaven, non-similar, unorthodox, and non-wine god, was indeed a celestial being but devoid of kindness, akin to malevolent spirits. Thus, it was a creature that was neither god, demon, nor human. It bore a blood-red giant axe and a wooden gourd at its waist, its single eye mockingly gazing at the not-so-distant Mu Feng. It let out a chilling, venomous laugh, as if regarding Mu Feng as a delectable meal. The black flame bird, resembling a hawk, flapped its wings, spewing forth a dense cloud of poisonous gas. According to legend, the Garuda was one of the 8 celestial dragons, consuming a dragon king and 800 venomous dragons daily, accumulating the world's most potent poisons, incurable by any remedy. Facing the 3 bloodthirsty beasts, Mu Feng felt immense pressure, not expecting the ironclad resolve of Xuanqiu to be so formidable. Once kicked, it would be challenging to retract one's foot. Kill for me. Upon Xuanqiu's command, the 3 from the 8 parts could no longer contain themselves. Launching an assault on the primordial Tao body, Mu Feng was equally unyielding, unleashing countless purple chi eastward fists. However, an unexpected outcome occurred. The one-eyed Azura took the brunt of the attack, standing firm, its jaws wide open, consuming those purple energies, revealing an expression of utter indifference. This is still insufficient. As the battle grew increasingly intense, the elder in gray robes, who had been observing, could no longer remain seated and shouted, "Holy Son, I shall assist you in slaying these 3 beasts." This elder was a guest elder of the 7th sacred mountain, Yaoguang Luohuan, specifically tasked with protecting the Holy Son's safety. However, 12 sword shadows obstructed his path. Ha ha ha, just in time. Mu Feng let out a hearty laugh, and a brilliant golden light erupted from within him, the resonant melody of the Tao captivating the hearts and minds of all present. At that moment, the 3 members of the 8 tribes found their bodies stiffening, losing the agility and freedom they once possessed. Among all those gathered, only 3 remained unaffected: Xian Su, the fifth holy son Yinlu, and the sixth holy maiden Qin Xian, who were merely spectating. The ethereal phantom of a golden bell swirled around Mu Feng, and he charged directly at the three members of the 8 tribes. His physical strength rivaled that of an Azura, with every cell in his body imbued with the power of dragons and elephants. The golden bell was none other than his companion's supreme divine weapon. The Hongming Dao Bell, its profound golden runes merging seamlessly with his blood and cells. Upon witnessing this, Xian Su's expression turned icy as he coldly remarked, "So it seems I have been outmaneuvered by you all along." Yin Lu and Qin Xian, suspended in the void, were equally taken aback by Mu Feng's depth of cunning. Realizing he had used Xian Su's 8 tribes as mere stepping stones, it became evident that the seemingly reckless and careless 7th holy son was, in fact, a person of considerable shrewdness. With a fierce smile, Mu Feng felt an inexhaustible power surging within him, his cells continuously dividing. While he could not compare to the primal sacred body, his physical form had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Under the might of the Hongming Purple Fist, the chest of the Azura was left in tatters, and both Garuda and Yuksha collapsed to the ground. Mu Feng relentlessly swung his heavy fists, his countenance fierce, ultimately reducing the 3 members of the 8 tribes to nothingness. Just as he was about to revel in his triumph, a body riddled with sword wounds appeared beneath his feet. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was his guest elder. This gray-clad elder had been intercepted by Xian Su and grievously wounded by the 12 swords of the Dark Yin. His meridians had been shattered by the sword's energy, and he was on the brink of death. The 3 members of the 8 tribes were merely illusions of energy, while this guest elder was a living being, and now he lay on the brink of demise. For Mu Feng, this was undoubtedly an unprofitable transaction. Xian Su, do you not realize the consequences of recklessly taking a life in the 9 heavens holy land? What crime have you committed? Mu Feng roared in fury, unleashing a Hongming Purple Fist aimed at Xian Su's vital points, wishing to obliterate him right then and there. The physical strength of the Hongming Dao body was indeed extraordinary. Xian Su felt the force of the Hongming Purple Fist and involuntarily grunted in response. If he had awakened the unparalleled primal sacred body, dealing with the Hongming Dao body would have been a trivial matter. Xian Su, do not rely on external forces. Unleash your Xian Qi. At that moment, Mu Feng, embodying the Hongming Dao body, combined his body refinement technique, the dragon elephant suppression, causing his power to swell like the vastness of the stars. What terrifying strength! Mu Feng has truly concealed his capabilities. He was determined to eliminate Xian Su. Yin Lu and Qin Xian, upon facing this fist, would undoubtedly choose to temporarily evade its onslaught. Many outer disciples voluntarily withdrew from the training square, fearing the collateral damage. Xian Su, enveloped in an eternal purgatory, gazed with icy eyes that flickered with a strange hue. Swords, arise, formation, commence. Chapter 10. The Furnace of Heaven and Earth. No one expected that the battle between the 2 holy sons would generate such tremendous upheaval. The fierce clash between these 2 prodigies of the Tianfu realm was akin to the might of a powerful being in the Xian Palace realm. While the sacred body Dao Embryo was indeed unparalleled and rare throughout the ages, Mu Feng's Hongming Dao body, accompanied by his supreme divine weapon, seemed to have the upper hand against Xian Su, who was trapped in the eternal purgatory. The sacred body Dao Embryo required time to mature. Without that, it was nothing. Mu Feng had perfected his Hongming golden body over the years, combined with the supreme imperial scripture of the Mu God clan and the dragon elephant suppression, making it improbable for Xian Su to turn the tide. Observers could not help but express their astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. The commotion in the training square caught the attention of the Bayou Palace, who sensed something amiss at that moment. The master of the 9 heavens, Tai Yi, was at his wits' end, pondering how long these 2 little ancestors intended to battle. Meanwhile, the 9 heavens ancestor and several supreme elders remained silent, seemingly tacitly permitting the duel to continue. Within Bayou Palace, high above the Xian Du Purple Mansion, the great sword immortal Xian Ming Chun and the 9 heavens ancestor engaged in philosophical discourse. Suddenly, Xian Ming Chen's expression turned strange as he gazed far towards the outer sect's Yu Tian Peak. Junior brother, are you not concerned about your disciple? The 9 heavens ancestor chuckled. From the very beginning, an elder from the library pavilion had sent word to him. However, the 9 heavens ancestor did not intervene. as he too wished to see whether this sacred body Tao embryo was worth cultivating within the 9 heavens holy land, as the 7th holy sun. If Xian Su could not subdue Mu Feng, one could only imagine the fate of the other 6 holy sons and holy maidens. Thus, for this battle, no matter what, Xian Su, the 8th holy sun, must emerge victorious. This was to be his defining moment. Xian Ming-chun shook his head, gripping the Zhu Long cup tightly, glancing at the tea leaves within that bore the weight of snow-capped mountains. After a pause, he spoke slowly. I sensed the presence of the Xian Yin sword formation. I recall you inadvertently entered a realm of the underworld, becoming tainted with the power of Yin Sha, which ultimately led to your comprehension of the Xian Yin sword formation and the subsequent creation of the 12 Xian Yin swords. After a moment's silence, the 9 heavens ancestor spoke solemnly. This young man's comprehension is beyond measure. However, the mere Xian Yin 12 sword formation cannot breach Mu Feng's Hongmeng golden body. If the means to break through cannot be found, defeat is only a matter of time. Xian Ming-chun smiled silently, then with a deep, knowing smile, added, in truth, this Xian Yin 12 swords has one final sword. The 9 heavens ancestor's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his junior brother. And finally, his aged visage returned to calm. The entire training square had transformed into a scene unrecognizable from before, with black purgatorial flames creating the illusion of a furnace of heaven and earth. Even the disciples and elders observing from afar could feel the searing heat. Within the dark purgatory, a delicate figure in white stood like a lotus flower in full bloom, exuding an aura of purity untouched by the mire. Junior brother, the dragon elephant suppression has 7 tribulations, and this tribulation is the furnace of heaven and earth. Those trapped within will have their spiritual energy devoured and ultimately perish from exhaustion. Mu Feng gazed down at the figure in white, unable to suppress a joyful smile, as if he were gazing upon a corpse that could not be any more lifeless. He had already surmised the intentions of the higher-ups within the 9 heavens holy land. The name of the sacred body Tao Embryo alone could not secure the position of the 8th holy sun, let alone the future title of Tao Child. Thus, the elders sought to establish Xian Su's authority, and he would serve as the first stepping stone toward Xian Su's ascent to the title of Tao Child. With his prideful nature, Mu Feng could never submit to being beneath another. Today, he would shatter the hopes of the decaying old fools, allowing himself to vie for the position of Tao Child. Suddenly, Xian Su soared into the sky, enveloped by 12 dark sword shadows, his supreme divine weapon radiating a dazzling brilliance. As ancient golden runes emerged amidst the flowing lights, the center of his chest, a colossal character for Qi flickered into view, the immense power of the Xian Qi sacred body Tao embryo surging forth unabashedly. The eternal purgatory, resembling a furnace of heaven and earth, began to tremble, as if something were about to burst forth with unstoppable force. As the direct controller, Mu Feng sensed the ominous shift and coldly mocked. No matter how great your power, do you truly believe you can turn the tables? Hongmeng Golden Bell Dao, Hongmeng Pengu Calamity, Hongmeng Heavenly Ancestor Finger. Mu Feng suddenly stood, unleashing a powerful shout as the Hongmeng Purple Sun rose from the east. His palm outstretched to execute the Purple Qi East Comes Fist, and the Hongmeng Heaven and Earth Finger. 3 Magnificent manifestations of Hongmeng descended upon Xian Su within the furnace of heaven and earth. When Mu Feng initially broke through to the Tianfu realm, he comprehended these 3 manifestations, solidifying his position as the Yao Guang Luo Huan Holy Sun. The 3 terrifying pressures bore down upon Xian Su, causing his heart to sink. Had he misperceived? Just moments ago, he had detected 2 distinct waves of energy. Although they had been subtly concealed, he had still managed to perceive them. Are you not coming out? Xian Su surmised who the 2 hidden figures were, none other than the Xian God Clan. Entrusted by the Xian God Clan, Mu Feng had planted the ancient grudge demon energy upon his original body, never anticipating that their uninvited guests would shatter their schemes. The 2 powerful beings of the Xian God Clan had remained undetected by the higher-ups of the 9 heavens holy land, illustrating their profound capabilities. Rest assured and fight to your heart's content, young master. A warm voice resonated in Xian Su's ears, emanating from an elder in the blink of an eye. Xian Su had deduced that the strongman sent to assassinate him from the Xian God Clan had been thwarted by that elder. Gripping the sword of the sun, Xian Su's eyes, as cold as the moon, glimmered with a terrifying bloodlust. Crimson azure blood energy surged from within him, turning the tide as he absorbed the power of the furnace of heaven and earth. The great sword immortal Xian Ming Chen, through his own Yin Sha power, had comprehended the most evil and wicked of swords, the Xian Yin 12 swords. Yet Xian Su wielded the power of the sins of the Azura from the 8 tribes. Manifesting his own Xian Yin 12 swords, the blood sword cleaved through the sky, and the 6 beasts roared in unison. In the fleeting moment, the entire celestial furnace could no longer withstand this overwhelming force and began to shatter into fragments. The 12 blood swords entwined with the 6 divine beasts encircled the figure in white, seemingly guarding their master. Xuanxu's blood-red eyes fixated on the distant 12 blood swords, pondering deeply. If one were to wield 12 supreme swords to execute the Xian Yin 12 swords in the future, what extraordinary effects might it yield? My elder brother's celestial furnace has trapped me in profound torment. As the saying goes, it is only proper to reciprocate kindness, so I have prepared a grand gift for you. My elder brother, the golden aura characters intertwined with the blood-red Azura power, rendering Xuanxu an enigmatic blend of righteousness and malevolence. Chapter 11. The 13th Sword, Heaven's Blood Azura Extermination. The masters within the realm of Tianfu differ significantly, largely depending on the number of the Xiangfu. When Mufeng broke through to the Tianfu realm, 3 wondrous phenomena descended from the heavens. Not long ago, Xuanxu was the unique Tianfu with 9 manifestations, having already reached the pinnacle of excellence among the illustrious. However, what perplexed everyone was why Xuanxu suppressed the Xuanqi within his body prior to this and refrained from unleashing it in a concealed space. 2 figures were locked in a fierce battle. The gray-robed elder casually waved his sleeve, his mastery of the realm of life and death causing the black-robed elder, who bore a sword on his back, to retreat steadily. Lo Chongning, do not remain obstinately ignorant. From the moment he was cast out, he has been a discarded pawn of the Xian Shun clan. The black-robed elder pointed at the gray-robed elder he referred to as Lo Chongning. The divine son of the Xian Shun clan can be exchanged, but the young master, alas, can only be one. Lo Chongning coldly regarded the black-robed elder, fully aware of the Xian Shun clan's Night King Manor's unrelenting ambition to eliminate the young master. As anticipated, the Night King Manor indeed dispatched a master of the realm of life and death, choosing the opportune moment to strike at Xuanxu. Thus, the young supreme of the Night King Manor could firmly secure his position and attain the title of divine son of the Xian Shun clan. So, shall we not discuss further? The black-robed elder, sent on a mission to eradicate the roots of the problem, found himself facing a formidable adversary, a predicament most lamentable, Song Xian, as an old friend of many years. I shall offer you one final piece of advice. Whether our Lord has perished in the domain of evil is a separate matter. Do not forget the presence of the old master. The Lord referred to by Lo Chongning was none other than Xuanxu's parents, the Taichu Divine King and his consort. The black-robed elder furrowed his brow slightly, then smiled. All opportunities in this world hinge upon a gamble. As a gambler, I have already placed my bet, leaving no room for regret. His mastery within the realm of life and death was the very result of that wager. Song Xian was naturally aware of the consequences should the Taichu Divine King return. At that time, not only would he face annihilation, but the Night King Manor, as the mastermind, would also be completely eradicated. However, if the Taichu Divine King and his consort were to perish in the outer realms or quietly meet their end in some obscure shadowy corner, then the Xian Shun clan would fall under the dominion of the Night King Manor, allowing him to rise alongside it. Life is but a grand gamble, from which no one can escape the fateful repercussions. If one bets wisely, joy abounds. Yet, should one carelessly place the wrong wager, it is merely fate's whim, inevitable and beyond control. When the time comes, the heavens unite in strength, while heroes find themselves unfree. Regardless, I must return today with a satisfactory explanation. I cannot return empty-handed. Song Xian, reluctant to clash with a longtime friend, found himself in a similar predicament to Lo Chongning. The most painful reality in this world is the fraternal strife. Very well, let us decide the victor with a single strike. Song Xian raised the massive sword in his hand and charged directly at Lo Chongning, invoking a trace of stellar energy, enveloped by an overwhelming aura of slaughter. 7 luminous points shimmered upon the sword's body. The southern Dipper 7 stars govern slaughter, while the northern Dipper 6 stars preside over harmony. In that moment, the The sword technique Song Xian executed was derived from the supreme sword arts of the Xian Shun clan, the Southern Dipper's 7 slaughter sword. The 7 vivid crimson characters radiated a formidable intent of extermination, surging towards the gray-robed elder. Lo Chongning's right finger glimmered like jade, embodying the cycle of decay and rebirth. Radiating a divine will, the Xian Shun clan's Xian Shun finger, the vast divine will, imbued with immense suction, obliterated the 7 characters. Song Xian's figure was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth. Yet he ultimately stabilized his form. Chongning, I respect your choice as you do mine. However, our next encounter will be one of life and death. Lo Chongning retracted his Xian Shun finger, smiling nonchalantly. Each serves their own master. Take care, my brother. Song Xian died in that moment. Song Xian unburdened himself of inner turmoil, smiling comfortably. Very well with that, he tore through the fabric of space and vanished. Once kindred spirits, the 2 brothers ultimately diverged into opposing factions due to differing political views. In the martial arts plaza, Mu Feng gazed at Xuanqiu with a cautious expression. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from Xuanqiu, though he could not pinpoint its origin. The onlookers beheld a strange blood energy coalescing slowly before Xuanqiu. In an instant, the bizarre blood energy took shape, transforming into a blood sword forged from Azura power. The sword technique Xuanqiu now wielded was no longer the simplistic Xian Yin 12 swords. Instead, it bore a hint of terrifying Azura power. Even Xuanqiu himself was taken aback, having not anticipated that within the 8 divisions of Divine Fist lay not only the legendary 8 divisions, but also the comprehension of Azura power. The Xian Yin 12 swords had transformed into the Azura 13 swords. Above in the heavens, a blood-red abyss materialized, resembling the gaping maw of an ancient beast, striking fear into the hearts of all who beheld it. Azura sword array, rise, including the peculiar blood sword before Xuanqiu, the total count reached 13. The Xian Yin 12 swords had directly morphed into the Azura 13 swords, with the great sword Immortal standing before him. Xuanqiu found it challenging to name this 13th sword. Surrounded by an aura of blood, he resembled a ruler of the underworld emerging from the depths, yet his untainted white garments rendered the scene incongruous. This final sword shall be named Heaven's Blood Azura Extermination. Are you satisfied, elder brother? At this moment, Mu Feng was far too preoccupied to respond to Xuanqiu's taunt. If he were not cautious, he could be pierced through by the Azura 13 swords. Turning the Grand Martial Arts Plaza into a burial ground, Mu Feng positioned the Hongming Golden Bell before him, invoking the Hongming heavenly sound to disperse the surrounding encroaching blood aura. With the 3 phenomena manifesting simultaneously, he barely managed to withstand the onslaught of the 12 swords. However, deep within his heart, like a clear mirror, he knew that he must remain vigilant against the 13th sword, Heaven's Blood Azura Extermination. Drawing on energy to manifest the divine, and with the divine forming the image, Mu Feng endured the excruciating pain of cells bursting within him, gritting his teeth as he recited the incantation of the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique. His physical body had yet to reach the so-called pinnacle of immortality. In an instant, his skin ruptured, blood gushing forth. Soon, as his vision began to blur, a blood sword seemed to traverse the annals of time and space, aiming directly at his face. This time, Xuanqiu merged the soul of Heaven's Blood Azura Extermination with the sword Zuriri, resulting in a power that not only ascended a tier but underwent a qualitative leap. When the tip of Zuriri collided with the Hongming Golden Bell, it unleashed a cacophony of thunderous roars. Yet, in the next moment, the shattering sound of glass reverberated through the hearts of all spectators. The Hongming Golden Bell had been pierced? The onlookers could hardly believe this outcome. With a sputter, the accompanying spirit was destroyed, and Mu Feng, as the master, suffered grievous injuries, forced to retreat step by step. Yet Xuanqiu, wielding Zuriri, remained composed, pointing it directly at Mu Feng's chest, intent on breaching his Hongming golden body. Chapter 12. The 8 Holy Lords. Is this not your self-created Azura 13 swords? At this moment, Mu Feng's complexion was as pale as death, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, rendering him utterly disheveled. He could distinctly feel the Azura power clawing at him like a relentless specter, coursing around the surface of his body. Yet now, his strength was insufficient, and his divine sea was depleted. Even the Hongming golden body could no longer be sustained. Xuanqiu coldly regarded him, remaining silent, and then simply uttered, "Break." The Zuriri sword, like a decree, bore an increasingly rich hue of Azura blood. A blood-red mark of an Azura demon materialized, emitting a chorus of ghastly wails, ultimately searing itself into Mufeng's flesh as this bizarre aura infiltrated his body. His Hongming golden body could no longer endure in the next instant. Mufeng's body flew backward like a kite severed from its string, and the battle ultimately came to a close. Xuanqiu retracted the Zuriri sword, which transformed into a streak of sword light, drilling into his palm, leaving behind a mark of the sword path before vanishing without a trace. Mufeng, flung away by Xuanqiu, found himself in dire straits, as he discovered three distinct powers assaulting his Xuanqi. The Xian-Yin sword energy and Azura power he could still counteract with the power of Hongming, but the third, most peculiar force, was all too familiar to him, ancient grievance demon Qi. In the initial moment when Xuanqiu employed the Nine Deaths profound art to dispel the ancient grudge demonic Qi, he chose to retain it. At the final juncture, he merged the ancient grudge demonic seed into the 13th sword of heavenly blood Azura, a move that could be described as killing with intent, returning his adversary's own methods against them. To compound this, he supplemented it with the death energy of the Nine Deaths profound art, making the power of the ancient grudge demonic Qi far more formidable than merely destroying one's foundation. Xuanqiu, you scoundrel, with the ancient grudge demonic Qi leading the charge, supported by the Azura power and the profound Yin sword Qi, even the primordial sacred body cannot withstand such an onslaught easily. How dare you destroy my entire foundation in plain sight? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the? Although reluctant, Mufeng had to invoke the backing of the brother. You should be more concerned about your future, Xuanqiu remarked before striding towards the library, leaving behind the graceful silhouette of his retreat. Mufeng, collapsed on the ground, felt as if he had suffered a profound humiliation, roaring in fury like a ferocious beast, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. The news of the two holy suns clashing, culminating in the victory of the newly ascended 8th holy sun, resonated throughout the entire Jiuxiao sacred land. Meanwhile, the tidings of the 7th holy sun Mufeng's ruined cultivation spread like wildfire. Whether he could secure his position as the Yaoguang Luo Huan holy sun remained a separate matter. Were it not for the prohibition against bloodshed within the Jiuxiao sacred land, Xuanqiu would have had no need to go through such elaborate means to destroy his foundation. Simply claiming his head would have sufficed. As for the behind him, Xuanqiu held no fear, for with a single sword, he could sever all injustices in the world. Within the Baiyu Palace, the Grand Master Tai Yi sat high upon the throne, with 7 holy lords seated beneath him. The great sword immortal Xian Mingchen occupied the seat to the right of the throne, his status and seniority surpassing that of all present, even that of the Grand Master himself. The Jiuxiao sacred land possessed a tradition of regular meetings, and the topic of this assembly was the series of consequences arising from the conflict among the holy sons. The 7 holy lords held another significant identity as the lords of their respective mountains. With holy sons in the sacred mountains, it was only natural to have a lord presiding over each. The presence of the great sword immortal Xian Mingchen implied his agreement to become the 8th holy lord, a matter concerning his disciples, which he could not afford to neglect. Esteemed holy lords, how do you perceive this matter? Grand Master Tai Yi, clad in a golden brocade robe, surveyed the assembly with an imposing gaze, cautiously glancing at the silent great sword immortal. This was a world of fierce competition. The weak were destined to be devoured by the strong, given that Mufeng's cultivation was utterly annihilated. He was unworthy of the title of Holy Son. I propose that he be. Such words from Holy Lord Su seemed to carry a hint of gloating. Another holy lord interrupted with a displeased expression directed at the scholarly elder, who appeared to be under 30 yet exuded an air of exceptional elegance, with eyes that sparkled like stars, harboring the essence of the vast universe. This holy lord was Liao Qing, the lord of the 7th sacred mountain Yao Guang Luo Huan, who had just returned from his travels to learn of this dire news. Had he been present at the time, he would have intervened to safeguard Mufeng's cultivation, at least preventing this current predicament. The scholarly elder, relishing the misfortune, chuckled, unwilling to let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Among the 7 sacred mountains of Jiuxiao, each had a holy lord overseeing it. With the impending establishment of the 8th sacred mountain, there would be a total of 8 holy lords. Elder Su Xian was one of these 8. The first sacred mountain was Han Hai Tsangming, The second, Zhong Hua Shenxiu. The third, Yu Yang Yao Hui. The fourth, Luo Shi Xing He. The fifth, Ming Zhu Tian Nan. The sixth, Yunan I Hong Yuan. And the seventh, Yao Guang Luo Huan. The scholarly elder was the holy lord of the fifth sacred mountain, Ming Zhu Tian Nan, who constantly engaged in subtle rivalry with Liao Qing of the seventh sacred mountain. Witnessing the fall of his holy son brought him immense joy. Did Liao Qing expect him to continue idly occupying his position? The Jiuxiao sacred land harbored no tolerance for idlers. Dressed as a traditional teacher, Elder Su Xian carried a ruler at his waist, his incisive words suffusing the atmosphere with tension. Liao Qing clenched his fists, his brow furrowed. Regardless of the circumstances, Mufeng is still a member of the ensuing wrath may be more than the entire sacred land can bear. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into a contemplative silence. Yet, before Liao Qing could continue to revel in his glee, Su Xian remarked indifferently, "Though thee is formidable, do not forget that the Xian Shan still reigns supreme among the four great divine clans." The other holy lords turned in unison to gaze at the great sword immortal Xian Mingchen. If the Xian Qi sacred body could return to the Xian Shan and defeat that young sovereign, reclaiming the title of divine son, then Mufeng's loss of cultivation would seem far less significant. Grand Master Tai Yi ultimately rendered his decision. From this day forth, Mufeng shall be stripped of his position as the seventh holy son. No further debate is necessary. The holy lords echoed in unison. "We shall adhere to the Grand Master's decree." Liao Qing opened his mouth, appearing as if he wished to speak but ultimately chose silence. "Liao Holy Lord," the phrase, "those who commit many injustices will meet their demise," might be better directed at your holy son. Were it not for his sinister intentions to harm Xuanxu, could he have faced such calamity today? Su Xian laughed heartily before exiting the grand hall. Liao Qing glared at him darkly, snorting in disdain. Ignoring him, Chapter 13. The Xian Wang Mansion. 10 Heavenly Kings in the library. Fang Zhang leaned against the staircase, slightly tilting downwards, nearly losing his footing. Unbeknownst to him, the commotion outside went unnoticed, as his thoughts were consumed by which establishment to visit for a drink that evening. Scattered around him were empty wine bottles, wafting an intoxicating aroma. Fang Zhang, with his snow-white beard still adorned with remnants of wine, slowly descended the stairs. Yet beneath this stooped exterior lay the strength of the sacred concealment realm. He was indeed the elder steward overseeing the first to fourth levels of the library. That moment, a light footfall caught his ear. Shortly after, a young man clad in snow-white attire approached, offering a warm smile. "Excuse me, elder, what procedures must one follow to enter the library?" Fang Zhang, unaware that the young man before him was the now prominent eighth holy son, Xuanxu, merely blinked his aged eyes and replied, "Just register casually. Write down which level you wish to access." Xuanxu nodded silently, casually jotting down the 9th level. However, upon seeing this, the elder steward let out a cold chuckle. "Though youthful, your words are quite bold. Do you realize what the 9th level entails? Even the holy sons and holy maidens dare not challenge it lightly." Fang Zheng's weary eyes sparkled with a mysterious gleam as he noted Xuanxu's youthful appearance of merely 20. Yet his cultivation had reached the 6th layer of the heavenly mansion. Such prowess could indeed be classified among the talented Dai in nearly a century. Only the first holy son, Chu Wuxuan, who possessed the innate indestructible sword body, had managed to breach the 9th level. This is a token. Should you find it unbearable, crush it to be teleported out. Young man, I advise you to tread carefully. Xuanxu, perceiving the elder's mockery, remained unfazed and proceeded towards the 1st level. The heavenly lantern suspended high above cast gentle candlelight, illuminating the silhouette of the departing youth, stretching it long behind him. Fang Zhang stroked his snow-white beard, gazing at the registration and murmuring, 9th level. Xuanxu, when did such a person emerge in our sacred land? Truly a remarkable individual. He shook his head slightly, only to see a scholar with his hair neatly tied approaching him. "Xian Hui, what brings you to the library today? Are you perhaps here to challenge the 9th level?" Yin Hui, bowing respectfully, replied, "Elder Fang, you jest. With my current strength, I wouldn't dare challenge even the 8th level that I am no Chu Shixiao." Fang Zheng chuckled at this. His demeanor light-hearted. As the levels increased, so did the pressure. Yin Hui had previously faltered at the 8th level, but in doing so, he cultivated a profound and righteous spirit. He produced a fine bamboo flute from his sleeve and presented it to the glimmering-eyed Feng Zhang, who was captivated by the allure of fine wine, as if he were gazing upon an unclad celestial maiden. "You've got a good head on your shoulders. Had that young man in white been like you, I might have given him some pointers. Alas, such a naive youth must learn the hard way. He seems utterly oblivious to the ways of the world. Though I, Elder Feng, am not one to seek power, one must still show the necessary respect," he shouted with exasperation as Feng Zhang cradled the Junzi bamboo in his hands, inhaling the intoxicating aroma of the wine. Already entranced in a state of euphoric bliss, Yan Hui cast a profound gaze towards the glimmering lights ahead, withdrew his eyes, and turned to merge into the surroundings. Little did everyone anticipate that, at this moment, Xian Su was teetering on the brink of a storm. Having long since entered the library after the fall of the former 8th Holy Sun, the first floor of the library primarily housed foundational cultivation techniques frequented by outer disciples at the foundational stage of their training. Within the first layer, there existed a total of 3,600 overarching principles and 7,200 inner cultivation techniques. The second to fourth layers predominantly contained various martial arts manuals. Xian Su did not linger long in the first layer, for in recent days, he had acquired numerous techniques ranging from yellow to heavenly ranks through the card system of the myriad realms. Thus, the first 4 layers held little value for him. He skimmed through the first 4 layers with ease, feeling no pressure. The library seemed rather inconsequential. However, upon stepping into the 5th layer, a myriad of golden characters manifested around him. Exuding an intangible force, a flicker of astonishment passed through Xian Su's eyes. Could this be the righteous aura of Confucianism? Suddenly, a jarring voice resonated behind him. At less than 30 years of age, to tread upon the heavenly domain, you must be a holy son. The elder with a head of white hair scrutinized the youthful visage before him. He had dealt with the 7 holy sons individually. Given this, the identity of the young man was easy to deduce. "You are the 8th holy son, Xian Su?" Chen Qing, though rarely venturing out of the library, had heard the most discussions about the rising figure of the Xian Su holy son among the inner disciples frequenting the 5th layer. The junior Xian Su pays his respects to the senior. The aura emanating from the elder before him was even more formidable than that of Feng Zhang, the elder steward of the 1st layer. Chen Qing fixed his gaze on Xian Su, saying, "I am Chen Qing in my youth. I too had dealings with your esteemed grandfather from the Xian royal house. How has your lineage fallen to such depths?" There was an added hint of pity in the elder's scrutinizing gaze. Within the Xian divine clan, there were 6 prominent royal houses, with the Xian royal house and the Night royal house being the largest, which inevitably led to internal strife. Rumors circulated that the elderly lord of the Xian royal house had mysteriously disappeared, and his eldest son, the prime divine king, and his wife had perished in the outer realms. Xian Su, being the legitimate grandson of that old lord, had unexpectedly fallen victim to the scheming of the Night royal house. In a single night, the towering tree that was the Xian royal house had toppled, losing its former grandeur. Xian Su's expression remained surprisingly calm, his tone imbued with a frigid air. "It is merely a matter of some wind and frost. What they have taken, I shall undoubtedly reclaim in the future." Chen Qing could not help but praise him. "No wonder you were able to defeat that esteemed 7th holy son, Mu Feng." Then, the elder's tone shifted. "Yet your brother from the Night royal house remains an unparalleled ancient holy body. Having shattered 10 restrictions as the ultimate holy body, that I fear there may be an issue with your holy body Dao, which is why you seldom utilize the power of your innate Xian Qi during your battles against the Hongming holy body. This is likely the reason for your visit to the library, to seek methods to break the restrictions." Xian Su cast a deep glance at the elder before him, coldly stating, "Senior, your insight is truly remarkable. You not only possess deep knowledge of the internal affairs of the Xian divine clan, but also understand my Xian Qi holy body Dao well. If my holy body Dao did not carry the term Xian Qi, it might have been possible to contend with the ancient holy body that has broken the limits of the Night royal house. However, not long ago, upon introspection, Xian Su beheld 12 deep crimson chains coiling around various parts of his body. Each time he wielded the power of his Xian Qi, a piercing pain surged through his chest, compelling him to suppress it with the ghostly energy of the 9 deaths Xian art. The power to break the 12 restrictions is, in the eyes of the Night royal house, a threat to your brother's position. Am I correct?" Chen Qing took a step forward, a cunning smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Xian Su's handsome countenance darkened, his mind racing with thoughts. Could this elder be a member of the Night Royal House? And if so, what of it? I am now even more curious about your identity. Ha ha, you appear remarkably composed. Are you not afraid that I am an executioner from the Night Royal House seeking your life? As he spoke, the elder's sleeve rippled, an immense pressure converging upon Xian Su. Yet the young man's movements were remarkably swift as he deftly evaded the binding force, retreating a few steps in the form of several fading swords. A commendable technique. I shall extinguish all beings, Chen Qing remarked with a smile. However, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Xian Su's forehead. It was only by resonating his entire aura with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, utilizing the Xian Yin sword qi, that he had executed such a technique. Yet, even then, he felt fatigued against Chen Qing's maneuver. In the next moment, Xian Su sensed several warm currents circulating within him, mending his injuries. Senior, you truly are a master of life and death. I thank you for your healing grace. His numerous injuries healed instantaneously from the life energy emanating from Chen Qing. A genuine master of life and death not only possesses the strength to obliterate the heavens and earth, but can also resurrect the dead. There may be what you seek within this library. It all depends on your fortune, Chen Qing said with a mysterious smile. Xian Su, laden with questions, clasped his fists in salute and ventured deeper into the library. Shortly after the young figure disappeared, another elder appeared beside Chen Qing, none other than Luo Chongning, who had previously intervened to stop the assassins from the Night Royal House. He turned to Chen Qing and inquired, "Now can you share with me the choices you have made?" A cold wind swept through the window, rustling Chen Qing's garments and gray-white hair. He sighed heavily and spoke. Among the 10 heavenly lords of the Xian Royal House, many have defected to the Night Royal House. Why do you persist, Lord Luo? Since the fall of the Xian Royal House, its influence had scattered like leaves in the wind. Many of the 10 heavenly lords sought refuge with the Night Royal House, including Song Xian, who had previously fought with Luo Chongning. Lord Chen, do you believe in the arrangement of fate? At this question from Luo Chongning, astonishment filled Chen Qing's eyes, unsure of the reason for his inquiry. Luo Chongning continued, I, Luo Chongning, do not believe in fate, so I brought the young master, whose sacred heart was taken, to the 9 heavens' sacred land. Initially, I gradually succumbed to this harsh reality, guarding the young master and allowing him to live through this desolate existence. This, too, was a way to repay the kindness shown to me by my master. But do you know? The young master, like a withered leaf carried by the wind, has awakened the forbidden sin immortal body within our clan, the Xian Qi body. From that moment on, I ceased to believe in fate's arrangement, and thus the Night Royal House must pay the price. Chen Qing took a deep breath and suddenly declared, This time, I shall accompany you. You old rascal, in a bout of madness. Chapter 14. Eastern Extreme Dao Domain, Xian Divine Clan. In the vast expanse of the celestial Xian Domain, it has been transformed into the 4 extremities Dao Domain, giving rise to 4 ancient, immortal clans, each occupying distinct territories. The Eastern Extremity Dao Domain is notably led by the Xian Divine Clan, a venerable lineage of longevity. This intricate web of power resembles the black and white pieces of a celestial chessboard, each interwoven within the other. AS1 ventures toward the northern reaches of the Eastern Extremity Dao Domain. It borders the Western Xia Dao Domain, separated only by a vast ocean. This ocean is perpetually shrouded in a mist that rises like the smoke from a cooking fire, earning it the name Cloud Sea. The horizon of the Cloud Sea is endless, presenting only layers of swirling fog to the eye. Scattered across its surface are numerous small islands, among which 3 mysterious immortal islands stand out prominently, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou. These islands are enveloped in a haze of ethereal light, shrouded in an air of mystique. A venerable elder cloaked in black, wielding a colossal sword, drifts upon a small boat amidst the tumultuous waves. His expression is serene, and the weathered lines on his face reveal little of his emotions. This elder is none other than Song Tianjun, who once stood in opposition to Luo Tianjun, the enigmatic trio of islands above the Eastern Sea. Notably, Fangzhong serves as the residence for the core elite of the Xian Divine Clan. However, in recent years, with the decline of the Xian Wang Mansion, the Yi Wang Mansion has risen in prominence, prompting the core leaders of the Xian Divine Clan to gradually relocate to Penglai. Song Xian cast a distant glance at the solitary Fangzhong Island, feeling a poignant sense of change and loss. Before setting his course toward Penglai Island, the Penglai Immortal Palace, within the ethereal expanse of the Yi Wang Mansion, celestial palaces rise majestically, infused with divine light and an overwhelming aura of dragon veins. Soaring into the heavens, the heart of this celestial domain, a river of stars hangs in the sky, and it is here that the core members of the Yi Wang Mansion reside. In the Chongqing Hall of Penglai Palace, a woman adorned in crimson palace attire gazes down upon Song Xian with a commanding presence. Yet, Song Xian stands tall, unflinching under her scrutinizing gaze. This woman, draped in vibrant red, reclines against her pillow, her figure graceful and enchanting, with striking features and an alluring smile, exuding an aura akin to a thorny crimson rose. However, the seasoned Song Xian has witnessed firsthand the ruthless methods of this seemingly delicate woman. It seems your journey has not been entirely smooth, Ninth Heavenly Monarch, she comments, her tone laced with subtle inquiry and reproach. Among the 10 heavenly monarchs of the Xianwang Mansion, Song Xian ranks 6th, and thus is referred to as the 6th heavenly monarch, with Luo Chongning and Chen Qing following closely in the 7th and 8th positions, slightly surpassing him in prowess in light of his recent change in status. Song Xian humbly stated, "Madam, you may be unaware that I encountered Luo Tianjun at the Jiuxiao Sacred Land and was impeded by him, ultimately returning in defeat." As he spoke, an icy chill swept through the air, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. The sudden pressure made his complexion pale, and he inwardly cursed, realizing the woman's cultivation had grown increasingly unfathomable. Oh, the 8th heavenly monarch, Luo Chongning, is indeed devoted to the Xianwang Mansion. Truly a commendable dog, she scoffed. Initially, she had dismissed Luo Chongning's rescue of a nearly lifeless creature from the Xianwang Mansion, believing it would ultimately lead to the creature's demise. Yet, fate had other plans. As that creature unexpectedly awakened a forbidden constitution of the clan, the Xianqi body, "Madam, I have one more matter to report," he continued. "What is it?" "The 7th holy son of Jiuxiao Sacred Land, Mu Feng, has suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Xian Xuyin the next moment." Song Xian cast a sly glance at the elegantly poised woman in red and added, "Moreover, he has been stripped of his foundation, rendered utterly powerless." He emphasized the last word, fully aware of its significance. Mu Feng, hailing from the Mu Divine clan and possessing a primordial immortal body, would never have anticipated his downfall at the hands of Xian Su. Could it be that creature has broken through the 12 prohibitions? Absolutely impossible. The woman dismissed the notion vehemently. Her gaze bore into the elder below, and instead of erupting in rage, she spoke calmly. "Song Tianjun, your journey has indeed been arduous. You may take your leave now." Song Xian replied, "It is within my capabilities to assist the madam in the Yi Wang Mansion. I shall take my leave." As he turned to exit, the woman's gaze turned cold, and a chilling aura pervaded the Chongqing Hall. "A mere remnant of a criminal clan dares to contend with my son's ancient holy body? Truly laughable. The supreme secret vault is on the verge of opening. Send word, I shall ensure that creature meets a fate without burial. Also, draft a letter to the Mu Divine clan. I refuse to believe they will remain indifferent to this matter." Understood. In the shadows, a dark and eerie figure loomed in the dim corners, unnoticed even by Song Xian. Upon returning to his residence, Song Xian's brow remained furrowed, and he commanded, "Summon the young master to my study." The servant, upon receiving the order, promptly departed. In the study, a small ancient redwood table was set, flanked by 2 small chairs. Song Xian had shed his black martial attire, donning a pristine white robe, his demeanor imposing and dignified. Before long, a young man in his 20s, dressed in azure, entered with utmost reverence, addressing him, "Grandfather, I pay my respects." This young man was none other than Song Xian's sole grandson, Song Jishu. Song Jishu's eyes, shimmering with a unique blue hue, resembled an abyssal ocean, drawing one in with their depths. His enchanting pupils glimmered with 4 deep blue lights, a manifestation of his dual pupils. Song Xian regarded him silently, not uttering a word. Song Jishu cleared his throat. Breaking the silence, "Dare I ask, grandfather, have you met with our master?" Understanding his grandson's inquiry, Song Xian replied with a gentle smile, "In truth, I was commanded by that woman to seize her life. but was thwarted by the eighth heavenly monarch. "Grandfather, does that mean our master is protected by a guardian?" Song Jishu exclaimed in astonishment, failing to grasp his grandfather's intent to take the life of Xian Su. Noticing the bewilderment on Song Jishu's fair face, Song Xian recalled his wager with Luo Chongning, formulating a plan in his mind. He had once told Luo Tianjun that life is but a grand gamble, yet who decrees that one can only wager on a single side? Such logic does not exist in this world. He fixed his gaze on Song Jishu and spoke softly. "If the Yiwang mansion learns that you refer to Xian Su as our master, they might send you to the celestial prison of the Xian divine clan. The divine figure in my heart is not the ancient holy body of the Yiwang mansion, Xian Yi, but rather my elder brother, Xian Su." Upon hearing this, Song Xian wore a melancholic expression, realizing his grandson's sentiments mirrored those of Luo Chongning on that fateful day. Indeed, it echoed the saying, "A master shapes the apprentice." "Jishu, you must leave. The farther from the Yiwang mansion, the better." Song Xian's countenance grew solemn. True gamblers never stake everything on one side but rather strategize across multiple fronts. "Return to your master. Stay close to the divine figure. Even when the Xianqi body soldiers arrive at Penglai Island, my Song family shall not be severed from our legacy." As he spoke, a bittersweet smile graced Song Xian's lips as he gazed upon his grandson. Song Jishu, though aware of the complexities at play, could not fathom why his grandfather steadfastly remained in this place, confined by circumstance. Outside the window, a few withered maple leaves drifted down, adding a touch of desolation and chill to the atmosphere. Song Xian's gaze softened, and after a long pause, he finally said, "My roots are entrenched in this courtyard, buried deep within." Chapter 15. The Method of Body Refinement, the Celestial Prison of the Divine Path. At this moment, Xuanqu walked leisurely on the 6th floor of the library pavilion, a place only accessible to inner disciples. The ethereal aura emanating from him caused many inner disciples to cast curious glances. Xuanqu gazed at the plethora of cultivation techniques, selecting a book to study with great care. The original owner of this body was a former scion of the Xian divine clan, personally groomed by the core elite of the clan, and every technique he learned was of the highest caliber. Thus, the texts found below the 7th floor held little value for him. Holding the treatise on the sword Tao, Xuanqu found himself lost in contemplation. The path of the sword focuses on both technique and intent. After enduring a great battle, Xuanqu was deeply convinced of this. Had he merely mastered the 12 shadows of Xian Yin without comprehending the essence of sword intent, he would not have birthed his own Shura 13 swords. Especially the final strike, Heavenly Blood Shura Extermination, was indeed the pivotal key to victory in critical moments, in the face of the primordial sacred body wielding the dragon elephant suppression technique. His Xian Qi sacred body appeared rather inadequate under the constraints of the 12 seals. Influenced by the treatise, a formidable thought took root in Xuanqu's mind. What if I could summon the remaining eightfold beings, each wielding a divine sword, to unleash the Shura 13 swords? What extraordinary effects might that yield? Following his battle with Mufeng, he had gained a fresh perspective on the eightfold celestial dragon technique. If he could refine the eightfold beings from special materials, turning them into sword servants, the Shura sword array he deployed would be unfathomably powerful. Simultaneously, it would serve as a terrifying weapon in his arsenal. Xuanqu noted this idea in silence before closing the treatise and moving forward. The guardian of the 7th floor was no longer an elder, but rather a beast contentedly devouring books. Beside it, golden light shimmered, bathing it in a sea of scrolls. It bore violet golden horns, ivory fangs, and black dragon scales, stationed in the very center of the 7th floor. Xuanqu halted at a short distance, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. Even a beast can read and comprehend. Unexpectedly, a gentle voice resonated from behind him. All things possess a spirit. Thus, it is not surprising. Turning his head, Xuanqu beheld a refined scholar. The scholar studied Xuanqu before introducing himself. "I am Yin Hui. Honored to meet you. I witnessed your prowess at the Martial Arts Plaza, where you overwhelmed the 7th Holy Sun. You are indeed a remarkable talent." Sensing the extraordinary aura emanating from Yin Hui, which harmonized with the righteous energy of the library pavilion, Xuanqu's eyes flickered slightly as he discerned the identity of this individual. "Xuanqu. Greetings to the 5th Holy Sun." Yin Hui smiled and clasped his hands. "We are both holy sons. I cannot bear such grand courtesy." Soon, the inner disciples noticed the presence of the two. Pondering who this individual conversing with the fifth holy son might be. In the seven sacred mountains, none had ever seen his visage. Yin Hui observed Xuanxu's slender form, wondering how he managed to withstand Mufeng's dragon elephant strength. Could this be the terrifying aspect of the sacred body? If you wish to enter the seventh floor, the book beast must be dealt with. Before Yin Hui could finish, Xuanxu charged towards the book beast without a word. His gaze hardened, and the yin-yang black and white radiance shimmered in his palms, transforming into two yin-yang light swords that shot towards the beast's brow. Xuanxu unleashed the two-polarity technique of the Shura 13 swords, employing the power of yin and yang. Noticing this, Yin Hui coughed lightly. "Xuanxu, you are indeed incredibly formidable." The thunderous strike took him by surprise. He had intended to inform Xuanxu of a simpler method to handle the beast, but saw the creature suddenly lift its head, revealing a fearsome countenance as if it sensed a grave threat. The violet golden horns on its head glowed ominously, growing brighter as two ivory fists met the yin-yang swords. This book beast had been enlightened by an ancient ancestor of Zhouxiao, feeding on the righteous energy of the library pavilion, which was the essence of its righteous fist. Yin Hui patiently explained. Xuanxu, feeling the pressure, aligned his right index and middle fingers, unleashing a swirling flow of light that struck the beast on the head while it was momentarily distracted. The beast, sensing a formidable adversary, staggered from the impact, gradually falling back into a drowsy stupor. Yin Hui's face registered astonishment, quickly returning to calm as he chuckled. "This is the Xian Divine Finger. It is my first time witnessing one of the Xian Divine clan executed." Xuanxu continued straight towards the seventh floor, noticing that the fifth holy son, Yin Hui, did not follow him, a rare occurrence. Just as he took a few steps, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, ding, ding. Congratulations on arriving at the library pavilion. Would you like to draw a card?" The long-awaited voice finally resounded. Xuanxu had thought the card drawing system would only activate upon reaching the ninth floor. "Draw a card, ding dong. Congratulations, you have drawn the Emperor's scripture, the Heavenly Prison Divine Path. A technique for body refinement." Xuanxu was somewhat taken aback by this reward, feeling as if it were a timely boon. Mufeng, who wielded the dragon elephant suppression technique, possessed a physical strength not easily overcome. Had Xuanxu not been superior at that moment, the Xian Divine clan's past grievances would have replayed in the Zhouxiao sacred land. The elders there would not have missed the opportunity to exploit his plight, likely sending him directly to the Eastern Sea to be dealt with by the venomous woman of the Night King's manor. Such is human nature. It cannot withstand the test. The soul inhabiting this body was, after all, not the wasteful scion of the Xian Divine clan, but a grassroots individual fighting in a foreign realm. With this body refinement technique, his physical form would reach a terrifying level. Truly, heaven aids me. Xuanxu mused quietly. Chapter 16. Nine-tailed celestial fox, Su Qinger. As Xuanxu began to circulate the incantation, a profound shock manifested within his golden pupils. Although the Heavenly Prison Divine Path was merely an emperor-level scripture and had not yet reached the level of a great Tao, its effects far exceeded his expectations. Once I master this technique, the physical restrictions of my Xian-Qi body will surely dissolve without effort. Upon reaching this conclusion, a radiant smile unfurled across Xuanxu's handsome face. Why had he felt so challenged by Mufeng's primordial sacred body? It was because Xuanxu had been wary of the opponent's immense dragon elephant strength, fearing injury. Ultimately, his physical capabilities were exceedingly poor, which was the fundamental reason for his reluctance to engage in close combat. With this emperor scripture, my physical strength will ascend to an entirely new height. Suppressing the joy that threatened to illuminate his features, Xuanxu advanced deeper into the seventh floor. The righteous energy within the library pavilion grew increasingly potent. Those of Confucian Tao often lingered here, and the benefits were self-evident. Unfortunately, Xuanxu's skills were rooted in the Taoist path. Regarding the ethereal righteous energy, Xuanxu proceeded with utmost caution, holding his breath as he moved forward. Wary of potential traps, a faint light cascaded down, forming a delicate beam that momentarily dazzled his vision. "Is this the end of the seventh floor? The entrance to the eighth?" he murmured softly before stepping forward to cross the beam of light. Yet, the beam transformed into countless motes, drifting along Xuanchu's arms as the profound righteous energy surged forth. Is this the righteous energy of Confucianism? Xuanchu mused, his gaze growing solemn as he urged the particles within his body to tear apart. An overwhelming pressure erupted from his exterior, quickly engulfing the righteous energy in dark hellfire, which soon coiled around his arm like a venomous serpent. Though the heavenly prison divine path was a body refinement technique, it was not solely that. The dark hellfire was an offshoot of the divine path, alongside techniques like the 5 elements technique, sealing technique, fate technique, and destiny technique. The system's offerings are indeed exceptional. It does not deceive me. Xuanchu chuckled softly as he stepped into the 8th floor, yet his actions ultimately sparked a commotion. Fang Zheng, stationed on the 1st floor, stroked his white beard as he noticed the faint motes on the 8th floor. This lad possesses quite a bit of strength. I thought he was merely boasting. Xuanchu? Could he be the newly appointed 8th Holy Son? Indeed, there are no falsehoods behind such a reputation. Naturally, you have not seen him leave Mufeng searching for his teeth. Upon the shimmering screen of the library, the enigmatic name was reflected above the 8th level. Yet, the 8th level bore another name, which did not escape the notice of many, their faces betraying expressions of schadenfreude. The duel between these two individuals promised to be far more exhilarating than the previous contest of the Holy Sons. After Xuanchu departed from the 6th level, Yin Hui took the initiative to leave, not anticipating that the madwoman would also be among them. Should Xuanchu encounter that lunatic, one could only wonder what kind of sparks would ignite, for both shared a similar temperament, prideful and unwilling to bow easily to fate. Let alone to others. As Yin Hui exited the library, a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, and he beheld Qin Xian approaching, clad in a flowing purple gauze dress, her alluring figure causing many disciples around to lose their composure. However, they were acutely aware that the 6th Holy Maiden had long harbored affections for the 5th Holy Son, and that exquisite peony ultimately belonged to that frail scholar. Xiao Yinzi, have you seen him? Qin Xian's ruby lips parted, revealing pearly white teeth. Yin Hui smiled and nodded, maintaining a respectful distance, resembling a true gentleman. And how is he? The Holy Maiden remained silent, seemingly indifferent to Yin Hui's demeanor. There is a certain pride within him that few can rival, Yin Hui remarked. If you were to face him in battle, what are your chances? Qin Xian inquired. Who could have predicted that the jade-faced scholar would respond humbly with a smile? I do not engage in combat. My expertise lies in literature, and my physique is rather frail. Oh? Frail, you say? Perhaps you should fortify yourself then. The cultured Yin Hui could only chuckle awkwardly, for he felt that he had never bested the woman before him in any contest. One wondered if the second-ranked Su Qinger could perhaps quell his arrogance, as both were known to possess a touch of pride. Qin Xian ceased her teasing of Yin Hui, her enchanting eyes gazing contemplatively at the library. The 8th level, unlike the other 7, was a realm apart, still not conforming to the traditional library design. Thousands of books were infused with specks of light, and with but a thought, a luminous orb would materialize before one. With a mere thought, Xuanchu found himself intrigued by the rudimentary knowledge of sword servants, yet the scant introduction left him uninspired. As for the restrictions on the holy body, he held little hope, suspecting that only the 9th level might yield the answers he sought. Sword servants belong to the art of puppetry. Seeking the Mo family's techniques within the Taoist classics is akin to picking bones from an egg. And yet you remain oblivious, he mused. Upon hearing this, Xuanchu abruptly turned to find a woman in a flowing white gown standing not far off, her moonlit gaze fixed coldly upon him. When did this woman silently appear behind me? She continued, puppetry is ultimately an external art. A lesser skilled, I observe that you possess commendable roots. I advise you to tread carefully and not to lose sight of the greater picture. Unfazed by her admonition, Xuanchu replied, a gentleman's nature is no different. He adeptly makes use of external resources. How could there be a distinction of superiority among the various arts? Oh, I am intrigued to see how well you, who relies on external means, truly possess your own abilities. The radiant woman revealed 2 resplendent swords, one black and one white, embodying the forces of yin and yang. These dual swords, each possessing supreme strength, when combined, approached the level of imperial artifacts, and the pressure she exuded suggested she was a formidable presence among the wholly concealed. The power within you feels familiar. It is the royal blood of the Xian god clan. I heard tales of the wasteful divine son being taken to the Holy Land by the sect leader. That individual would be you. I presume Su Qinger had been in seclusion for a month, striving for the holy concealed realm, and thus remained unaware of the tumultuous changes in the outside world. Nor did she know that the person before her stood on equal footing with the Holy Son. She regarded the white-clad youth with a cold smile. You fell into the abyss but managed to rise from the ashes. Is this truly the former divine son? Regardless of her words, Xuanchu's gaze was transfixed upon the pristine orb of light upon her chest. A sudden realization dawning upon him, I wondered what it was. Turns out it is a nine-tailed celestial fox, Chapter 17. The wasteful divine son and the unconventional Qingqiu, within the Zhongshuan immortal domain. Myriad races coexist, with the conflict between the human and demon races being particularly intense. For nearly 10 millennia, the struggles between the two races have plunged them into dire straits, with the demon race launching beast tides against humanity on numerous occasions. While humans, undeterred, penetrated desolate territories to deliver heavy blows to their adversaries, in the eastern extreme Dao domain, apart from the Xin God clan leading the humans, several holy lands, and the longevity sect. Demons also inhabit this realm, with the 10,000 Abyss Dragon Nest and the 9 Deaths Mysterious Bird being two major demon factions. However, they have long been oppressed by the Xin God clan and various human factions, resulting in a degree of complacency. Yet, Xuanchu found it perplexing that the nine-tailed celestial fox clan, residing far in Qingqiu Mountain, would appear here and dare to kneel before the Zhoushiao Holy Land. Did she not fear that upon discovery, she would face immediate execution? After all, the animosity between humans and demons had reached an irreconcilable extent. The Divine Son possesses a measure of insight, having instantly recognized my identity. The nine-tailed fox, Su Qinger, glared at Xuanchu, her black and white swords radiating a surge of yin and yang power as they surged toward the white-clad youth. Xuanchu flicked his sleeve, unleashing 13 scarlet sword shadows that swiftly intercepted the dual swords. Su Qinger's eyes narrowed as she observed, "Your Xian-Yin sword aura is remarkable. Such a wicked force. The external means you speak of leaves me in awe." The Xian-Yin sword aura coiled around the dual swords like a persistent curse, refusing to dissipate. She sensed a hint of fear from this sword aura, contemplating the potential cost should she become entangled in it. Xuanchu could not ignore the provocation and mockery embedded in her words. Yet he remained unfazed. Is it justifiable for the self-righteous to wield righteous arts while the bloodied face of a man employs wicked power? Such reasoning is flawed. Xuanchu had never subscribed to such notions. He wielded the most malevolent power of the Azura, harboring no guilt within. A gentleman's nature is no different. He adeptly makes use of external resources, he reiterated, emphasizing that the distinction between a gentleman and an ordinary person lay in their ability to utilize external conditions effectively. Ultimately, achieving one's goals is what matters. Why should one concern themselves with the means employed along the way? He pondered, for the evil within him was a matter of personal judgment, rendering the barking of others irrelevant. Two forces surged within Xuanchu's palms, effortlessly manipulating the Xian-Yin 13 swords to assault the woman before him. His left hand, imbued with blood, represented the Azura, derived from the insights of the Eightfold Division. His right hand, resembling shadows, embodied the netherworld, acquired from the 9 Deaths mysterious art. Xuanchu regarded the entangled Su Qinger with a light-hearted demeanor, exclaiming, "In truth, we are of the same kind, though your circumstances may be slightly more favorable. Your 6th transformation demon core is severely damaged. It must have been the doing of a powerful clan member, prompting your departure from the distant Qingqiu to this Zhoushiao Holy Land. Indeed, we are both wanderers of fate. Why must we recognize one another?" Xuanchu sighed, acknowledging that given her age, her cultivation was commendable, and within the human realm, she could easily be considered a divine son. The nine-tailed fox clan excelled in the art of charm. Yet Su Qinger had adopted a rebellious demeanor, inevitably drawing the ire of the clan's talented individuals. Whether human or demon, they were inherently social beings, constituting the fabric of society. All required entry into a system known as society. And within that system, one must adhere to its rules. Status and honor arose naturally within this vast structure. However, Su Qinger was the anomaly among the nine-tailed fox clan, existing outside the system and ultimately being cast aside by the very structure she belonged to. During a mission, under the insinuation of numerous elders from her clan, She was besieged and forced to flee, ultimately finding refuge within the Jiuxiao Holy Land. As her depths were discerned, the beauty of her radiant visage gradually darkened, her palm exerting force to dispel the 13 sword shadows. Deep blue heartfire surged from her palm, merging with the yin and yang swords. Yet, Xuanxu chose to retract the Xian yin 13 swords, seemingly signaling a desire to withdraw. Sister Su, I apologize for any offense earlier. Brother Xian is being too courteous. Since the other party had graciously extended an olive branch, Su Qing'er was no fool to be reckless. The heartfire gradually subsided. Earlier, you remarked that we are both wanderers of fate. I find that hard to believe. Upon your birth, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, accompanied by the sacred heart of 5 apertures, and you possess the royal blood of the Xian Wang mansion, being bestowed with the title of Divine Son. Such honors are rare indeed. Su Qing'er's smile was enchanting, captivating Xuanxu's attention, and after a brief moment, he regained his composure. Xuanxu sighed, to wear the crown, one must bear its weight. This also leads to the perils of mortality. Su Qing'er comprehended the profound sorrow and despair of plummeting to the depths, increasingly recognizing the extraordinary presence of the young man in white before her. Were it anyone else, they might have succumbed to instability of heart and self-destruction. At that time, burdened with a wounded body, she had fled to the eastern extreme Dao domain, witnessing her cultivation plummet. Having herself experienced a period of desolation, opportunities for rebirth from ruin are not easily grasped by just anyone. Setting aside their previous discord, the two began to converse. Perhaps due to their shared experiences, Xian Su and Su Qing'er engaged in delightful dialogue, feeling an inexplicable sense of having met too late. Who would have thought that the frostily aloof Su Qing'er could sit down and converse with a stranger? The long-standing enmity between their two clans could be described as irreconcilable. Those elderly men must surely see you as a tool to counterbalance the Qingqiu Fox clan. It must be said, they are quite adept at such tactics. Su Qing'er cast a sideways glance at the barely 20-year-old Xian Su, feeling a flicker of surprise at such insight at this tender age. Had she, at around 20, faced calamity under the temptations of the 9 heavens sacred land, she might have become a sharp blade wielded by those old decrepit men against the demon clan. If this so-called useless divine son were discovered by the elders of the sacred land, he would likely find himself ensnared on the guillotine of the Night King's mansion within the Xian Shun clan. Su Qing'er's words held depth, and it was not without reason. On the day she battled Mu Feng, had she inadvertently failed once more, those old men would have surely turned their backs on her in an instant, willing to do anything to curry favor with the Xian Shen clan. As for her nominal master, the great sword immortal Xian Mingchen, Xian Su's eyes flickered with a cold smile. Perhaps they simply did not wish to sever the lineage of their teachings. Thus, the world moves in a frenzy. Driven by self-interest, when you sit atop the dais, they will not allow you to be touched by the winds and snow. Should you fall into the abyss, they will ensure you are trampled by the masses. Su Qing'er blinked, a charming smile gracing her lips. The only way to break the deadlock now is for you and me to collaborate. Chapter 18. The 9th level of the library pavilion. Hearing this, Xian Su grunted softly. With my current status, it seems unnecessary to cooperate with you. Xian Su himself did not immediately realize the changes within him. Not only his character but also his demeanor had undergone a seismic transformation as he merged with this body. His original self, once the divine son of the Xian Shen clan, had cultivated an air of haughty aloofness due to his environment, and this demeanor had gradually influenced the present Xian Su. The 9-tailed fox, Su Qing'er, with her cold gaze, emitted a glimmer of ethereal light. The contention among disciples is not as straightforward as it appears. Whether you return to the Xian Shun clan or establish your own faction in the 9 heavens sacred land, that step is crucial. Su Qing'er chuckled coldly within her heart. A person reborn from ruin like Xian Su could hardly be considered an average talent. In other words, such a person is filled with ambition. The trivial title of 9 heavens disciple would not suffice to satisfy his desires. Power is a cup of poison, yet people continuously rush toward it without pause. Hence, she had reason to believe Xian Su would be swayed. She did not expect such a figure to kneel beneath her pomegranate skirt. That would undoubtedly be a foolish fantasy. Such a proud individual would never willingly bow to another, especially not to a woman. Xian Su remained silent, gazing at Su Qing'er with an impassive expression. seemed that a moment of failure truly could spur rapid growth in a person. When Su Qing'er was still in Qingqiu, alone and disdainful of entering the nine-tailed fox clan system, she faced exclusion and oppression, ultimately leaving Qingqiu Mountain and retreating from the Nine Heavens sacred land. She learned to endure and conceal her brilliance. Perhaps this woman's true strength surpassed even the first sacred son, Chu Wuxuan. If we collaborate, we can achieve a mutually beneficial outcome. You remain the divine son of the Xianxin clan, defeating your ancient saintly body cousin, and perhaps even aspiring to the position of clan leader. As for me, I require your assistance to thoroughly seize control of the Qingqiu nine-tailed fox clan. At that moment, Xian Su's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Su Qing'er. This breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared as if she could command the world like an empress. Deep within Xian Su's heart, he formed such an assessment of Su Qing'er. Since Sister Su has extended such a gracious invitation, how could I, as her junior, refuse? Xian Su replied. Upon hearing this, Su Qing'er's willow brows lifted slightly in delight. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration between us, senior and junior siblings. As she spoke, she cast a deep glance at the unfazed Xian Su, feeling an inexplicable anxiety within her heart. She hoped she was not bargaining with a tiger for its skin. Xian Su surveyed the myriad glowing orbs, sensing the presence of the imperial scripture, and silently mused. If the 8th level contains the imperial scripture, then the 9th level must surely harbor techniques of the great Tao level. Noticing the worry etched on Xian Su's face, Su Qing'er patiently explained. One can only acquire the imperial scripture once a month, and the scripture received varies for each individual. It depends on one's own fortune. Xian Su casually grasped a glowing orb, and soon, several glowing characters materialized in the air, revealing a glimpse of a 9-colored divine lotus. Upon seeing this, Su Qing'er couldn't help but exclaim, could it be the legendary Qinglian sword scripture? This scripture still belongs to the level of imperial scriptures, but its creator, the Qinglian recluse Li Qiushan, employed ancient divine lotus fire to assist in its creation, allowing it to unleash the power of half-step chaos level after the 81 strikes. Su Qing'er's eyes sparkled as she suppressed her greed, watching Xian Su absorb it into his divine sea. Sister Su, do you wish to possess this imperial scripture? Xian Su's expression remained neutral, neither pleased nor angered. If Su Qing'er were to suddenly act against him, he too had means to guard against it. The graceful woman shook her head with a smile, a hint of nervousness evident. Junior brother Xian, you worry too much. It seems I have misjudged you, sister. I apologize for my assumptions. Su Qing'er chuckled awkwardly, her heart involuntarily taking a sharp intake of breath as she realized how deeply Xian Su's cunning ran, akin to those ancient beings who had lived through several epochs. Suddenly, Xian Su inquired, what differences might the 9th level hold? Among the 7 sacred sons, only Chu Wuxuan has ventured there. If he is in the sacred land, you might as well inquire of him. Sister, why conceal your strengths? If we both venture into the 9th level simultaneously, those old men would attribute all the credit to me, paying no heed to you at all. Xian Su's keen insight immediately discerned Su Qing'er's true thoughts. With her cultivation level, she had indeed achieved the strength to step into the 9th level, to avoid attracting attention from the higher-ups of the 9 Heavens sacred land. She could only conceal her brilliance and bide her time. In their earlier confrontation, it was likely she had not showcased her true strength, merely seeking to gain his trust. Indeed, the foxes of Qingqiu Mountain are quite cunning. Xian Su's heart had already formed a rough estimation. One must always be wary of others, and his guard against this woman heightened considerably. Su Qing'er's autumn-like eyes glazed over with a layer of cold frost, emanating a chilling aura as she fixed her gaze upon the white-clad youth before her. Junior brother, you must understand clearly that we are partners, not master and servant. Since sister has missed this opportunity, I shall simply take it for myself. Xian Su could not help but laugh. What nonsense opportunity! This fellow simply views himself as a stepping stone for exploration. How insidious! The 9th level is fraught with peril. Even someone as formidable as the innate indestructible sword-body Chu Wuxuan returned wounded, requiring 3 months of seclusion to recover. Thus, Su Qing'er promptly declined Xian Su's invitation, especially since this fellow harbored ulterior motives. One could easily fall into his trap. Junior brother, take care. We still have a partnership to consider, so do not perish within. Su Qing'er cast a covert glance at Xian Su before vanishing into the 8th level. Exiting the library pavilion, Xian Su stood with his hands clasped behind his back, letting out a cold chuckle. Cunning fox, how swiftly you fleed. He navigated through the dense glowing orbs, arriving at the entrance to the 9th level, where he found no guards, only a swirling purple vortex. Presumably, passing through the vortex would grant entry to the 9th level. Xian Su murmured to himself, then stepped forward and vanished without a trace. Outside the library pavilion, a stunning figure descended gracefully, clad in a moon-white gown, exuding an air of icy elegance, reminiscent of the celestial Chang'e in the Moon Palace. In the distance, Yan Hui and Qin Xian revealed expressions of concern. It seemed that the second sacred daughter Su Qinger was not a match for the divine body of Xian Qi. Only the return of the first sacred son could suppress Xian Su's arrogance. Sensing dozens of scorching gazes and expressions of astonishment, Su Qinger's lips curled into a mysterious arc. Xian Su, in their eyes, I have already fallen short of you, since you wish to sit atop the dais. Allow me, your senior sister, to assist you. Chapter 19. The resolution lies solely with Xian Su. Under the pristine white snow, tall pines stood resolutely amidst the icy expanse. A faint silhouette appeared like a white, adorning the frosty world. Xian Su felt the piercing cold and gazed upon the snowy landscape, unable to restrain a sigh. To entrust oneself to the vastness of the universe is akin to being but a grain of sand in the boundless sea. What he did not anticipate was that the 9th floor of the library pavilion shattered his previous understanding, revealing itself to be a realm of profound mystery. The 9th floor of the library pavilion resembled an ethereal illusion, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Before him lay a vast expanse of snow, devoid of any signs of life. Xuanqiu crouched down, his gaze emanating a subtle dark glimmer as he noticed footprints not far beneath him. A powerful sense of crisis surged within him. These were not human footprints, but rather the hoofprints of some wild beast. Just then, a chilling gust of wind swept in from behind. Xuanqiu's expression darkened, and the aura of the Xian sword erupted instantaneously, a blood-red sword shadow piercing through the beast that lunged at him from behind. A Gale Snow Wolf? The creature before him was evidently of the Xian tier. Had it been one of the legendary Gale Snow Wolf Emperors or Wolf Kings, Xuanqiu would not have been able to vanquish it so effortlessly. This was merely a solitary Gale Snow Wolf. Xuanqiu swiftly reached his conclusion, while his eyes gradually darkened. Wolves are pack animals, and the scent of this snow wolf's blood could very well attract a surrounding horde, should a few wolf emperors or wolf kings appear among them. Given Xuanqiu's current realm, he would not be able to withstand the onslaught easily. A single Gale Snow Wolf Emperor is akin to a powerful being of the Xian Sea realm among humans, while a Gale Snow Wolf King is undeniably a formidable force of the Tianfu realm. Furthermore, if they were to appear in numbers, being besieged by dozens of Tianfu realm experts would leave Xuanqiu with little hope for survival. Those wretched old fools, how could they devise such a twisted trial? Xuanqiu cursed inwardly in the blink of an eye. He concealed his aura and transformed into a blood-red sword shadow, departing from the area. Moments after his escape, the earth-shaking howls of wolves echoed across the snowfield. He had narrowly evaded disaster, and a sense of luck swelled in his heart. He paused, sensing that the spiritual energy in this realm was remarkably abundant, equivalent to 10 times that of external cultivation. Of course, the spiritual energy in the library pavilion far surpassed that of the outside world, but the richness here was even more terrifying than that of the previous 8 floors. As Xuanqiu drew upon the vast sea of divine energy within him to absorb the spiritual energy of this realm, warmth flowed through his meridians, causing his cultivation in the Tianfu realm to ascend directly from the 6th to the 9th level. A surge of confidence filled Xuanqiu's heart. If he were to safely exit the 9th floor, breaking through to the wholly concealed realm would not pose a significant challenge. Contemplating this, he began to consider the techniques he possessed. Reflecting, I am currently lacking in soul-refining methods. It seems imperative that I address this deficiency. The wholly concealed realm is often described in terms of the celestial concealed, earth concealed, and human concealed. The human body consists of 3 palaces, namely the Emperor's Palace, the Radiant Palace, and the Ancient Palace, which correspond to the 3 souls of heaven, earth, and man. The merging of these 3 souls forms the Jade Chamber, enabling the cultivation of the primordial spirit, representing a nascent form of the Xian Palace. A magnificent and resplendent palace surely requires a solid foundation, and the Xian Palace realm is also divided into various tiers. Currently, I have only cultivated a trace of the ancient human soul's power, while the Emperor's heavenly soul and the radiant earth soul remain utterly elusive, a long and arduous journey ahead. Xuanqiu furrowed his brow at this thought. One cannot act independently in the world of martial arts, and sometimes he must consider future matters. One who does not strategize for the larger picture cannot strategize for a single domain. One who does not plan for eternity cannot plan for the present moment. Xuanqiu had to admit that Su Qing'er had a point. The struggle for the title of the Nine Heavens Pathmaster was the first step he must take. For in the face of the many holy suns surrounding him, strength and cultivation were the ultimate currencies that could override all else. Meanwhile, the world outside had erupted into a frenzy since his entry into the 9th floor of the library pavilion. Su Qing'er openly acknowledged her inability to compete with Xuanqiu, cleverly placing the 8th holy sun on the hot seat. Since you wish to contend, let it be a battle to the death. Above the Xuandu purple mansion, the great sword immortal Xian Mingqian gazed through layers of mist, his eyes slightly unfocused, facing the Jiuxiao ancestor, who had been his opponent for quite some time. The Jiuxiao ancestor spoke. Junior brother, is it not better to let him quietly remain as a Jiuxiao pathmaster? The tone of his words bore a hint of reproach. The head of the Jiuxiao Holy Land, Tai, was merely a puppet pushed to the forefront by the Jiuxiao ancestor. In reality, he was the true puppeteer behind the scenes. This is the desire for power. He too did not wish for Xuanqiu to exhibit exceptional talent and cultivation. The Holy Land required a competent successor, and it was evident that Xuanqiu was the unequivocal choice in the heart of the elder. Xian Mingqian maintained a calm demeanor as he placed his piece on the board. The Night King's mansion will not easily let go of the bloodline heir of the Xian King's mansion and will not spare. The great sword immortal's words trailed off, for he knew that his shrewd elder brother was well aware of the implications. The Jiuxiao Holy Land had already become inextricably linked with the Xian King's mansion behind Xuanqiu. Like grasshoppers bound together on a single rope, sharing both fortune and peril. If one day this heir of the Xian King's mansion were to venture to the East Sea and cleanse the filth of his lineage, then the Jiuxiao Holy Land would become a vassal of the dragon. The world is an absurd gamble. Sometimes, there is no clear winner or loser, only life and death lie in the thickening fog. At this moment, the Jiuxiao ancestor, who had long since seen through the cycle of life and death, could not discern the depths of the future. The resolution to break the deadlock did not lie within Xuanqiu, but rather in the Xian King's mansion behind him, as well as the lord and goddess from beyond the realm. Xuanqiu was still too young. The costs of allowing him to grow were too high. And the Jiuxiao Holy Land dared not take that gamble. At this moment, the Jiuxiao ancestor chose to reject, and such a choice represented the true alignment of the Jiuxiao Holy Land. The ancient sacred body of the Night King's mansion had shattered the taboo curse, and at around 22 years of age, he had evidently become a master of the life and death realm, exhibiting signs of a youthful supreme being. In contrast, Xuanqiu had fallen into a dark abyss, yet the time left for his growth was alarmingly brief. The Jiuxiao ancestor sensed a number of formidable figures outside the Holy Land, their sights set on the once ineffectual divine son, Xuanqiu. The great sword immortal sipped from his cup of snow-covered mountains. Understanding the look of worry on the elder's face, and gently smiled, the resolution does not lie within the Xian King's mansion, but within Xuanqiu himself. The advantage of the Night King's mansion lies not merely in the power of the mansion, but also in the being known as Xuanya. Xuanya, as mentioned by Xian Mingqian, was Xuanqiu's cousin, the legitimate heir of the Night King's mansion, the ancient sacred body known as Xuanya. Junior brother, you truly have a knack for jest. The Jiuxiao ancestor scoffed, having already made up his mind. Chapter 20. I will contend for eternal renown. Do you doubt my judgment, brother? I am not yet so muddled. The 9th floor of the library pavilion is not as simple as it appears. It encompasses numerous legacies. Should it be regarded as a place of inheritance for the Jiuxiao Holy Land, it would not be an unreasonable notion. In nearly a century, the first holy son, Chu Wuxuan, was the only disciple to have entered the 9th floor, and that indomitable sword body obtained some form of legacy from it, thus mastering the sword path. Aside from the great sword immortal Xian Mingqian, Chu Wuxuan should be considered the foremost sword master within the Jiuxiao Holy Land. Xian Mingqian had long since deduced that the legacy obtained by Chu Wuxuan was indeed that of the sword ancestor. Among the various legacies within the Jiuxiao Holy Land, the legacy of the Dao ancestor is the most profound. Regrettably, None of the descendants among the Jiuxiao Holy Land's disciples have had the fortune to acquire such an opportunity. Xuanxu, my disciple, you must not disappoint your master. At the foot of Yuming Mountain, a figure hurriedly made his way towards the towering peak. The young man wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Suddenly noticing an inn at the foot of the mountain, marked by a tattered and dirty flag. Upon it were inscribed a few small black characters. Safe Haven Inn. The inn was empty. Yet the delightful aroma of wine wafted through the air. A strikingly handsome man with a frosty demeanor, clad in a black robe, sat alone drinking, gazing towards the young man in plain clothing, and remarked, "The journey from the East Sea to the Jiuxiao Holy Land is quite distant. You must be weary from your travels. Why not take a moment to rest?" The young man in plain clothing, his exotic pupils gleaming with an unusual light, regarded the man with a wary expression and feigned a casual smile. "It seems the divine son possesses remarkable foresight, knowing that I would come to this place." The black-robed man smiled warmly. Yuming Mountain remains a necessary stop on the way to the Jiuxiao Holy Land. Given your travel-worn appearance, you surely seek a place to rest. The divine son sees through it all. I am in admiration. The young man in plain clothing bowed with a smile, though the smile seemed somewhat insincere, lacking true warmth. The handsome man swirled his wine cup, murmuring softly, divine son, that tone is rather cold. If I were to take the place of my younger cousin Xuanxu here, I wonder how you would address me, Jishu." As he spoke the last words, the man's voice grew increasingly imbued with a chilling undertone, and the wine within his cup shimmered with frost, revealing a hint of coldness. The young man in plain clothing was none other than Song Jishu, grandson of Song Xian, who had departed from Penglai Island. The man drinking alone was the ancient sacred body of this era, now the divine son of the Xian god clan, his cultivation as vast as the sea, leaving one unable to discern its depths. Unaware of the tumultuous waves concealed within, Song Jishu regarded Xuanya with a furrowed brow, puzzled as to why he did not obstruct him at the East Sea, even if he sought to take his life. Why would the esteemed divine son personally involve himself? This is where he finds himself perplexed. A few peach trees stand before the inn, shedding several crimson leaves, adding a touch of spring ambience. Xian Ye's eyes are as dark and stagnant as still water, betraying no emotion as he absent-mindedly taps on the table. Song Jishu treads through the yellow mud, leaving a trail of footprints. Her expression fearless as she directly sits across from Xian Yi. Though the wine of this mortal realm lacks the splendor of Penglai's red walls and white snow, it possesses a unique flavor that stirs the heart. Xian Yi reveals a look of infatuation. It is the first time Song Jishu has witnessed such an expression on Xian Yi, causing her to gasp in astonishment before she mockingly remarks, "Having lingered in the celestial realm for too long, you have yet to savor the bittersweet flavors of the mortal world, hence your perception feels so distinct." Her gaze briefly flicks to the chipped wine bowl in Xian Ye's hand, her brow furrowing involuntarily. The noble heir of the Night King's household, choosing to lower himself to drink from such a broken vessel. She had initially assumed Xian Yi to be a person of extravagant indulgence and arrogant pride. Yet he emanates an air of effortless grace. Xian Yi slightly raises his gaze, meeting the scrutinizing eyes of the dual-pupiled observer. "Do you believe I should be a capricious and overbearing young lord? Only to return from the void and reclaim the position of the divine son." He takes a sip and smiles. "That would align perfectly with the tales told among the common folk. Regrettably, you shall be disappointed." Song Jishu's dual pupils shimmer with intent, ready to seize the moment, despite knowing she is no match for the ancient sacred body. The world acknowledges the ancient sacred body as a failed vessel. Yet Xian Yi, who has shattered 10 prohibitions, is a creature of heaven and earth. Xian Yi perceives Song Jishu's internal doubts. Many among the 10 heavenly monarchs have mobilized, seeking to capture you and return you to the East Sea. Rest assured, I have thwarted their every attempt, so you need not worry. Once you traverse Yuming Mountain, you can proceed directly to the sacred land of Jiuxiao to find Xiao Su. Why? Are you not afraid of Xian Su's resurgence? Reclaiming all that you possess? Song Jishu gazes blankly at the man in black. The clouds in the sky shift naturally, gradually drifting into the distance, as Xian Ye's gaze retracts, a resurgence. For this lifetime's ancient sacred body, I have long understood my mission. It is merely a petty family dispute. What I seek is the contention of all ages, The silhouette of a black serpent flickers around Xianyi, who continues. Relay to Xian Su that this elder brother of his awaits him at Penglai in the East Sea at any time. As he concludes, his dark, abyss-like pupils burst forth with a fervent battle spirit, his voice as resolute as iron. I shall win against him with honor. Xianyi deems his mother's actions disgraceful. Criticized by others, hence he requires a battle to prove himself. The ancient sacred body is the mightiest in this era, and all-powerful beings shall yield to him. Song Jishu is rendered speechless. Astonished by Xian Ye's fierce ambition and relentless drive, witnessing such a transformation is simply unfathomable. I shall convey your words. Song Jishu rises to depart, vanishing into the vast sands. Xianyi watches her retreating figure, sighing heavily. Alas, the dual-pupiled observer cannot be of service to me. How tragic if the dual-pupiled Song Jishu were to align with him. He would gain another formidable ally in his ranks. Behind him, a graceful woman with a lute appears, having emerged unnoticed. She speaks. If she is of no use to the master, why not eliminate her? Her allegiance to Xian Su will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble for our master. Xianyi casts a meaningful glance at the woman. Whether it be Xianyi or Xian Su, are we not all from the Xian divine clan? What distinction is there between him and me? If Jishu wishes to depart, then let her go. The lute-bearing woman seems to glean a deeper meaning from her master's profound gaze, sensing his indifference toward the struggle for succession within the Xian divine clan. Master! She bows her head, musing softly. Yet, Xian Ye's words prompt her to lift her gaze. Have you ever witnessed an eternal night? Have you felt the terror of darkness? Xianyi smiles gently. I have seen and experienced it. Therefore, the family feud holds little significance. Chapter 21. The Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave. Xiansu gazes at the rock face adorned with barbs, summoning the sun chaser as he begins to ascend. The sun at the center of the sky casts half of its fiery clouds. Its searing heat scorching the earth below. It is not that Xiansu lacks the desire to transform into the shadow of the Xianyin sword and traverse the steep rock face, but rather he has discerned an indescribable prohibition in this place, exuding an imperceptible pressure. He cannot help but grumble. In just a few hours, I have traversed through the 4 seasons. This illusion is indeed capricious. The vibrancy of spring, the desolation of autumn, the chilling harshness of winter, and the blazing sun of summer. Xiansu has experienced the colors of the 4 seasons, feeling as if he is intoxicated by the passage of time. Witnessing the vast seas transform into fields of mulberry. His snow-white garments are drenched, soaked by the sweat of his exertion. After an hour, Xiansu reaches the summit, immediately feeling the abundant spiritual energy enveloping him. He sits cross-legged, drawing upon the vast ocean of divine energy within him, greedily absorbing the offerings of nature like a young infant. His pale complexion gradually turns rosy. Within the ocean of divine energy swirl 4 distinct essences, representing the vitality of spring, the heat of summer, the solitude of autumn, and the frost of winter. Xiansu channels this power, utilizing the vitality of spring and the solitude of autumn to manifest the life cycle of the Xianyin 13 swords. With a flick of his fingers, the towering tree before him is struck with such force that it instantaneously displays multiple cycles of bloom and decay. Indeed, my initial conjecture was correct. Xiansu rises, taking a deep breath, smiling. Having traversed the seasons, I have finally grasped the colors of decay and flourishing. The hardships previously endured were not in vain. Suddenly, an inexplicable agitation arises within him. His deep, ocean-like gaze is drawn to a water stream 10 miles away. The Qinglian sword classic seems to yearn for that place. Could it be that something awaits? Xiansu contemplates. The Qinglian sword classic is an unparalleled scripture created by Li Qinglian, born from a lifetime of swordsmanship insights. All things possess a spirit, even techniques, which form their own will within the river of time. Only the heavenly fire can attract the Qinglian sword classic, particularly the ancient sacred lotus fire. According to ancient texts, the ancient sacred lotus fire is categorized into the first purest blue lotus, the second meritorious golden lotus, the third guanine red lotus, the fourth nameless white lotus, the fifth world-ending black lotus, the sixth chaotic blue lotus, the seventh creator blue lotus, the eighth 9-grade golden lotus, the ninth reincarnation purple lotus, and the 10th karmic fire red lotus. What awaits me could be any one of the 10 ancient sacred lotuses. As the waterfall of the Milky Way cascades down, a magnificent and towering tree embraces the mountain as if cradling its child. Below the water stream, the emerald waters flow gently, where a few brown-yellow monkeys frolic. Their beady eyes spot an uninvited human standing by the stream, baring their teeth and emitting shrill cries to assert their territorial sovereignty. Xiansu coldly observes everything, dismissing the insignificant yellow monkeys. For what truly piques his interest is the Monkey King in this realm. He raises his hand, pale as ice jade, his golden eyes flashing with a cold glint. Several frost-laden moon blades, imbued with chill, rush towards the heads of the small yellow monkeys. The monkeys, unprepared, collapse lifelessly, their brains and blood mingling with the clear, green waters. Xiansu harnesses the power of his palm to unleash a dragon siphon towards the waterfall. Suddenly, a black gorilla, the size of an adult, emits a piercing roar, its fur bristling, revealing a vertical pupil above its brow. The gorilla surveys its surroundings, quickly noticing the human male by the stream and the lifeless yellow monkeys. Igniting a fury within it, Xiansu remains calm, analyzing the situation as he darts towards the gorilla. The fury in the beast's eyes blazes intensely. It longs to exact vengeance upon the human who has invaded its territory and slain its kin. Suddenly, the vertical pupil upon its brow emits a dark red flame. Xiansu attempts to grasp this flame, feeling its searing heat, and swiftly discards it. What a terrifying flame! Xiansu stares at his scorched palm, fully aware that he has paid the price for his recklessness. Yet, his mind remains clear, further confirming that the fire lotus within the water curtain cave is extraordinary. Upon contact with that flame, he even experienced the illusion of his very soul being scorched. The flames of the world are categorized into beast flames, heavenly flames, ghost flames, and lotus flames, with the ancient sacred lotus fire reigning supreme among them. The flame expelled by a beast of the earth level can seemingly disrupt his cycle of decay and flourishing, suggesting it rivals the heavenly fire of the lotus. Hee. The robust gorilla, witnessing Xiansu's moment of weakness, pounds its chest, as if mocking the audacity of the human before it. Xiansu snorts coldly, leaping forward, proclaiming, "Ignorant beast, today I shall wield the sword of the 4 seasons against you." With a gentle clasp of his 5 fingers, for distinct hues of ethereal light were unleashed. The black gorilla, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a barrage of dark crimson flames, unaware that the powers of the 4 seasons had coalesced into a sword formation bearing down upon him. Faced with such a spectacle, the beast was momentarily taken aback, only to witness the loathsome human piercing its chest with the frost blade. Having dealt with the black gorilla, Su-Inex did not lower his guard. Instead, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. His senses captured a subtle ripple of energy nearby. Atop the water curtain cave, a peculiar stone stood, and at that very moment, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on its surface. 20 years prior, a swordsman had forcibly intruded into this place, inflicting countless casualties upon my people. Regrettably, I had yet to awaken at that time. Now, 20 years later, another outsider has committed such heinous acts. Yet your fortune is not in your favor. I have already awakened. The colossal stone erupted explosively, releasing a shadow that swung an iron rod towards Su-Inex. In an instant, stones flew and sand scattered, the once tranquil water surface rippling violently, yet Su-Inex's figure was nowhere to be seen. Su-Inex had not anticipated that the Monkey King had ascended to the level of a beast emperor and could articulate human speech. Indicating a considerable intellect, detestable human, where do you think you're going? Taste my club. With hair like golden threads and a face of deep crimson, the Monkey King, emboldened by his power, swung the iron rod towards Su-Inex. Reducing the surrounding forest to mere dust, Su-Inex retaliated with a thrust of his sword. Heaven and earth, let me roam, transforming his formerly black hair into a striking white, his demeanor now exuding cold majesty. The Monkey King, gazing at his profusely bleeding wound, bared his teeth in rage, exclaiming, "Human, you seek a fight." This novel can be downloaded through the open source, free star string downloader developed by Xingyu. If you acquire this novel file via a proxy download and the merchant fails to provide the software source code or open source address, please request an immediate refund and report the merchant. Author's email, xingyvoutlook.com. Authors QQ 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group 149050832 Official TG Group, https t.me FQ Tool Chapter 22, The Taoist in Trouble Times. The Buddha in Prosperity. The silver-white robes billowed elegantly in the wind, unleashing 13 blood-red sword shadows, emanating a terrifying Shura power. Su Inx's golden eyes were veiled by a layer of blood-red murderous intent as he brandished the supreme divine weapon. The sun-repelling sword, charging towards the Monkey King. The Monkey King, frustrated by an excess of power with no outlet, vented all his might upon the human before him. The physical strength of this bizarre stone monkey was surprisingly on par with that of the formidable Mu Feng wielding the dragon elephant suppression technique. How intriguing! Had the former Su Inx faced such a formidable foe, he might have resorted to guerrilla tactics, hesitant to confront a physically robust adversary head-on. However, today was different, invoking the heavenly prison godly path. Su Inx was adorned with a layer of black golden radiance, dark flames of the abyss erupting from his form, momentarily leaving the Monkey King at a loss. Truly cunning human. The Monkey King scratched his head in agitation. Glaring at the impassive Su Inx, resorting to wildly swinging his iron rod, causing the earth to tremble and stones to fly in the next moment, he let out a long howl, baring his fangs in a primal scream. A sacred golden light enveloping his beastly form. Gradually, he fused with that radiant silhouette, draped in robes, his eyes serene, viewing all beings as equals, exuding a profound Buddhist essence I had almost forgotten. The creature was akin to a heaven-reaching expert of the human race. The earlier Buddha light must have been its celestial power, Su Inx mused inwardly. The affairs of the world are indeed rife with marvels. To think that a beast could cultivate into a Buddha. Such a notion would be met with disbelief were it to be shared. Yet the stark reality lay before Su Inx's eyes. Vile creature, why not submit and yield? The sea of suffering is boundless. Turn back to find the shore. The Buddha monkey regarded Su Inx with cold disdain, extending a golden hand, intent on mercilessly erasing him from existence. Su Inx, upon hearing this, felt a shiver run down his spine. A surge of inexplicable anger rising within him. Having lived so long, it was the first time he had been addressed in such a manner by a beast. Moreover, he harbored no favorable impressions of the so-called Buddhist sect. In times of turmoil, the Taoist sect seeks to save the suffering, while the Buddhist sect shuts its doors to avoid calamity. Ancient texts from the Zhongshuan immortal domain recount that during several great calamities, individuals from the Buddhist sect played the role of villains, turning innocent civilians into Buddhist slaves. In an instant, the world descended into chaos, and the Buddhist sect could not escape its culpability. Su Inx contemptuously regarded the golden figure in the void, smirking disdainfully. Since you seek to transcend me with Buddhist teachings, I shall extinguish the Buddha within your heart with my Taoist arts. He leapt into the air, his white hair reverting to its inky blackness. As 9 celestial forms emerged from behind him, an intangible pressure causing the golden hand to tremble. At that moment, Su Inx resembled an otherworldly warrior, enveloped in resplendent celestial light, 6 primordial divine beasts guarding his front. In the abyssal void, a dark-hued divine lotus quietly bloomed, releasing a dense chaotic power, representative of Su Inx's 7th celestial aspect, the chaotic divine lotus. Alas, it was not a true ancient divine lotus, but an embodiment of energy. A resplendent golden gate slowly opened, suppressing the Buddha monkey to the point of immobility, as the Buddhist light enveloping it was gradually corroded by the heavenly and earthly gates, revealing its true form. The beast's eyes, once calm, now brimmed with horror. 9 celestial aspects. When did the human race produce such a formidable being? I must convey this intelligence back to the Western paradise. The conflict between Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism has never ceased. The Taoist sect has kept the Confucian and Buddhist schools from rising for centuries, showcasing its profound heritage. Meanwhile, the Buddhist and Confucian sects have seen their numbers dwindle in recent years, presenting a scene of decay, a stark contrast to their former glory. The will of heaven lies with the Taoist sect, not the Buddhist sect. Why is this so? The Buddha monkey howled defiantly. Su Inx's gaze was as cold as steel as he unleashed another strike of the heavenly blood Shura execution upon it. Yet it failed to breach the protective Buddhist light surrounding the Monkey King. However, the Yin and Shura energies of the heavenly blood Shura execution, like parasitic worms, lingered just outside its flesh, poised to deliver a fatal blow when necessary. Sensing the ominous and terrifying sword energy, the Buddha monkey's expression shifted dramatically, as though faced with impending doom, utilizing the Buddhist power within to defend itself, only to find it gradually eroded and absorbed by the Shura force. Its eyes widened in disbelief, glaring at the white-haired man as if he were a hellish demon. This power comes from the yellow springs and the azure skies. You shall be cast down to the 18th layer of hell, suffering the flames of karma for eternity, never to be reborn. Su-Nx could not help but burst into mocking laughter at these words. You speak of the Buddha saving all beings. Yet where is your salvation now? I see all beings as mere chess pieces in this vast sea of humanity. Your Buddha cannot rescue you in this moment of suffering. At this point, Su-Nx recalled an ancient tale, not merely a tale, but a record from the Taoist classics in those days, when neither the Taoist nor Confucian sects had emerged, only the Buddha roamed the world. The bitter cries of the people echoed as they lamented the harshness of life, a true reflection of the world's reality. One day, the white-clad Buddha walked among men, witnessing the tragic scenes and revealing a knowing smile, telling the people, "My Buddha can help you forget time, forget fatigue, forget suffering." The people, grasping at this lifeline, began to embrace Buddhism, unaware that the fabled Buddhist sect was not as pure and exalted as the Buddha had described. They too suffered oppression at the hands of Buddhist disciples, who forced them to transport massive stones to create statues, branding these individuals as Buddhist slaves. If one were to categorize all beings into ranks, the disciples of Buddhism would undoubtedly occupy the highest tier, while the Buddhist slaves remained at the lowest. Wherever there is oppression, there will be struggles. Extraordinary treatment often signifies intense class conflict, and class conflict invariably requires bloodshed. In collaboration with a tattered Taoist and a destitute scholar, they slew the white-clad Buddha, liberating the masses from suffering. In those days, the Taoist and Confucian sects united to expel the hypocritical Buddhist sect from the Zhongshuan immortal domain. What surprised Su-Nx was discovering traces of Buddhist disciples within the realm of Taoism. This nine heavens sacred land is truly fascinating. Could there be remnants of the Buddhist sect hidden within its depths? Su-Nx suppressed the absurdity of these thoughts and chuckled, shaking his head. The twilight sky bled crimson like blood, devoid of any clouds. Su-Nx retracted his bloodied hand, indifferent to the lifeless Buddha monkey, preparing to delve deeper into the water-curtained cave. At that moment, the Monkey King's brownish-yellow corpse emitted a strange light, its decaying beastly form shrinking down into a massive humanoid stone. Su-Nx extended his right hand, drawing it closer, pondering. According to the ancient records of the Buddhist sect, during a time of peril for the heavens and earth, the goddess Nwa used 36,501 spirit stones to mend the sky, leaving only one behind. This monkey, so feeble, could not possibly be the renowned Buddha of battle. Yet the origins of this stone are truly elusive. Suppressing his doubts, Su-Nx secured the massive humanoid stone, placing it within the expanse of the divine sea, then transformed into a streak of bloodlight, racing towards the water-curtained cave. Chapter 23. The First Holy Sun, Chu Wuxuan, in the absence of the Monkey King. The fallen tree scattered the monkeys, allowing the enigmatic invader, Xuanqiu, to enter the water-curtained cave unhindered. The cave, as translucent as a pearl, appeared soft like the gentle patter of fine rain, with rocks of varying hues, presenting a unique world within. Beneath the expansive, emerald pool, massive stones protruded, their surfaces caressed by the flowing waters, which crashed against the boulders, producing crystal-clear droplets like shattered jade that danced towards the azure depths. At the center of the pool lay a wondrous, mysterious lotus, surrounded by numerous white lotuses that graciously supported it, while the resplendent red lotus drew attention like the moon surrounded by stars. The fiery heart of the lotus cast a gleaming light upon Xuanqiu's cheek, enveloping him in a searing warmth. The creatures of this realm thrived under the nurturing of the lotus, gaining a semblance of the lotus's fiery essence, perfectly corroborating Xuanqiu's earlier speculation. If he was not mistaken, this should be the infernal flame lotus, one of the 10 ancient divine lotuses. Xuanqiu gazed intently at the fiery red lotus not far from him. And though it was within arm's reach, he dared not recklessly reach for it. Even the bizarre flames of the black gorilla were beyond his immediate control, let alone the true master of this domain. However, The infernal flame lotus before him appeared as lifeless as any inanimate object. Xuanchu's thoughts raced as he quickly discerned the anomaly. The ancient divine lotuses were categorized into 12 grades. Each petal that blossomed represented an elevation in rank. The infernal flame lotus in the pool was not of the legendary 12th grade. Otherwise, it would not exist within the sacred realm of Jiushaod. It was rumored that the 12th grade infernal flame lotus was acquired by the ancestral being of the Blood Sea and the Nether River. Seated upon a lotus pedestal, impervious to harm, burning with karmic flames that manifested as both offense and defense. Nevertheless, if he could refine the 3rd grade infernal flame lotus before him, it would undoubtedly elevate his Qinglian sword classic to a new level. Leading to a qualitative leap, Xuanchu extended his hand towards the infernal flame lotus at the center of the emerald pool, invoking the grand sealing technique of the heavenly prison to bind it with 10 invisible, transparent chains. Simultaneously, he summoned the powers of Azura and Nether from within, causing the colorless chains to darken to a deep crimson and shadowy hue. This red lotus, imbued with infernal flames, originated from the depths of hell. And those two powers were indeed of the same source. The 3rd grade infernal flame lotus not only offered no resistance, but also seemed to resonate harmoniously with the Azura power. Elated, Xuanchu drew it into his vast divine sea and laid down layers of seals with the Xian 13 sword array. This infernal flame could temper his soul. Why not utilize this lotus to enhance his spiritual prowess? Had the infernal flame lotus been of a significantly higher grade, even a cautious individual like Xuanchu would not have dared to adopt such a method. Fearing a disastrous outcome that could lead to the scattering of his soul, he infused a thread of his soul power into the infernal flame lotus, experiencing a searing pain that coursed throughout his body, leaving him drenched in sweat. Even the power of winter frost could not dissipate the heat enveloping him. A resplendent golden character manifested, revealing a myriad of profound and mysterious golden runes flowing through Xuanchu's veins. Alleviating much of his suffering, as the soul power continued to be tempered, it began to take on the indistinct outline of a shadowy figure. A frenzied storm of flames swept through the vast divine sea. But under the suppression of the Xian sword array, it could not stir up any tumultuous waves. Its fate awaited only refinement. Half an hour later, Xuanchu's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light as he slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He turned his gaze inward, and a unique smile graced his handsome face. He sensed an elevation in his cultivation, now at the pinnacle of the 9th heaven in the Tianfu realm, with just a single step separating him from the sacred vault realm. Moreover, after refining the infernal flame lotus, he not only grasped the infernal flames, but also comprehended a fragment of both the earth soul and heaven soul powers. Given time, stepping into the sacred vault would not pose a challenge. However, the pressing concern was how to navigate out of this 9th layer. Xuanchu fell into contemplation, unaware of when a stranger, a scruffy man with a sword slung over his back, materialized before him. His unkempt beard indicating he had not groomed himself in quite some time, a wooden gourd hanging from his waist. His voice was not as rough as one might expect. Rather, it possessed a gentle beauty, akin to stones striking the surface of a lake. After many years, someone has entered the 9th layer again. Who are you? Xuanchu, naturally cautious of sudden appearances, felt a surge of wariness within him. He could not help but speculate on the stranger's identity. Could he be the first saint son of the indestructible sword body, Chu Wuxuan? Yet, he had heard that Chu Wuxuan was away, and Xuanchu dismissed this conjecture. Furthermore, as the first saint son of Jiuxiao, how could he appear in such disarray? It was indeed a disgrace to his status. Then who could this person be? Perhaps he was a senior of Jiuxiao trapped in this place. Only such an explanation made sense. The scruffy man appeared unfazed, his gaze hazy, seemingly indifferent to Xuanchu's identity. Did you kill that demon monkey from the Buddhist sect? Did you pluck the infernal flame lotus? His tone was as soothing as a gentle breeze, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yes, Xuanchu's scrutinizing gaze never wavered. Facing the other's inquiries, he felt a hint of hostility rising within him. He pressed again. And who might you be? I prefer to answer questions with a sword, the scruffy man replied bluntly. Xuanchu restrained the sword of the setting sun, letting out a cold laugh. Perhaps I can adopt a more favorable approach to my inquiries. Spring water. The man's voice resonated with thunderous clarity as the wooden sword behind him, named Spring Water, soared forth, unleashing several beams of sword light aimed directly at Xuanchu's chest. Reverse Water's Chill. A layer of icy crystals formed over Xuanchu's eyes, enveloping the entire water curtain cave in frost, and the temperature plummeted abruptly. This technique, Reverse Water's Chill, was derived from his insights gained from the Four Seasons Scenic Sword. Without pausing, Xuanchu unleashed Spring Wind Crossing, Demonic Howl, and Autumn Silence. In contrast, the scruffy man, unlike Xuanchu's flamboyant display, wielded only a single sword, capable of breaking through myriad techniques. The sword's energy, a long rainbow, shattered through the Four Seasons sword, instantly darting toward Xuanchu, delivering a crushing blow. Xuanchu's eyelids twitched as he stained his jade fingers with golden light, bracing against the attack. The scruffy man chuckled in surprise. Xianshin finger? So you are of the Xianshin clan. Recognizing the other's identity, the man's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, delivering 9 sword strikes designed to challenge the elite of the Xianshin clan. Xuanchu dodged 8 of the strikes but was wounded by an inexplicable sword energy, blood spilling from his lips. He had to concede that this swordsman, whether in combat skills or cultivation, far surpassed him. Even when he unleashed the 9 celestial phenomena, the opponent summoned 9 different divine sword manifestations. Suddenly, the scruffy man sheathed his wooden sword, Spring Water, casting a deep gaze at Xuanchu. Those who can enter the 9th layer are not mere pretenders. Though you conceal yourself well, that aura cannot be hidden. Xuanchu smiled. Chu Wuxuan. Chapter 24. A different Zhouxiao ancestor. Despite the man's efforts to conceal his aura, he could not escape Xuanchu's probing senses. If Xuanchu recalled correctly, that aura belonged to the renowned innate indestructible sword aura, akin to his own Xian Yin sword aura. Having had his identity revealed, Chu Wuxuan smiled casually, his expression revealing little emotion. After a few skirmishes, you recognized my identity. Why have I not heard of your name within the Zhouxiao sacred land? Xuanchu's displayed cultivation and strength were already comparable to those of the other saint sons. If Chu Wuxuan were to discover that the white-clad youth before him was the newly appointed 8th saint son, he could only imagine the expression on his face. Chu Wuxuan had long remained reclusive. Even the Grand Saint Lord found it exceedingly difficult to meet him. At that time, the seemingly worthless godson, Xuanchu, had been secretly sent to Yutian Peak, while Chu Wuxuan's true self still resided in the 9th layer of the library pavilion. I heard that the first saint's son, Chu Wuxuan, emerged from the 9th layer, secluded himself to recuperate for 3 months, and then departed the sacred land. Why are you still in the 9th layer of this library pavilion? Is it possible that the Chu Wuxuan outside is merely a projection of yourself? Xuanchu gazed at the disheveled man, full of confusion, only to see the unkempt figure reveal a mysterious smile. How could one know who Chu Wuxuan truly is if they are not him? Who is to say that the one outside is the real Chu Wuxuan? For the first time, the first saint's son displayed a profound demeanor before another. He tightened his grip on his right side, where a wound had begun to heal, indicating a prior injury. Among the younger generation, Chu Wuxuan's cultivation and prowess were second to none. Unless some extraordinary being resided within the 9th layer capable of harming him, it was implausible for him to sustain such serious injuries. No, there was another possibility. A presence of unknown, mysterious power surrounding him. Otherwise, with Chu Wuxuan's strength, he could not possibly have been so grievously wounded. Hey kid, you still haven't told me your identity. Chu Wuxuan called out loudly. I am Xuanchu, honored to be the 8th saint son of Zhouxiao sacred land. Upon hearing this, Chu Wuxuan regarded Xuanchu with a meaningful gaze. So you are the godson of the Xianshin clan. I have heard of you. Your 5 orifices were excavated, your cultivation destroyed. I never expected you to arrive at Zhouxiao sacred land. Those old fellows have some audacity to openly protect you. Keep in mind that the major sacred lands of the eastern extremity domain are subordinate to the Xianshin clan. Xuanchu could not help but counter. What happened to your injury? Chu Wuxuan evaded the question. What kind of person do you think the Zhouxiao ancestor is? Xuanchu furrowed his brows in confusion, unable to comprehend why the other party posed such a question. He replied casually, the old ancestor of Zhouxiao appointed me as the 8th holy son, then orchestrated matters so that the great sword immortal, Shiming Chun, would take me as his disciple. Upon hearing the name of the great sword immortal, Chu Wuxuan could not help but smile. The great sword immortal is indeed a remarkable figure. However, all of this is predicated upon my own strength and talent. and one cannot dismiss the possibility that they might sell me to the East Sea. You possess a degree of self-awareness and have not allowed a momentary success to cloud your judgment. Chu Wuxuan cast a look of approval at the young man, who was significantly younger than himself. The wounds I bear are the result of the old ancestor of Zhu Xiao's doing, he remarked nonchalantly. Unfortunately, the 9th level of the library pavilion harbors a certain mysterious restriction, which can be considered a kind of secret realm, and no matter how formidable one may be, upon reaching this place, one is limited to the cultivation of the holy concealment realm. This is also the true reason why Chu Wuxuan was able to escape with his life. Otherwise, with the strength of the old ancestor of Zhu Xiao, who has mastered the 9 transformations of life and death, he would likely have had no capacity for resistance. From Xuanchu's words, he gleaned some information about the events at Zhu Xiao Holy Land over the past few years. That old curmudgeon actually fabricated a false Chu Wuxuan, attempting to deceive others with a counterfeit. It is utterly despicable. Xuanchu stared at Chu Wuxuan in astonishment, unable to fathom why the benevolent ancestor would inflict such grievous harm upon the first holy son. Leading to the conclusion that the Chu Wuxuan outside is merely an impostor. It is rumored that you have obtained the sword ancestor's inheritance. The old man was not lying. I indeed acquired it on the 9th level, having accepted the sword ancestor's legacy. Upon learning this fact, Xuanchu was momentarily at a loss, pondering why a candidate for Dao would suddenly be attacked by the old ancestor of Zhu Xiao. Could it be that the avaricious Zhu Xiao Dao ancestor, in pursuit of the sword ancestor's inheritance, took aggressive action against him? Leaning against the cold stone wall, Chu Wuxuan's heart mirrored the chill. He slowly sat down, noticing the worried expression on Xuanchu's face, and smiled. The bustling world is driven by profit. The old ancestor of Zhu Xiao has lingered at the 9 transformations of life and death realm for several epochs. Should he fail to break through to the creation Dao respect realm in a short span of time, Zhu Xiao Holy Land will inevitably be consumed by other holy lands. However, if it is for a noble cause, I would not be averse to offering him the sword ancestor's inheritance. Chu Wuxuan's gaze deepened, his expression turning particularly grave. Yet, I discern that the power he wields does not stem from the Taoist methods. In the next moment, he voluntarily lifted his tattered clothing, revealing a wound the size of a gaping hole. To Xuanchu's horror, the wound still bore a remnant of scarlet demonic energy, intertwined with the marks of Buddhist teachings. Could it be that the old ancestor of Zhu Xiao is a person of the Buddhist sect, who has been lurking within the Taoist ranks? Xuanchu ventured a bold guess. I cannot say for certain. Regardless, that old fellow is no good man. Chu Wuxuan and Xuanchu exited the water curtain paradise, watching the clouds roll and swirl, each lost in their own thoughts. According to our previous agreement, I must take you to a certain place. Xuanchu tilted his head and inquired, whose agreement? Chu Wuxuan responded with a mysterious smile. The great sword immortal, Xinming Chen, your master. In the vast expanse of the sky, the misty clouds shrouded the horizon, and a gentle rain dampened the chessboard where the 2 elderly men engaged in their match. The pieces that should have perished became animated. Brother, what do you think? Xinming Chen gazed at the black and white pieces on the board, a smile gracing his lips as the white pieces encircled the black ones with an overwhelming offensive. In the next moment, the black pieces inexplicably sprouted repugnant tendrils, bursting forth and instantly disrupting the entire board. The old ancestor of Zhu Xiao's dim eyes glinted with a hint of obscurity as he fixed his gaze on Xinming Chen. In your eyes, who is the dead piece? Chu Wuxuan should be the dead piece. However, Xuanchu's appearance has rendered the dynamics of the chessboard increasingly enigmatic, granting me a greater chance of victory. Xinming Chen seemed to disregard the repulsive tendrils emerging behind the old ancestor of Zhu Xiao, as he nonchalantly drew forth a demonic sword imbued with divine thunder from the void. Brother, what skill you possess to nurture a weapon with the divine thunder of annihilation in the void. The old ancestor of Zhu Xiao praised upon witnessing this. Compared to my brother's millennia of seclusion, Ming Chen is but a trifle. Xinming Chen's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he unleashed a strike of divine thunder with the intent to obliterate. Precisely the heavenly thunder guiding me among the 12 swords of Xianin. Chapter 25. The Descent of the Abyssal Evil Monk. The trees swayed violently, and the slanting raindrops lashed against his bloodied form. The air was thick with moisture, mingling with the scent of blood. Chu Wuxuan, enduring immense pain, suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the gaping wound on his chest, feeling an inexplicable sense of luck for having survived. He had not anticipated that the kindly old man harbored such depths. Upon witnessing that terrifying scene, Chu Wuxuan momentarily failed to react and was sent flying by a grievous blow. "Are you all right?" A sudden voice rang out from behind him, causing Chu Wuxuan, reborn from calamity, to startle. Could it be that old curmudgeon has returned? When he turned to look, he found an unfamiliar elder, one he had seemingly never encountered in Jiuxiao Holy Land. The 9th level truly lives up to its reputation as a secret realm of the Tao. Even your senior brother, who was a step ahead, did not manage to place you in mortal peril. The elder spoke slowly. The old ancestor of Jiuxiao emerged from the forbidden zone, and Shiming Qian, as his junior brother, also sensed that something was amiss and exited the forbidden zone as well. It was unexpected that his senior brother would show interest in the inheritance of the 9th level of the library pavilion. Even more shamelessly, the old ancestor of Jiuxiao brazenly attacked the young disciples of the Holy Land. Enduring the pain coursing through his body, Chu Wuxuan warily regarded the unfamiliar elder, uncertain of whether he was friend or foe. Shiming Qian pointed ahead, sending forth a beam of ethereal light that entered Chu Wuxuan's chest. Smiling as he said, "That dark energy originates from an unspeakable place. I cannot assist you in dispelling it. You must rely on yourself." Possessing the innate, indestructible sword body, if Chu Wuxuan were to comprehend the annihilating sword qi that eradicates all evil in the future, then this dark energy would naturally dissipate. From this day forth, you, Chu Wuxuan, are considered dead. Thus, you shall remain here in the 9th level. The elder's expression turned serious, leaving no room for rebuttal. The exceedingly intelligent Chu Wuxuan immediately picked up on the implications and inquired, "May I ask when I shall be able to leave this realm?" "When you have fully accepted the Sword Ancestor's inheritance." Chu Wuxuan was taken aback, not understanding how the other party knew of the Sword Ancestor's inheritance residing within him. Outside Bo Palace, two figures that should have been on the brink of death clashed violently, the sword-wielding elder severing the dark tendrils of the old ancestor of Jiuxiao with a magnificent celestial might. The great sword immortal, Shiming Qian, wielded swordsmanship that transcended realms, with sword energy spanning 90,000 miles. Even if the old ancestor of Jiuxiao stood before him, he would be insufficient to withstand his might. The power of the sword immortal was indeed well-deserved. Shiming Qian's gaze flickered, and the 12 swords of Xianyin surged forth like blood shadows, mercilessly slaying the dark tendrils that emerged behind the old ancestor of Jiuxiao. He let out a fierce shout, his blood energy surging, as he unleashed the 13th sword. Heavenly Blood Azura Extermination. You two disciples are indeed teaching and learning from one another, the dark energy billowed. And the old ancestor of Jiuxiao gradually revealed his form, with ghastly tendrils swirling behind him. Shiming Qian sneered, his swordsmanship unwavering, and laughed maniacally. A disciple need not be inferior to his master, nor must a master be superior to his disciple. My student surpasses me in swordsmanship. Why should I seclude myself and toil away? The reason Shiming Qian was able to execute the Heavenly Blood Azura Extermination from the 13 swords of Xianyin was due to borrowing the power of Azura from Xuanqiu. However, each use of Azura's power diminished his own strength. He had long been aware of the old ancestor of Jiuxiao's malicious intent to seize the Holy Land's inheritance, but he had not expected that this old fellow would act with such swiftness. If, within a single epoch, he could achieve a breakthrough to the Creation Tao Respect realm, Mingxin, you and I are both at the 9 transformations of life and death realm. If we fail to break through within a millennium, we shall vanish into oblivion. Could you not collaborate with your senior brother? The old ancestor of Jiuxiao's words were laced with temptation, a sinister grin on his face. Shiming Qian's expression faltered, for those words struck a chord within him. Who would not desire eternal life? However, allying with a tiger for its skin ultimately leads to a perilous fate. Brother, let me see what kind of vile creature is hidden beneath your skin. Ha ha ha, come forth. I wish to see the might of the great sword immortal Xianyin 13 swords. The two powerful beings of the 9 transformations clashed once more, the Jiuxiao Holy Land shrouded in darkness. The entire Holy Land trembling as though an earthquake had struck. Below, several holy lords wore grave expressions, gazing at the chaotic shadows of the two combatants. Momentarily at a loss for words, they finally understood why. After the emergence of the old ancestor of Jiuxiao, the reclusive great sword immortal followed closely behind. It was indeed to serve a restraining purpose. Report to the sect leader, many unknown monks have appeared from all directions of the Holy Land, indiscriminately slaughtering the innocent disciples. The sect leader, Taichi Zhenren, upon hearing this, felt his veins bulge with rage. The very scenario he had feared had come to pass. That venerable old ancestor of Zhou indeed possessed an extraordinary background. Secretly colluding with the Buddhist sect, hadn't the Buddhist sect already been expelled from the Zhongshuan immortal domain? The expressions of the several holy lords varied. Such an outcome had exceeded everyone's expectations. All members of Zhou Holy Land, heed my command. Immediately enter a state of war. Upon encountering unknown monks, kill without mercy. The resounding echoes reverberated throughout the sacred ground. Tomorrow and unexpected events, one can never ascertain which shall arrive first. At this moment, the library had gained an additional level, naturally capturing the attention of numerous disciples. Look, the library truly possesses a 10th level. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze, only to behold the so-called 10th level shrouded in a veil of dark mist. Suddenly, a purplish-black rift was torn open by a formidable force, revealing a shadowy beast's claw. Multiple afterimages surged forth from the fissure, all clad in black robes, clutching prayer beads, their eyes reflecting an abyssal depth. A terrifying aura emanated from these monks, their pupils glinting with a hint of bloodlust, embodying a thirst for carnage. In that instant, everyone realized that the so-called 10th level was not a realm of trials, but rather the entrance to the abyss of malevolent monks. The purplish-black rift incessantly spewed forth dark-robed monks, followed by blood-robed and purple-robed ones. Once they captured a living being, they would tear into them as though devouring flesh. Resembling nothing of benevolent monks, the disciples of the Nine Heavens sacred land, once noble, had now devolved into mere killing machines, consumed by bloodlust. In an instant, the entire Nine Heavens sacred land was filled with wails of despair. While the purplish-black rift continued to deliver malevolent spirits in the guise of monks, Liao Qing, the 7th lord of the Yaoguang Luohuan sacred mountain, furrowed his brow slightly, striking down dozens of blood-robed monks with a single palm. His gaze instinctively drifted towards the dark rift above the library. Only by sealing this rift could the source of the malevolent monks be curtailed. Before the other lords could react, Liao Qing was already rushing toward the 10th level of the library. However, a voice called out from behind, "Be careful." In the next moment, he felt a pristine white-boned spear pierce through his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Chapter 26. The Mysterious Purple Abode. Struck by such a blow, Liao Qing's face turned ashen. The bone spear was mercilessly shredding his flesh and greedily consuming it. The assailant, with a sinister gaze and flowing silver hair, tugged at the bone spear, watching as Liao Qing coughed up torrents of blood. The silver-haired man couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, as if the slaughter of disciples of the Tao sect had become a delightful indulgence. The expressions of the other lords darkened, for they were of equal cultivation to Liao Qing, all at the level of the Xian Palace. Yet, Liao Qing, despite being at the 6th level of the Xian Palace, had failed to detect the ambush from the silver-haired man. The next moment, the unconscious Liao Qing fell heavily to the ground, like a sack of rotten flesh, staining the earth crimson. Had the Tao sect truly weakened to such an extent? How pitiful! The silver-haired man smirked provocatively. Yet his heart harbored a profound apprehension towards the overlord of the eastern extreme Tao domain, the Xian Shen clan. He could only adopt a swift and decisive battle strategy. In the void, Xian Mingchen, clad in blood-stained white, revealed visible injuries, a dark aura seeping into his flesh like a venomous serpent. Meanwhile, the Nine Heavens ancestor, engaged in combat with him, was not faring well either. Under the renowned technique of the Great Sword Immortal, the Xian Yin 13 swords, how could one possibly retreat unscathed? He was riddled with sword wounds, and the numerous tentacles behind him had lost 49 to the Xian Yin 13 swords, diminishing his strength and cultivation. Not only that, but Xian Mingchen also unleashed his signature skill, the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires sword. After acquiring the 13th sword of Xian Su, the Tianghua Azure Extermination, he fused the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires sword with the Xian Yin 13 swords. As the emotions corresponded perfectly to the number 13, "You old rascal are truly despicable, betraying the Tao sect and colluding with the Buddhist clan." Xian Mingchen's expression darkened like an abyss, as he realized that the Nine Heavens sacred land had plunged into chaos. Those malevolent monks must have been teleported to the Nine Heavens sacred land through some method employed by this old fool. Great Sword Immortal, have you heard the tale of Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? The Nine Heavens ancestor cast a sinister glance at the wounded Xian Mingchen. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly, or perhaps a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou? Xian Mingchen murmured thoughtfully. Perhaps that butterfly had burrowed into Zhuangzhou's body, devouring his flesh until he became a mere husk. The dark tentacles of the Nine Heavens ancestor writhed incessantly, disrupting the surrounding space. Yet, Xian Mingchen's keen eyes caught sight of the writhing insect within the Nine Heavens ancestor's body. Filled with yellow pus and remnants of blood in that moment, he arrived at a horrifying hypothesis. The true Nine Heavens ancestor had been devoured by the insect. Observing the change in Xian Mingchen's expression, the Nine Heavens ancestor chuckled triumphantly. It seems the Great Sword Immortal has nearly guessed the truth. It was not us who caused his demise, but rather his insatiable greed for power. A cacophony of voices erupted in Xian Mingchen's ears, as if he were plunged into the depths of a hellish abyss. Suddenly, the eyes of the Great Sword Immortal cleared, a fierce killing intent radiating from him, as if the avatar of a reaping sword immortal had descended. Exuding unparalleled authority, sword heart clear, I had underestimated the Great Sword Immortal. Xian Mingchen, prepare to meet your end. From within the Nine Heavens ancestor surged a malevolent aura, the severed tentacles of evil spirits regenerating. Revealing their grotesque visages, clad in scarlet, with the yin-yang pattern swirling, Xian Mingchen, fueled by bloodlust, violently tore open his own abdomen. This self-destructive act left the Nine Heavens ancestor utterly astounded. A blood-red magic sword erupted from his body, its blade marred by 13 notches, adorned with the image of a Rakshasa demon. The aura of this magic sword was anything but ordinary, an imperial-level weapon. The gash in Xian Mingchen's abdomen gradually began to heal, his eyes shimmering with a bloody hue, resembling a sword immortal of carnage, wielding the magic sword, surrounded by a haze of crimson light. With each step he took, a blood-red flower of the other shore blossomed forth. The Zhongxian Immortal Domain has long recognized the existence of a divine weapon ranking, and I now wield the 8th-ranked Blood Gentleman. Xian Mingchen's appearance reverted to that of a youthful man in his 20s or 30s. Holding the magic sword, he truly embodied the essence of a nobleman amidst bloodshed. I once stood on equal footing with Xian Mingchen, yet now he wields the imperial divine weapon, Blood Gentleman, and has evidently attained the strength of a Taoist sovereign. If this continues, I shall undoubtedly face defeat and cannot engage him in battle. In mere moments, the Nine Heavens ancestor, with thoughts racing like lightning, began to feel a desire to retreat, casting a fearful glance at the blood-robed Great Sword Immortal. Just then, the Nine Heavens sacred land trembled, and the distant Bio Palace above the Xian Du purple abode was similarly affected. Both men instinctively turned their gazes skyward, witnessing 7 distinct beams of colorful light soaring into the heavens. Enveloping the entire firmament, the master of the Tao, Tai Yi, has activated the Grand Array. Xian Mingchen's eyes sparked with lightning as he observed the fleeing Nine Heavens ancestor, brandishing the Blood Gentleman. Xian Yin Blood Calamity. Yet, the dark golden bell shielded the retreating Nine Heavens ancestor, intercepting his strike. The bell emanated tendrils of black mist, as the dark-robed monk gazed calmly at the swordsman before him, then smiled. Great Sword Immortal. You seem to be well. The detached Buddhist figure? The moment that detached gaze sharpened, the unscathed Nine Heavens ancestor was met with a brutal strike, shattering his skull and extracting a dark worm. Still dripping with yellow pus and remnants of flesh, Xian Mingchen watched as the dark worm burrowed into the palm of the detached figure, disappearing without a trace. Great Sword Immortal, do me a favor and step aside. I have come solely for the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. As for the inheritance of the Sword ancestor, consider it a gift to the Sword Immortal. The detached figure revealed a benevolent smile. And if one were unaware of his identity and past, one might mistake him for a kind-hearted master. Only those who truly understood him knew that he was a ruthless executioner. During the Third War between the Tao and Buddhism, Xian Mingchen and the detached figure participated as the younger generation of their respective clans, and they were indeed archenemies, akin to foes meeting with enmity. The Nine Heavens Sacred Land, being a subsidiary force of the Xian Shen clan, would not let this matter rest. Xian Mingchen replied brusquely. The detached figure clutched his prayer beads, the black robes emanating strands of dark energy, his eyes glinting with blood. Then where are they? Faced with the detached monk's question, Xian Mingchen quickly grasped the situation. The Buddhist clan must have struck some sort of deal with the Xian Shin clan's Night King manor. We, the Buddhists, seek to enlighten all beings. Why not abandon the darkness and embrace the light? Serving our Buddhist clan? Xian Mingchen, filled with rage, laughed mockingly. Allying with you would likely lead to a fate akin to that of the Nine Heavens ancestor, becoming a soulless puppet. Good advice is wasted on the doomed. The dark-robed monk scoffed. In an instant, the ninth level of the library radiated a resplendent celestial light, manifesting a magnificent palace of gold and jade, the ethereal figure of an ancient elder casting reflections in the void. Beneath such divine illumination, the purplish-black rift's malevolent aura was reduced to ashes. This is the true Xian Du Purple Abode. Chapter 27. Welcoming the manifestation of the Tao Ancestor and Sword Ancestor. Xian Du Purple Abode? Purple Abode Xian Du. Could it be that the Nine Heavens sacred land possesses a certain connection to the lineage of the Tao sect? Xian Su gazed solemnly at the figure before him, murmuring softly. The Tao lineage recognized within the Zhangxian immortal domain is solely that of the Tao sect. The presence of the Confucian school is primarily seen within various divine dynasties. While the so-called Buddhist sect has long been expelled from the immortal domain in this conflict, occupying the Nine Heavens sacred land is merely the first step for the Buddhist sect to establish a foothold in the Zhangxian immortal domain. Without the approval of the Xian Shan clan, the overlord of the eastern extreme Tao domain, they would never dare to assault the Nine Heavens sacred land. Though disturb the ground beneath the Taishui's head is akin to courting death. The Nine Heavens sacred land harbors undisclosed inheritances, such as the Sword Ancestor's legacy in my possession. Until now, Chu Wuxuan has never divulged the nature of the Sword Ancestor's inheritance to others. Only he himself knows what it truly entails. In a certain sense, the legacy of the Nine Heavens sacred land merely serves as a guiding direction. In other words, it represents only a fragment of the inheritance, with the remainder requiring one's own quest for discovery. Xuanqiu smiled knowingly, realizing at last why so many factions are drawn to this seemingly modest sacred land. The Confucian disciple Yan Hui, the nine-tailed fox Su Qing from Qingqiu, and the Hongming sacred body Mu Feng, whom he had previously incapacitated, all come to mind. As for Chu Wuxuan, who stands before him, possessing the innate undying sword body, his identity is no ordinary matter. He is also a registered disciple of the Sword Tomb in the North Forest domain. Perhaps this is why the ancestor of Nine Heavens dared not release news of Chu Wuxuan's potential demise, instead fabricating a false decoy. The swordsmen of the Sword Tomb are notoriously rigid. Should any issues arise with the sword cultivators within their ranks, they would issue a relentless pursuit order, leaving no room for mercy. To ensure a smooth conquest of the sacred land alongside the Buddhist sect, the ancestor of Nine Heavens would not allow the Sword Tomb to descend into chaos in the near term. Meanwhile, across the entire eastern extreme domain, before the command or any action from the Night King's mansion of the Xian Divine Clan, other factions have adopted a stance of watching from afar. Thus, the current Nine Heavens sacred land has become an isolated island, left to fend for itself. Chu Wuxuan declared, "The inheritance of the Tao ancestor lies within. You may enter, and I shall protect you." Suddenly, his gaunt visage turned solemn. "However, I must caution you that the great sword immortal Ximing Chun is currently engaged in a duel with a master of the Buddhist sect, and time is of the essence for us." Xuanqiu nodded gravely, recognizing the seriousness of the situation, and instantly immersed himself within the ethereal glow of the celestial light. Chu Wuxuan gazed at the white silhouette, his eyes somewhat dazed. "Great sword immortal? You suggest that the resolution lies solely within Xuanqiu. I hope you are not merely spreading alarm." Xuanqiu appeared to have entered an unfamiliar realm, his five senses dulled, and he could scarcely muster any strength. Suddenly, fragmented images coalesced before him, revealing the chaos of the Nine Heavens sacred land engulfed in flames of war. 7 sovereigns were drenched in blood, 3 of whom had already fallen in pools of crimson. The remaining holy sons were equally unable to escape this fate, yet the 2 figures of Su Qing and Mu Feng were conspicuously absent, seemingly having learned the art of self-preservation. Xuanqiu cursed inwardly, feeling inexplicably that Mu Feng, whom he had rendered powerless, would not meet his end amidst this conflict, and might even cause him unnecessary trouble in the future. A sense of foreboding tightened around his brow. Soon, he spotted a golden passageway, stretching into the unknown. A fragment of the heavenly golden laws merged into Xuanqiu's divine sea. Following the realm of life and death's 9 transformations, one ascends to the realm of creation sovereign, gaining insight into the powers of the laws. All things possess spirit, and the heavens abide by laws. The inhaled and exhaled spiritual essence constitutes a form of celestial spirit, and when this essence materializes, it becomes the so-called law power. Xuanqiu gradually comprehended Chu Wuxuan's earlier words. The inheritance of the 9 heavens sacred land is incomplete, serving merely as a certain guidepost of the legacy. The ancestor of 9 heavens' attempts to eliminate Chu Wuxuan are aimed at seizing the sword ancestor's inheritance he holds. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, should he acquire the Tao ancestor's inheritance, he might very well follow in Chu Wuxuan's footsteps from that day. Xinming Qian, with keen perception, had already discerned everything. He had set Chu Wuxuan as a dead piece upon the board, preparing to unveil the grotesque visage hidden behind the mask of the ancestor of 9 heavens. The emergence of Xuanqiu introduced a shift in Xinming Qian's plans, infusing them with newfound hope. However, he had calculated countless scenarios, yet failed to anticipate that the true ancestor of 9 heavens had long since been assassinated by the Buddhist sect. Ultimately, human calculations cannot contend with the heavens' designs. A millennium prior, in his battle with the Sword Immortal, the young monk had not been fully satisfied. Xinming Sword Immortal, do not let me down. Xinming Qian cast a dark gaze upon the black-robed monk before him. Wielding his blood gentleman, as 13 blood-red sword shadows flitted like phantoms in attendance, at that moment, a radiant downpour descended from the heavens, the laws of the great path sealing towards the violet-black fissure on the 10th layer. The fissure gradually began to close. A disheveled swordsman appeared atop the library pavilion, and with a single strike, the 10th layer was reduced to nothingness. Following that, the familiar 13 blood-red sword shadows, akin to the scythes of death, began to reap the lives of the monk's slaves like a merciless machine of slaughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Grandmaster Tai, maintaining the central array, sighed in relief upon seeing the 2 figures. The 4 sovereigns, entangled with the silver-haired man for a brief moment, chose to turn and flee, heading straight for Xuanqiu, while Wuxin, engaged in battle with the great sword immortal Xinming Qian, also surged towards Xuanqiu. This unexpected maneuver left everyone dumbfounded. Why would a mere youth at the peak of the Tianfu realm attract the siege of 2 formidable beings in the realm of life and death? Only the 2 of them understood the reasons behind their assassination attempt. Echoes of that day in the Changlu Hall still resonated in their ears. The Buddhist sect may enter the celestial realm, but assist me in killing a man. Wuxin regarded Xuanqiu with an appreciative gaze, pondering, is this the reason for the flourishing of the Taoist sect? The silver-haired man toyed with the bone spike in his hand, a cruel smile adorning his face. Torturing a young supreme being is far more entertaining than slaying any worthless sovereign. Under the siege of 6 sovereigns, he had even managed to kill 3, which was utterly absurd. This exemplifies the disparity between the Xian Palace and the formidable beings of life and death. Xuanqiu and Chu Wuxuan leaned against one another, exchanging resolute glances, nodding heavily in unison. They bellowed, shaking the heavens. We welcome the Sword Ancestor's manifestation. We welcome the Tao Ancestor's manifestation. 2 profound and ancient auras erupted from their bodies. Towering figures each directed a time-worn sword and an arcane palm towards the silver-haired man and the black-robed monk. Wuxin's demonic eyes reflected a flash of fear as he shouted, "Fall back!" Yet the silver-haired man remained unfazed, his bone spike transforming into a blood-red insect, forcefully absorbing the impact of that palm and sword. However, his countenance swiftly altered as he was engulfed by the obliterating light. Meanwhile, Wuxin seized the opportunity to flee. Chapter 28. The re-encounter with Mu Feng. Beneath the resplendent, fiery celestial light, the silver-haired man had barely withstood a single exchange before he was instantaneously obliterated. Such overwhelming sword intent and the power of the laws. Could it be that Xinming Qian has acquired the sword ancestor's inheritance? Indeed, the 9 heavens sacred land is extraordinary. It appears that the inheritances within are authentic. The legacies of the Tao ancestor and the sword ancestor are undeniably alluring. In an instant, The entire eastern extreme domain stirred with anticipation, as many divine senses engaged in silent communication. This palm and sword unexpectedly contained the power of the laws, which explains why that formidable being of the Buddhist sect was annihilated. The great sword immortal Ximing Chun's yin-yang eyes shimmered with a faint, eerie glow, filled with astonishment and dread. Even if he were to endure the Tao ancestor's palm and the sword ancestor's sword, he would not emerge unscathed. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the direction of Wuxin's escape, a hint of regret escaping his lips. If only the 7 sacred mountains killing array could be activated, I might have been able to detain that Buddhist demon monk. Grandmaster Tai and the 3 sovereigns promptly began to manage the battlefield, slaughtering the many monk slaves who were now leaderless. Confronted with the disciples of the 9 heavens sacred land, tainted by foul energies, Tai's face bore an expression of anguish, yet he ultimately resolved to execute them one by one. I never expected that our 9 heavens sacred land would suffer such grievous harm. As the Grandmaster, I am deeply sorry to the ancestors of the sacred land. At this moment, Grandmaster Tai was filled with a profound sense of guilt. The great sword immortal Ximing Chun approached the crowd, calmly observing the young Grandmaster. The Buddhist demon monk's intentions are insidious. The ancestor of 9 heavens has likely been replaced by them, leading to this calamity for the sacred land. The reasons are not your fault. Grandmaster Tai forced a bitter smile, then steeled himself. The now battered 9 heavens sacred land urgently required his leadership. This was not the time for assigning blame. It had been a month since the Buddhist demon monk's assault on the 9 heavens sacred land, and the Shen Divine clan had finally dispatched individuals to investigate the matter. With the arrival of this overlord, many factions within the eastern extreme domain extended their condolences to the 9 heavens sacred land. However, the condolences were mere pretense. Their true intention was to probe the 2 powerful and hidden forces. In the depths of the ethereal mountains, celestial cranes traversed the mist and clouds, leaving celestial shadows in the heart of the sky. Behind Ximing Chen stood 2 young figures, namely Xuanxu and Chu Wuxuan. The first Saint Sun still bore a disheveled appearance, reeking of alcohol, his gaze somewhat indifferent. In contrast, Xuanxu was clad in snow-white garments, standing tall and straight like the green bamboo of the mountains. Upon hearing their report, Ximing Chen's expression grew solemn, his black and white pupils swirling with dark light as he turned to them. Su Qing'er and Mu Feng are missing. Have no corpses been found? The 2 nodded in unison. Very well, there are many trivial matters at hand. We must focus on addressing the upcoming issues. Suddenly, Ximing Chun recalled something and addressed the 2. A few days ago, I ventured into the forbidden area for an investigation, and those elder sages have already become mere shells. This elucidates why, during the catastrophic tribulations that befell the sacred land of Zhoushiao, the esteemed elders did not manifest to offer their assistance. As for the cause of their demise, it is rather predictable. The Buddhist sect must have employed some nefarious insect to usurp their corporeal forms, akin to the fate of the ancestor of Zhoushiao. However, the ancestor's greater value afforded him a longer existence. Xuanxu's visage was suffused with astonishment. He had not anticipated that those affiliated with the Buddhist sect could be so utterly depraved. Thus, the encounter with the Buddhist monkey at the waterfall cave was perhaps not a mere coincidence. Chu Wuxuan stroked his stubbled chin, contemplatively inquiring. If this is the case, it appears the Buddhist clan has indeed descended into the celestial realm by some means, with the sacred land of Zhoushiao merely serving as one of their footholds. It is hard to believe that there is no support behind this. Upon finishing his words, the disheveled swordsman let out a cold, derisive laugh. The astute Zuamingchen would not fail to discern the underlying implication. As an affiliate of the Shen Divine clan, the sacred land of Zhoushiao could not remain indifferent to this matter and had dispatched individuals to investigate. In 3 days, we shall directly engage with them regarding this issue. You 2 must not be absent at that time. Zuamingchen cast a deep glance at his beloved disciple before retracting his gaze, turning towards the vast, boundless sky. If memory serves, the individuals arriving at the Shen Divine clan tomorrow should be from the Rain King's residence. As Xuanxu and Chu Wuxuan descended the mountain, they suddenly found themselves halted in their tracks. Chu Wuxuan remarked, Mu Feng is at Taiangxiuya. Xuanxu cast a subtle glance at him, puzzled as to why he would disclose such information. Perhaps he had deeper intentions. Taiangxiuya was a considerable distance from the Shepherd God clan. Why did he not return to them? Chu Wuxuan scoffed. Do you think he dares to return? In an instant, Xuanqiu comprehended Mu Feng's predicament, which was not vastly different from his own. Both were victims of infighting among their own kin. Whether to kill him rests with you, but I can assure you that you are not the only one seeking his life. After uttering these words, Chu Wuxuan vanished from the scene, leaving Xuanqiu in a state of bewilderment. Mu Feng had been at Tianxiuya for several days. Feeling the foul aura within him, he sensed an immense power. On the day of the fierce battle between the sacred land of Zhouxiao and the demonic monks of the Buddhist sect, Mu Feng, cornered and believing he was at the end of his life, fortuitously acquired a pitch-black relic. Upon consuming it, he astonishingly reconstituted his foundation, restoring his cultivation to the peak of the ninth heaven of Tianfu, far surpassing his previous capabilities. A malicious glint flickered in his eyes. Once my old injuries heal, Xuanqiu, I shall turn you to dust. The current state of the sacred land of Zhouxiao was precarious, desperately in need of ample power to regain its vitality, and they would not relinquish the strength of their primordial sacred body. The power emitted by that black relic was mending his damaged meridians, and once he fully absorbed its essence, breaking through to the holy concealment realm would be no challenge. Xuanqiu, the humiliation you inflicted upon me shall be repaid in kind. Ha ha ha! The maniacal laughter echoed throughout the cavern. Suddenly, he jerked his head up, as a familiar silhouette appeared at the entrance of the cave. A man clad in unblemished white, seemingly as ethereal as a sword immortal, stood before him. Xuanqiu, how did you find me? This is utterly impossible. Mu Feng's thoughts raced back, unable to comprehend where he had gone awry. Could it be that he had left some trace behind during his escape? Brother, it is good to see you, Xuanqiu remarked, frowning slightly as he sensed the foul aura within Mu Feng, reminiscent of the demonic monks from before. Could it be that Mu Feng was under some form of manipulation by the Buddhist sect? Humph, Xuanqiu, if you are intent on courting death, then as your senior brother, I shall grant you that wish. A malevolent expression twisted Mu Feng's face as he unleashed the purple qi of the eastern arrival, striking towards Xuanqiu. Chapter 29, Mu Feng, the divine son of the shepherd clan. Xuanqiu casually waved his spacious sleeves, and with it, the Xian 13 swords rose to intercept the purple qi attack. Dark mist swirled around Xuanqiu's palm as his expression grew increasingly somber. As he had surmised, Mu Feng had indeed harnessed some power from the Buddhist sect to restore his former cultivation. Yet, Xuanqiu had no intention of subduing him and returning him to the sacred land of Zhouxiao. A murderous intent flickered deep within his gaze. Mu Feng had made multiple attempts on his own life. Were it not for Xuanqiu's fortuitous survival, he would have long since become a specter under Mu Feng's command. Today, he would ensure Mu Feng's demise. Xuanqiu showcased his cultivation at the peak of the ninth heaven of Tianfu, his aura steady and far surpassing Mu Feng, who relied on the sinister power. Feeling the extraordinary aura emanating from the young man clad in white, Mu Feng's eyes glimmered with envy and resentment. The inheritance from the ninth level of the library pavilion is no trivial matter. If you, Brother Xian, were to relinquish your inheritance, I would be willing to bury the hatchet and leave you with a complete corpse. His countenance was filled with wicked glee, resembling a demon ensnared in an abyss. Yet, the only response he received was a cold blade. Xuanqiu unleashed the frosty winter sword, and with his right hand, grasped the sun-pursuing sword, its blade enveloped in the flames of the red lotus of retribution. In the blink of an eye, he had mastered the green lotus sword cannon to a sublime level. And with the enhancement of the red lotus of retribution, the technique had transcended ordinary imperial scriptures. The sword shadows flickered, and red petals descended before Mu Feng, transforming into resplendent fire lotuses that subsequently erupted with a thunderous explosion. As Mu Feng was struck, astonishment filled his eyes, and he hastily extinguished the flames engulfing him, uttering with deliberate enunciation, "This is not ordinary flame. It is the flame of retribution." Upon witnessing the 3 red lotuses hovering above Xuanqiu, his mind instantaneously recalled the red lotus of retribution, one of the ancient divine lotuses. Mu Feng was not merely aware of the legends surrounding the ancient divine lotuses. He also knew that within the shepherd clan, there existed a 10-rank world-destroying divine lotus, which could only be inherited by the clan leader. Mu Feng's venomous gaze scrutinized Xuanqiu, jealousy boiling within him at the thought of his fortuitous luck. The sanctified body of primordial qi, the Xian 13 swords, and the red lotus of retribution. Any one of these would be enough to entice numerous prodigies to their doom. Not to mention possessing all three. Suddenly, a frenzied expression twisted his features, and his booming voice echoed like thunder. Mine. All of this is mine. No one can take it away. In the next moment, a ghastly mist surrounded Mufeng. Bloodlight surged forth, summoning the dragon elephant power within him, revealing a horrifying black scaled armor. Xuanchu's eyes darkened. He had not anticipated that the so-called Buddhist sect, which purportedly thrived only in times of peace, would wield such sordid and tainted power. The actions of the Taoists and Confucians against them had not been without cause. A mere puppet, controlled by vile insects, dared to act brazenly before him. Xuanchu let out a chilling laugh, swinging his sword downward, unleashing 12 blood-red afterimages that surged forth, directly suppressing Mufeng with the Xian in 13 sword formation. The 3 red lotus of retribution above them entered the sword formation like ethereal beings, as the Yin fire clashed with the flames of retribution, incinerating Mufeng's black misty armor. Before he could even unleash the heavenly furnace from the dragon elephant's suppression technique, a line of blood appeared at his neck, followed by a gushing fountain of crimson. Xuanchu then unleashed the 4 seasons palm, striking towards Mufeng's chest. In that fleeting moment, the powers of spring, summer, autumn, and winter transformed endlessly. Shattering his final line of defense, a stream of pristine energy erupted from Mufeng's body. Xuanchu recognized this as his consciousness and would not let it escape. He deftly manipulated the 3 red lotuses of retribution to block its path, forcibly refining it until nothing remained. A faint cry gradually faded into silence, never to be heard again. Perhaps Mufeng himself was oblivious to the fact that his primordial sacred body had been utterly devoured by the black relic of the Buddhist sect. This was the true reason Xuanchu could effortlessly eliminate the primordial sacred body. Finally, the enmity that had accumulated over time was avenged. Xuanchu murmured to himself, addressing the essence of death itself. This was merely a simple beginning. One day, he would personally venture to the Eastern Sea to reclaim all that belonged to him. Within the Xian divine clan, the dual Xian battle was inevitable. Suddenly, the space ring left behind by Mufeng soared into the distance, where a tall, handsome youth with a jade-like visage toyed with it. This strikingly attractive young man was surrounded by an ethereal glow. He lifted his languid gaze towards Xuanchu, offering a congenial smile. I have never plunged into an abyss. My life has been too smooth sailing to comprehend the hardships faced by young Master Xian. However, it is beyond doubt that I hold great admiration for those like you, who rise from the ashes. A seedling obstructed by a boulder does not submit to fate, but instead breaks through with indomitable strength. Xuanchu furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the extraordinary young man before him, sensing a familiar aura akin to that of Mufeng. This was the aura of the primordial, yet, compared to Mufeng's primordial sacred body, it bore a hint of ethereal spirit. The identity of this young man was unmistakable. The divine beings in the clouds have never concerned themselves with the ants of the mortal realm. Wouldn't you agree, Ziyang Divine Son? Upon the revelation of his identity, Mu Ziyang's hazy visage betrayed no semblance of joy or anger. He merely gazed steadily at Xuanx. The son of the Mu clan was the first to shatter the silence that enveloped them, stating, I have taken possession of Mu Feng's spatial ring. I trust you will not take offense. Once a formidable contender for the title of Mu clan's divine son, Mu Feng, who possessed the innate body of chaos, had been privy to numerous clan secrets. Thus it was only fitting that his relics be reclaimed. My grievances with him are solely personal. I seek only his life, Xuanx responded with an air of calm dignity, unyielding and composed. Mu Ziyang's expression remained indifferent, as though he held no concern for his clan brother's demise. Slowly, he withdrew a piece of parchment from his sleeve. As a token of gratitude, this is a gift for you. A gift? Xuanx queried, astonished, and then, from the depths of Mu Ziyang's profound gaze, he comprehended the underlying message, an invitation to commit murder on his behalf. He recognized that he was to be the instrument of this treachery. Xuanx had heard whispers about Mu Ziyang. The two shared striking similarities in their life stories. Born with the rare innate body of chaos, Mu Ziyang had been anointed as a divine son from birth, subsequently silencing dissent within the clan. Even Mu Feng, possessing the same innate body, had retreated in defeat to the western Xiaodao realm. Yet, Mu Feng remained a thorn in Mu Ziyang's side. a lingering obstacle that must be eradicated. Thus, when Su Inex extinguished his clan brother's life, Mu Ziyang did not intervene but instead observed with a serene detachment. He pushed the parchment across the table towards Su Inex. Chapter 30. A unique flavor in the heart. As Su Inex perused the contents, a frost settled upon his handsome features, and he suddenly fixed his gaze upon the Mu clan's divine son. Why does the divine son not heed the words within? Slay me, and return my remains to the eastern sea. The parchment merely conveyed that Lady of the Night King's residence had informed Mu Ziyang of his clan brother's defeat at Su Inex's hands, implicitly urging the divine son to exact retribution against him. Among the four great clans, only the Suin clan held sway, yet beneath its resplendent exterior lay a facade that was far from glamorous. The skirmishes between the Night King's residence and the Suin King's residence revealed but a glimpse of this reality. Mu Ziyang's gaze grew increasingly inscrutable as he fixed his eyes upon the reborn waste of a divine son. Declaring, with the Suin clan in disarray, the Mu clan has the chance to surpass you. Why would I forsake such a rare opportunity? To all observers, it appeared that the impending conflict between the two Suin clans would erupt in the near future, determining the true trajectory of the Suin clan. Meanwhile, the Mu clan would seize the moment to strike decisively during the Suin clan's moment of weakness, vying for supremacy in the Tsang Suin immortal domain. This was nothing short of an overt conspiracy. Mu Ziyang would not heed Lady Night's counsel to eliminate the nascent Sun Qi innate body, but instead would allow it to flourish. Regardless of whether the outcome of the dual Suin conflict ended with the ancient sacred body Suin, while retaining the divine son title, or with Sun Qi innate body Su Inex emerging victorious, one certainty remained. The Suin clan would emerge gravely weakened. It is vital to note that the Night King's residence had yet to fully command the entirety of the Suin clan. Only the Rain King's residence stood with them in unity, while other royal residences remained indecisive. The 10 lords of the Suin King's residence, to varying degrees, followed Su Inex as their former master. Mu Ziyang had sensed two profound and extraordinary presences lurking within the concealed space around him. They were likely the lords of the Suin King's residence. This was also the underlying reason why the Lady of Penglai Palace sought to eliminate Su Inex, aiming to nip any unfavorable factors in the bud. While conspiracies are indeed difficult to guard against, careful scrutiny often yields solutions. However, the overt schemes laid bare all intentions, akin to an invisible net ensnaring all, leaving no avenue for escape. At this juncture, Su Inex could not help but admire Mu Ziyang's astute tactics. From a personal perspective, Mu Ziyang initially sought to utilize Su Inex to eliminate his rivals, thereby solidifying his divine son status, all while absolving himself of any subsequent responsibility by placing the blame squarely on Su Inex. From a familial standpoint, the outcome of the dual Suin conflict, regardless of victory or defeat, would ultimately favor the long-subordinate Mu clan, which would not impose excessive measures upon Su Inex. Yet, Su Inex found himself unable to voice any objections, for both parties had, albeit briefly, achieved a tacit understanding. Conspiracies are not to be feared. Rather, it is the calculated overt schemes that pose the greatest threat. One can anticipate the opponent's intentions laid out plainly before their eyes. Yet what recourse does one possess? The gentle breeze rustled their garments, lifting the dark strands of hair, while the nearby willows swayed gracefully, dancing in the wind. The two remained locked in a prolonged gaze, silent in their communion. Rise from the abyss and grow. Let those who dwell among the clouds pay a heavy price. Mu Ziyang laughed heartily, departing, leaving Su Inex standing alone, his countenance etched with coldness. Mu Ziyang's rare intelligence was evidently not a mere coincidence. Su Inex remarked expressionlessly as he recalled that the Mu clan's prodigies who opposed him seldom resorted to overwhelming force. Rather, they employed intricate deceptions, subduing their clan's elite or causing them to meet their demise in the shadows. The Mu Feng who fell to Su Inex belonged to the latter category. With the death of the innate body of chaos, Mu Feng's allied elders would likely succumb to despair, accepting Mu Ziyang's overtures. Thus, his position as divine son would become as solid as a rock, with no one capable of shaking it. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, this divine son would, within a few decades, completely seize control of the Mu clan's power nucleus, ascending to become one of the most prominent figures in the Tsang Suin immortal domain. He might even lead the Mu clan to reach heights previously unimagined. The more Su Inex contemplated, the the more he recognized the formidable strength of the youthful sovereign. Simultaneously, he felt the weight of pressure from his rival, Su-ny, the possessor of the ancient sacred body, who was also a remarkably talented sovereign. Suddenly, Su-ny's demeanor shifted, his tone turning stern as he bellowed, "Have the two of you been watching this spectacle for so long without revealing yourselves?" Finally, the rift in the void widened, and two elderly figures emerged. Su-ny's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon recognizing their faces, for he had previously encountered both. "I did not expect it to be you esteemed elders," Su-ny said, bowing in respect. One was Elder Qinqing, the guardian of the 5th level of the library, while the other, Elder Luo Chongning, had intervened during his duel with Mu Feng to thwart an assassination attempt. Elder Luo, a venerable old man, wore a benign smile, while Elder Qinqing appeared as a robust man in his 30s or 40s, exuding an aura of formidable strength, akin to a tiger or bear. "Young master, there is no need for such formalities," they spoke in unison. Upon hearing the term young master, Su-ny's expression shifted, surmising their identities. "Could it be that both of you are elders of the Su-n king's residence?" Elder Qinqing's eyes gleamed with vigor as he bellowed, "Both Luo and I are among the 10 lords of the Su-n king's residence." Elder Luo Chongning smiled in affirmation. Su-ny's heart trembled. As he pieced it together, Chen Tianjun and Luo Tianjun, he could hardly believe that the 10 lords had not faded into obscurity with the decline of the Su-n king's residence. Elder Luo Chongning interjected, "It was indeed Lord Song Xian, one of the 10 lords, who sought to take action against you that day." The elder's tone shifted as he fixed his gaze upon Su-ny. "I have a humble request. Should Lord Song Xian fall into your hands, I implore you to spare his life. That old fellow has his reasons." The future sovereign smiled. "Grievances have their sources, and I, Su-ny, am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent." Elder Luo Chongning felt a weight lift from his shoulders, as if a suspended stone had finally found its place. Suddenly, a youthful silhouette appeared behind him. And before an introduction could be made, Su-ny's mind conjured the familiar image of a friend, eliciting a smile. "I did not expect to reunite with you, Ji Shu, after so many years." "My lord?" The newcomer was indeed Song Ji Shu, whose eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed at Su-ny, immediately bowing before him. Back when they were part of the Su-n clan, Song Ji Shu had served as Su-ny's trusted captain, and their bond had been forged during that time. As time passed and circumstances changed, their reunion carried a profound significance. Chapter 31. The Traitor Among the 10 Lords. Upon the towering edifice of the Zhengde Hall, the esteemed Taichi Zhenren remains seated in solitary grandeur, while the formidable sword sage Ximing Chen occupies a position to his lower right. The assembly of saints is noticeably diminished, casting a veil of melancholy over the entirety of the Jiuxiao Holy Land. Although Taichi Zhenren clings to his role as the leader, an unspoken dominance led by Ximing Chen subtly pervades the sacred domain. Even more astonishing is the participation of the youthful Xuanqiu and Chu Wuxuan, who somehow warrant inclusion in such a significant conclave. When the assembly learns this is the will of the great sword sage, silence envelopes them, as the Jiuxiao Holy Land teeters on the brink of a unilateral decision dictated by Ximing Chen. A momentary misjudgment could precipitate an irrevocable disaster. Additionally, representatives from several prominent holy lands within the eastern extremity are present at this gathering. The elder from the Yunkong Holy Land, a long-standing adversary of Jiuxiao, bears a grim visage, relishing the plight of the young Taichi Zhenren. When his gaze drifts towards the great sword sage, a flicker of trepidation crosses his countenance. Reports from scouts suggest that the great sword sage has held his ground against two formidable opponents of the life and death realm, indicating a prowess perhaps rivaling that of a transcendent being. "The calamity befalling Jiuxiao Holy Land is met with our deepest sympathies," he remarks, "but what of those two enigmatic forces? The unveiling of hidden daggers requires a gradual approach, yet some cannot contain their impatience. Revealing ghastly visages beneath their masks, Taichi Zhenren and the other saints regard the elder from Yunkong with frigid expressions, as the return of the Buddhist demon monk to the celestial realm stirs their curiosity. This intrigue is precisely why many factions hesitate to confront Jiuxiao directly. They remain unaware of any concealed stratagems that may yet lie in wait. When the opportune moment arises, these ravenous wolves will, under their master's command, rend Jiuxiao's flesh and obliterate it from the annals of history. Gentlemen, I posit that the Buddhist demon monk is of paramount importance. What brings them to Jiuxiao? A robust man clad in golden garb speaks, his words silencing the assembly, who fall into a hush of trepidation. Xuanqiu follows the gaze of the assembly, noting a distinctive clan emblem etched upon the golden attire. He recognizes it, and his understanding of the individual's identity crystallizes. This is the emblem of the Yuwang Palace of the Xian clan. Its hue a deep blood brown, indicating a status of illegitimacy. Had it been crimson, it would signify a legitimate heir. The golden-clad man's demeanor shifts abruptly. I have heard whispers that the ancestor of Jiuxiao is a spy for the Buddhist clan. And it is not implausible that remnants of their demon monks still linger here. Why Yuwang Palace is willing to assist the leader in expunging these remnants, restoring peace to Jiuxiao Holy Land. The elder representatives from various factions exchange knowing smiles, their expressions laced with intrigue. The denizens of Jiuxiao are thrown into disarray, casting malevolent glances at the young man from Yuwang Palace. Only the great sword sage maintains an inscrutable countenance, as stoic as an ancient pine standing resolute in a tranquil, secluded mountain. Why Yuwang Palace ranks the weakest among the 6 royal houses of the Xian clan. And it harbors a deep-seated vendetta against the Xianwang Palace, leaving it with no choice but to align with the Yuwang Palace. The current envoy from Yuwang Palace is perceived as a move to consolidate power. Yet, the audacity of Yuwang Palace to meddle in Jiuxiao's internal affairs is unforeseen. Though Jiuxiao is merely a subordinate faction of the Xian clan, such bold actions would have been unthinkable during its zenith. Do you suggest that Jiuxiao Holy Land is but a garden for the Xian clan, to be trampled upon at will? The allied factions accompanying the Yuwang Palace share similar sentiments, exerting pressure and veiled threats towards Jiuxiao. Amidst this tense atmosphere, a young man clad in white, resembling an ethereal being, steps forward, betraying no hint of fear. The assertion that the ancestor of Jiuxiao is a spy is yet to be substantiated. Perhaps he has been infiltrated by malevolent forces that exert indirect control over him. Yumo scrutinizes the white-clad youth, noting his striking resemblance to a certain elder from the Yuwang Palace. Revealing his identity, contemplating the implications of his lineage, Yumo's expression darkens, a tempest of anger directed towards Xuanqiu. The Yuwang Palace has long been allied with the Yuwang Palace, and there exists no turning back at this juncture. Moreover, the enmity between the Yuwang and Xianwang palaces runs deep, almost irreparably so. Regardless of the circumstances, the bloodline of the Xianwang Palace must be eradicated from this world. After all, Jiuxiao Holy Land is an extension of the Xian clan. We bear responsibility for this incident. An elder in a brocade robe interjects, casting a disdainful glance. You, a mere youth, dare to speak on such critical matters. Yumo dismisses the elder's words with a wave, addressing him, Uncle Lin. This individual is a disciple of the Xuanqiu clan. The elder, referred to as Uncle Lin, responds with a scornful laugh, merely a remnant of the Xianwang Palace. He continues, no matter how diminished the Xianwang Palace may be, you, a mere servant, have no standing to speak. Xuanqiu smiles serenely, though his heart brims with murderous intent. He had not anticipated that a confrontation with the Yuwang Palace's faction would come so swiftly, akin to a tempest. Yet, he acknowledges that he remains at a considerable distance from the eye of the storm. The atmosphere in the meeting shifts, thickening with tension as the once derided divine sun makes his entrance. Concurrently, the weight of pressure upon Jiuxiao Holy Land shifts squarely onto Xuanqiu. The great sword sage and the other saints regard him with newfound respect. Taichi Zhanren feels a flicker of hope. Brother Chongning, you have indeed not failed me. In the beginning, Luo Chongning had brought the ailing Xuanqiu to Taichi Zhanren, seeking refuge for the unfortunate child. Taichi Zhanren, not one to act impulsively, realized that taking in this child would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the Eastern Sea. Yet, he chose to extend his hand, promising his friend, let him remain as a carefree outer disciple on Yutian Peak. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly inconsequential act would yield such profound consequences. You, sir, are exceedingly rude. I am a venerable elder of the Yuwang Palace. Lin Hai's declaration reverberates throughout the chamber, only to falter under the disdainful gaze of the great sword sage Shiming Chun, who renders him mute. For those aware of the underlying truths, Lin Hai's brazen remarks elicit nothing but derision. Chapter 32. Let them remain aloft, Elder Lin. I was unaware of your fidelity when you were among the 10 lords of the Xianwang Palace. Have you ever exhibited such loyalty? Stripped of his disguise, Lin Hai's countenance pales, barely containing his indignation. Since the mysterious disappearance of the old prince and the primordial god king, the Xian Wang Palace has met with ruin, its members fractured and scattered. This disintegration is inexorably linked to the betrayal within the Ten Lords. Among them, some chose treachery, while others remained loyal or vanished into obscurity. Lin Hai belongs to the former. Now, faced with the exposure of his past, he can scarcely contain his fury. The Xian Wang Palace has perished. Is it not preferable to live in obscurity? Lin Hai's murky eyes glint with murderous intent, yearning to annihilate this impudent offspring of the Xian Wang Palace. Suddenly, a formidable aura of blood-red energy envelopes the assembly, rendering them motionless. Xuanqiu, now a disciple of Jiuxiao Holy Land and the closed-door disciple of the Elder, Ximing Chen, raises his dual-colored eyes, casting a stern gaze towards the Yuwang Palace and its allies. He states without preamble, "Even should my disciple commit heinous crimes, not even you, as an elder of the Yuwang Palace, would dare to act against him, let alone the Yuwang himself." This proclamation sends shockwaves through the gathering. Who is the Yuwang? One of the 6 lords of the Xianshen clan. His strength surpasses even that of the chaotic Dao sovereign. While Ximing Chen may bear the title of the Great Sword Sage, it is folly to compare himself to the Yuwang. This unspoken question lingers in the minds of the assembly, who, if not for the elder's formidable presence, would have demanded, "Ximing Chen, by what right do you dare to equate yourself with the Yuwang?" Even the senior figures of Jiuxiao Holy Land gaze in astonishment at the unyielding elder. At this moment, Jiuxiao Holy Land is severely weakened, unable to afford further conflict. Thus, the meeting must proceed with calm deliberation, avoiding escalation unless absolutely necessary. However, the altercation between the master and disciple has rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. The golden-clad Umo regards the elder with a calm demeanor, recalling his brother's admonition. Under no circumstances should you provoke the great sword sage unless absolutely unavoidable. He cannot fathom why this elder, seemingly merely a transcendent being, commands such respect from both the Xian Wang Palace and the Yuwang Palace. Why Umo, not one to act rashly, devises a plan. Turning to Xuanqiu with a smile, "I have heard that the Mu Shun clan's Mu Feng once fell to the hands of a clan brother. Cousin, I once suffered defeat at the hands of the Hongming sacred body, and it has been a lingering regret for many years. Now that the disciple of the Xuanqiu clan has vanquished Mu Feng, I wonder if you might share a few insights." Umo gazed at Xuanqiu with a smile. Yet his eyes harbored insidiousness and malice. If he were to learn that Mu Feng had met a tragic end at Xuanqiu's hands, what would his reaction be? The elders from several sacred places regarded this former waste of the Xian divine clan with amused expressions. Ximing Chen fell silent, closing his eyes in contemplation. Xiao Su, my assistance can extend only this far. He had allowed his disciple to participate in this gathering for such a purpose. Should Xuanqiu triumph over this illegitimate son of the Rain King Palace, the others would be left to return in disgrace. The Jiuxiao sacred place would then have ample time to recuperate and prepare for the imminent supreme treasure. The elders of various sacred places exchanged glances, each seizing the opportunity. The first to speak was the elder from the Yunkong sacred place, chuckling. "There is no need for you, Lord Umo, to intervene." Why Umo smiled subtly, tacitly permitting the elder's course of action. In the next moment, the atmosphere around the Yunkong elder turned icy. "Yunqing, why don't you engage in a contest with the sacred son Xuanqiu?" Suddenly, representatives from the Lian sacred place and the Guiyou sacred place also dispatched their young disciples, eager to challenge Xuanqiu. Chu Wuxuan pressed down on the hilt of his wooden sword, his gaze as deep as an abyss, realizing that they intended to employ a wheel of battle against Xuanqiu. However, they were gravely mistaken, believing that the current Xuanqiu was a soft persimmon, easily squeezed by anyone. 3 days prior, Mu Ziyang had informed him that Mu Feng had already succumbed to Xuanqiu's might. The scruffy swordsman silently scoffed. The Rain King Palace is destined to return empty-handed this time. The disciples sent forth from the 4 sacred places all held the status of sacred sons, their powers reaching the level of the Xian Palace. In stark contrast, Xuanqiu, hailing from the Tianfu realm, stood as if striking an egg against stone. The representative from the Lian sacred place boasted a red flame divine body, excelling in fire manipulation. Chu Wuxuan's spatial sound resonated in Xuanqiu's ears, a unique transmission technique of the Chu divine clan, imperceptible to others. Luo Yin, robust and fierce, with eyes aflame with fervent battle intent, cast a taunting glance at the slender young man in white. Chu Wuxuan continued to provide introductions through the spatial sound. That rather unseemly little fellow is called Gu Lu, a sacred son of the Guyo sacred place, rare for his nether ghost body, skilled in ghostly powers. As for Yunqing of the Yunkong sacred place, my tone is somewhat disdainful, just a silver-plated spearhead. Xuanqiu nodded inwardly, grasping a general understanding of these disciples from the sacred places. His cold gaze swept over the three, and a bold voice rang out. Are you three coming one by one, or all together? Chu Wuxuan burst into hearty laughter. Xuanqiu truly is a madman. Tai Zhanren, too, was invigorated, fists clenched, proudly declaring, indeed, he is a disciple of our Jiuxiao sacred place. Meanwhile, the several sacred lords wore troubled expressions, yet the situation had reached a point of no return. They could only entrust everything to this young man before them, gambling on a desperate chance. Should Xuanqiu falter, the Jiuxiao sacred place would face the ravenous division of countless wolves. Contemplating this, they sighed heavily within. The Jiuxiao sacred place has stood for millennia, only to be brought to ruin by a child. How utterly absurd! Yuemo coldly regarded the arrogant youth. Xuanqiu, the disciple of the Xian clan, is truly reckless. Do you believe that Xian palace experts are as common as cabbages on the road? Unexpectedly, Xuanqiu's next words caused the three sacred sons' faces to flush a deep crimson. Merely a bunch of clucking hens. Feel free to unleash your horses. Arrogant. Such ignorance. Heh heh heh. It seems only the fist will teach him the ways of the world. Humph. A waste of a sacred son daring to speak so insolently. Seeking death. The three sacred sons glared at Xuanqiu, unable to comprehend why someone of merely Tianfu realm strength would exude such audacity. We will await you in the martial arena. Ignoring their furious glares, Xuanqiu suddenly heard a familiar, aged voice beside him. Xiao Su, let them remain up there. Do not descend. Xuanqiu smiled knowingly and made his way toward the exit. Chapter 33. The Sword Slave Emperor Shirtian. Yuemo gazed down upon the martial arena from the mist-shrouded Daoshan, his expression indifferent as he surveyed the righteous indignation of the Jiuxiao sacred place's inner and outer disciples. He smiled serenely. It matters not. I shall make my move. These words ignited the suppressed fury within the hearts of the disciples. Regardless of the outcome, they hoped that the previously unseen eighth sacred son, Xuanqiu, would dominate the arena, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of their opponents. Chu Wuxuan teased Yuemo with a smile. Not long ago, our disciple Xuanqiu eliminated the traitorous seventh sacred son. Mu Feng. I wonder how Lord Yuemo plans to respond. What? Mu Feng fell to Xuanqiu. The elders from the sacred places immediately displayed expressions of deep concern, anxiously turning their gazes toward the martial arena. It must be noted that Mu Feng was a prodigious master wielding the Hongmeng sacred body, once a prime contender for the position of the Mu clan's sacred son. Upon receiving such news, Yumo's mood soured dramatically. Logically, Mu Ziyang, the sacred son of the Mu clan, should have been deeply affected by this matter, hastening to take action. However, the Xian divine clan, including the Night Madam, had overlooked one crucial point. Mu Ziyang was first and foremost the sacred son of the Mu clan, and then Mu Feng's elder brother. For one adept in schemes, what were the bonds of brotherhood worth? Only he could ascend to the pinnacle of power, viewing even brothers as mere stepping stones. They had all underestimated Mu Ziyang's thirst for authority. Below the martial arena, Xuanqiu sat composed, the supreme Dao weapon, the rising sun sword, guarding before him. The radiant sunlight cast upon him, rendering his figure almost divine. Ximing Qin's earlier words were intended to instill fear and pain in these sacred places, while the Rain King Palace's representative was not to be treated in the same manner. Yunqing, Gulu, and Luo Yin exchanged knowing glances, revealing sinister and menacing smiles directed at Xuanqiu. Their mission was to ensure that the illustrious eighth sacred son could not descend from the martial arena, trampling the Jiuxiao sacred place's dignity into the ground, rubbing it in mercilessly. The three of them charged at Xuanqiu from different directions. Ul let out a chilling laugh as bone-like claws emerged, forming a web that enveloped several dozen feet, sealing off all escape routes. Yunqing, the main force among the three, wielded a silver spear of heavenly class, advancing with the ferocity of a bamboo shoot breaking through the ground. Meanwhile, the brutish Luo Yin commanded Emerald Beast Fire, fixating his gaze on the composed young man. A hint of frustration unexpectedly welled within him. A towering wave of flames surged forth, seeking to engulf Xuanqiu in a sea of fire. In response to this attack, Xuanqiu slowly rose, raising a finger forward. Deep blue ice crystals suddenly plunged into the inferno, piercing through and erupting frost spikes from the ground, transforming the layers of flames into mere frost and ice shards. Utterly powerless against his might, Xuanqiu regarded his opponents with disdain, thinking it ridiculous that mere flames could pose a threat to him. That previous technique, the 9 condensing ice spikes, belonged to the domain of winter's profundity. During these days, Xuanqiu had immersed himself in comprehending the fragmented inheritance of the Tao ancestor, surprisingly grasping a hint of the power of laws. The 9 condensing ice spikes had begun to brush against the frost law's powers. Suddenly, a figure wielding a silver spear pierced through the ice spikes, directly aiming for Xuanqiu's neck. Simultaneously, Xuanqiu sensed an increasingly discernible hidden presence behind him, a strange smile forming on his lips as he feigned a vulnerability. He promptly prepared to counter Yunqing's silver spear. Meanwhile, Luo Yin, supporting from the side, bellowed with rage, unleashing his red flame divine body's sunlight manifestation, enveloped in raging beast fire. Xuanqiu, today we shall reveal to you the true distinction between the Xian Palace realm and the Tianfu realm. The unique and towering palaces emanated an overwhelming aura, causing Xuanqiu's body to sink slightly. Luo Yin, born with the red flame divine body, had awakened the sunlight manifestation even in the Tianfu realm. Flames of magnificent power converged above the Flame Emperor Palace, transforming into a colossal fire dragon that lunged toward Xuanqiu. Yunqing also exerted his full strength, summoning his Xian Palace Dao Dai, the Heavenly Judgment Palace. Manifesting a heavenly spear manifestation. Prepare to die, Xuanqiu. Accept the divine judgment. The strands of hair before Xuanqiu's forehead danced in the wind, and with an air of nonchalance, he struck the ground forcefully, causing the martial arena to fracture instantly. At that moment, he also exposed his back completely to Gulu, who lurked within the spatial rift. This fellow has no escape left. Has he become desperate? Gulu pondered for a moment, his sinister gaze growing more intense as his bone claws lunged toward Xuanqiu's back. Suddenly, he found his claws unable to advance a single inch. A large, dark hand had seized his claws, and as he beheld the face of this monstrosity, fear gripped his heart. What kind of creature is this? The creature, as dark as ink, wielded the enigmatic sun-slaying sword and delivered a devastating horizontal slash. In an instant, Gulu was engulfed by the terrifying wave of the sword, his form cleaved in twain. Yet, this was far from the end. Emperor Shirtian unleashed a cruel howl towards the heavens, striding towards the remnants of Gulu with great strides, trampling down mercilessly. Flesh and blood scattered, and internal organs were crushed beneath his feet. With eyes ablaze, Emperor Shirtian wore a naive smile tinged with malice, swallowing Gu Li's fleeing soul into the abyssal maw. Subsequently, he stood obediently beside the enigmatic figure. Diu Lu had met his end in such a manner. Observing from the shadows, an elder of the netherworld's sacred land appeared deeply pained. Had it not been for the overwhelming pressure of the great sword immortal, he would have rushed to rescue his sect's holy son. Ah, you wretched thief, Xuanqiu, I shall slay you. However, a cold snort from Zhu Anmingchen interrupted. Defeat is defeat. Can the netherworld's sacred land not bear to lose? The elder, humiliated, lowered his head, reluctant to speak further. This young man truly possessed some cunning. Yumo's fingers fidgeted, his expression as lifeless as stagnant water. The great sword immortal Zhu Anmingchen cast an unexpected glance at the towering figure beside Xuanqiu, a smile creeping into his heart. So this is what they call a sword servant? Regarding the use of sword servants, Zhu Anmingchen had indeed contemplated it, but it demanded an immense amount of rare materials, particularly the elusive gung metal. To his astonishment, his disciple had somehow forged such a robust sword servant. The 8 divisions summoned by Xuanqiu were no mere embodiments of energy. The raw material for Emperor Shirtian was the bizarre stone transformed from the Buddha monkey of Water Curtain Cave. It took tremendous effort to forge this Emperor Shirtian, whose appearance had led to Gu Li's demise, proving to be remarkably effective. Chapter 34. The gruesome battle, Xuanqiu. at the pinnacle of the ninth heaven of the heavenly domain. Astonishingly annihilated masters from the Xian Palace, an act that was nothing short of breathtaking. The elders from the Flame Holy Land and the Cloud Void Holy Land could not help but worry for the two holy sons engaged in battle with Xuanqiu. Meanwhile, the elder from the Netherworld's sacred land, filled with regret, could only lament. They had never anticipated that the seemingly frail young man in white was, in fact, a ruthless individual. Could this be the legendary 12 swords of Xian Yin? Luo Yin, bathed in the luminous flames, furrowed his brows tightly, unable to relax. No, this was the 13 swords of Xian Yin, comprehended by Xuanqiu himself. Yunqing observed the 13 blood-red sword shadows approaching, sensing the extraordinary sword intent, and instantly made his judgment. He gazed cautiously at the white figure, an ominous premonition stirring within him. It was indeed unfathomable for a heavenly domain youth to engage and annihilate masters of the Xian Palace. What was even more baffling was the rumor that the 8th holy son of the Nine Heavens sacred land, Xuanqiu, had awakened the legendary Xuanqi sacred body Tao. This time, Xuanqiu took an unconventional approach, launching a rapid offensive towards the two, and suddenly unleashed a punch. This punch, simple yet unadorned, caused the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Within the intent of the punch resided the supreme might of dragon power, echoing with the sound of dragon roars, manifesting as Xuanqiu's 8-part heavenly dragon fist. Faced with this punch, both Luo Yin and Yunqing's expressions shifted dramatically, as they sensed a thread of life and death peril. How could a mere heavenly domain youth execute a fist technique on par with a master of the life and death realm? Umo, standing upon the high platform, maintained a serene gaze and slowly remarked, "Ultimately, those two were too complacent. They failed to consider who Xuanqiu once was." The two elders of the Holy Lands bowed their heads in dejection. They had underestimated this so-called waste of a holy son. In times past, Xuanqiu had sat high upon the Ming Hall, bearing the title of the Xian God clan's holy son, having mastered numerous profound secrets within the clan. Despite the destruction of his cultivation at the Night King's hands, the combat techniques of his original self remained intact within this body. Xuanqiu, at the heavenly domain, was capable of engaging 3 Xian Palace prodigies with ease, a testament to the extraordinary level of his combat skills. Naturally, this was also due to the Great Sword Immortal's personal guidance, allowing his swordsmanship to reach an unparalleled level in a remarkably short time. 8 scale-covered divine dragons emerged, continuously assaulting the palaces of the two. Luo Yin and Yunqing each took refuge within their palaces, barely managing to withstand Xuanqiu's 8-part dragon fist. However, in the next moment, they could only curse in despair. Emperor Shitian swung the supreme divine sword, the sun-slaying sword, with reckless abandon, his behavior bordering on the brutally savage. They failed to notice that black infernal flames continuously erupted from Xuanqiu's palm, his arms countless cells tearing apart, generating an overwhelming force. His body was also enveloped in a layer of golden light, a sign of the manifestation of divine light. In the next instant, Xuanqiu's figure shot towards the two like a meteor, delivering the 3 strikes of the imprisoning path, striking fiercely upon the Flame Emperor Palace and the Silver Spear Palace. Why was this boy's physique so defiant? Before Luo Yin could finish his words, he spewed a mouthful of blood as the Flame Emperor Palace shattered into fragments of power, while he himself was sent flying like a released kite. The direct blow left Yunqing caught off guard as the abyssal black fist penetrated his palace. In that fleeting moment, the fist's fierce wind obliterated him completely. Even his soul was reduced to ashes by the dark infernal flames. In a state of panic, Luo Yin beheld this hellish scene, his once chiseled face now a chaotic mess, smeared with the remnants of Yunqing's flesh and organs. "Elder, save me!" Yet, this only drew Xuanqiu's icy gaze of death, coldly uttering a single word. "Kill." Luo Yin had yet to perceive the towering figure behind him, only to see Emperor Shitian grinning with a bloodthirsty smile. It seized his feeble form, tearing off his head, a chilling scream echoing. Yellow brain matter splattered across the ground, inducing nausea. Emperor Shitian gulped down hungrily, a satisfied grin upon its face, yet such a smile sent shivers down spines. This master and servant were no paragons of virtue. The elders from the Cloud Void sacred land and the Flame Holy Land glared at the seemingly harmless Xuanqiu with rage. "You vile wretch! You have slain our holy son. Prepare to pay with your life. They surged forward towards the martial arts plaza, striking with unparalleled ferocity, and the peak pressure of the ninth heaven of the Xian Palace caused Xuanqiu to feel his body grow heavy. So this is the true might of the Xian Palace. His golden eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. His ability to slay 3 Xian Palace holy sons was merely a testament to his superior technique. However, upon facing seasoned Xian Palace masters, he was acutely aware of the disparity. Suddenly, several pink peach blossom petals floated in the air, and a rudimentary wooden sword interposed itself before the two. The wooden sword lunged forward, and the concealed elder of the netherworld's sacred land revealed himself, blood trickling from his mouth. A genial voice echoed, "Elders, are you to be so disrespectful, or do you believe my 9 heavens' sacred land has no one left?" The elder of the netherworld's sacred land clutched his chest, casting a wary gaze at the disheveled bearded swordsman before him. His cultivation was at the 8th heaven of the Xian Palace. Yet he had sustained grievous injury facing this young prodigy from the 9 heavens' sacred land. The 2 elders also shifted their focus towards Chu Wuxuan. They had long heard of the famed prowess of the first holy son of the 9 heavens' sacred land, who possessed the innate indestructible sword body and had achieved the sacred repository realm at a tender age. However, now, Chu Wuxuan had evidently advanced from the sacred repository to the Xian Palace level. Xuanqiu's eyes flickered as he instantly realized that Chu Wuxuan must have comprehended some power from the sword ancestor's legacy, enabling his swift advancement. What was initially a friendly spar had turned into a deadly confrontation. This boy is malicious. His heart deserves retribution, and his actions warrant execution. The elder from the Cloud Void's sacred land glared fiercely at Shin's. It was only logical that blades and swords held no eyes. Perhaps Xuanqiu's junior had merely overlooked this. Chu Wuxuan lazily responded. The 3 elders nearly spat blood in fury at this remark. Damn it, the people of the 9 heavens' sacred land are utterly shameless. You enough, all of you retreat. Do not disgrace yourselves. Yuemo glared fiercely at the disheveled swordsman, realizing that he might not be a match for the peach blossom swordsman in a battle of strength. As for dealing with Xuanqiu below, it would be a simple task. Xuanqiu, my clan's junior, are you prepared for battle? Your elder has long awaited this moment. Chu Wuxuan furrowed his brow, glancing at Xuanqiu, who silently nodded. And only then did he feel assured and return to the side of the great sword immortal. Chapter 35. The true 13 swords of Xian. Within the martial arts plaza, the cracked ground had been restored, and the arena appeared entirely renewed. Yet, the air still reeked of a nauseating stench. Yuemo and Xuanqiu exchanged tranquil glances. One was the illegitimate son of the Rain King's mansion, while the other was once deemed a waste of a holy son. Do you know? Many within the Xian God clan desire your demise. Yumo's gaze was piercing, his words venomous as he regarded the pallid Xuanqiu. Was it not better for you to obediently perish back then? Why did you insist on causing such a ruckus? Coming from a brothel? How dare you? Xuanqiu's terse retort ignited a flame of fury within Yuemo. Xuanqiu, you possess great audacity. The contorted and grotesque visage of Yuemo grew increasingly malevolent, for it was utterly unexpected that Xuanqiu would, in full view of the multitude, lay bare his own secrets, an act most despicable. His maternal lineage was none other than a courtesan from a brothel, favored by the Rain King, resulting in the birth of Yuemo. For years, the illegitimate son Yuemo had treaded cautiously among his numerous brothers, as if walking on the thinnest ice. Now, seizing this opportunity, he finally yearned to showcase his prowess and prove himself before the king. He cast a dark glare at Xuanqiu, enunciating each word with a chilling intensity. I had initially intended to spare your life and escort you back to the East Sea. However, I now deem it unnecessary. Die. The sky loomed ominously like a chasm, as dark clouds slowly coalesced, unleashing a torrential downpour of rain as large as beans. A luminous barrier enveloped Yumeo's form, shielding him from the deluge, while Xuanqiu allowed the rain to drench him, sensing a mysterious force infiltrating his being. So this is the Rain King's method. Xuanqiu declared, today, I shall allow you to experience the ultimate prowess of the Rain King's estate. He then mockingly smiled. I presume all the techniques of the Xian King's estate have been thoroughly rendered ineffective against you. Before long, the onlookers witnessed Xuanqiu's calm demeanor, with 3 lotus flames flickering atop his shoulders and crown. While others were oblivious to the origin of these flames, Chu Wuxuan was acutely aware. What surprised him further was Xuanxu's unconventional approach. He placed the imperial Qing Tian soul, the light firm soul, and the ancient Xianren soul within the crimson lotus of the inferno, continuously refining them. This endeavor was fraught with considerable risk. Should he falter, the three souls, heaven, earth, and man, might not withstand the lotus's searing heat and would be reduced to ash. Becoming soulless husks, through sheer willpower, Xianxu endured the excruciating trials akin to traversing a mountain of blades and a sea of flames, ultimately refining the three souls to their utmost potential. The inky rainwater seeped into his body, coursing through the meridians in an attempt to disrupt Xuanxu's essence. Alas, Embryo had miscalculated. In addition to refining his soul with the Inferno's crimson lotus, Xianxu also tempered his physical form with the dark prison flames. The markings of the lotus upon his veins flickered, purging the obsidian rainwater. Suddenly, Embryo suffered a grievous blow, black blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed in disbelief at the imposing Xianxu. Why had he coughed up blood before even engaging in combat? The disciples, perplexed, were filled with questions. The cloud sovereign, Lin Hai, observed with keen eyes, as the two appeared to stand still like ancient pines. Yet had already clashed in an unseen battle. In their recent confrontation, Embryo had found himself at a disadvantage and had experienced a degree of backlash. Chu Wuxuan spoke nonchalantly. Embryo seeks to rely on the tempest of rain and the dark hand of Xianxu. His junior, however, one must remember, the wicked shall ultimately reap the consequences of their deeds. You dare to be so insolent. Embryo is indeed the strongest. The followers of the Rain King's estate erupted in fury, rallying like loyal hounds to their master. Chu Wuxuan merely smiled, though inwardly he began to worry for Xianxu's plight. After all, Embryo hailed from the Rain King's estate, a far cry from the three lesser scions they had previously encountered. If Xianxu wished to overcome this illegitimate son of the Rain King, he would need to exert every ounce of his strength. Junior, allow me, your elder brother, to witness the extraordinary capabilities of the Xianqi body. The hazy rain curtain shimmered with mist, yet it did not obscure Embryo's intense murderous intent. Countless blades of rain descended upon Xianxu like feathers in a snowstorm. A colossal tornado of blades surged forth, and any ordinary person caught within would surely be reduced to nothingness. Roaring with fury, Emperor Shurtian charged recklessly into the maelstrom of razor winds, his body marred by countless gashes. Embryo stared in astonishment at this formidable creature. What material is this behemoth forged from? Xianxu, too, was taken aback. Emperor Shurtian was crafted from ancient materials, yet under the tornado's onslaught, he had already sustained grave injuries. In the next moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. Emperor Shurtian suddenly opened his cavernous maw, revealing a sinister portal to the underworld, while Xuanxu's palm radiated a dark aura. From the abyssal beast's mouth, a profound power akin to the 9 underworlds surged forth, invoking a sense of unbidden terror within Embryo. In an instant, 12 beastly shadows burst forth as if liberated, each a riot of colors, howling in a primal display. Xianxu sneered as he regarded the 13 beastly forms, including Emperor Shurtian, conjuring 12 divine swords from the system's space. These swords soared into the hands of the Eightfold Assembly, a breathtaking spectacle that astonished all present. Even the usually composed sword immortal, Xian Mingchen, found his breath quickening with excitement. For not long prior, Xianxu had shared an audacious idea with him. If the Xian sword array were to be enhanced by the assistance of 13 sword slaves and further augmented with divine weapons, such an array would rival that of an imperial-grade formation. Little did he anticipate that his disciple would transform this vision into reality. The 12 flying swords were renowned weapons from the Xian Bing rankings. Xianxu regarded the 12 members of the Eightfold Assembly and Emperor Shurtian with satisfaction, chanting the incantation. Xian 13 swords commenced the formation. As his words fell, the remnants of countless swords buried beneath the 7 sacred mountains of the 9 heavens' holy land, as if responding to a celestial decree, swirled around Xianxu. Thousands of remnants danced in the air, lending him an ethereal air, resembling a sword immortal of the mortal realm. In the midst of the battle, the cloud sovereign, Lin Hai, stepped forward, appearing mere inches from Xianxu, and unleashed a seemingly gentle palm strike that concealed lethal intent. Suddenly, a streak of light intercepted his blow. To Lin Hai's astonishment, a boisterous laugh echoed through the void. Lin Hai. Such behavior among juniors is quite excessive. At last, Lin Hai discerned the figure of his opponent amidst the darkness, exclaiming in shock, Long and Jun, Luo Chongning, it is truly you. Chapter 36. The Eight Swords of the Overlord. Long before the Xinhuang estate reached its zenith, Long and Jun had already been the guardian of the Xianshan tribe scion, Xianshu. It was Luo Chongning who had saved Xianshu in those days. Thus, the Night King's estate and the Rain King's estate were well aware of Long and Jun's protection over Xianshu, while the whereabouts of the other 10 celestial lords remained unknown. The Cloud Sovereign, Lin Hai, and the Sword of the Underworld, Song Xian, had long since switched allegiances, siding with the Night King and the Rain King respectively. The remaining 10 celestial lords had vanished without a trace. Cloud Sovereign, this is the 9 heavens' holy land. It is best not to escalate matters. The Great One behind may not appreciate such displays, Luo Chongning said with a gentle and benevolent smile, lightly stroking his white woolen beard. Lin Hai clenched his fists, stifling a grunt of frustration, for he knew he had to relent. He had originally planned to take Xuanshu's life while he was unawares. But Long and Jun had steadfastly guarded his side. Had he known a celestial lord was stationed in the void, he would surely have regretted his rashness. Some individuals always relied on their strength to engage in despicable acts. Casting aside all shame, Chu Wuxuan lamented with a sigh. Lin Hai's face flushed with embarrassment as he felt dozens of gazes fixed upon him, and he angrily waved his sleeve. Humph! Within the martial arts arena, Yumuo's expression was grave, filled with jealousy as he gazed at Xianshu, who commanded thousands of swords. Why was it that he, having fallen into the abyss and lost his title as scion, could still shine so brilliantly, while he himself had to live like a dog, with his brothers from the Rain King's estate directing him westward, while he could not venture east? Why was that so? Were some individuals destined for greatness from birth? Xianshu, there are times when I truly admire and envy you. Yumuo's complexion darkened, yet his movements did not cease. He understood that certain individuals from the Rain King's estate were undoubtedly watching from the shadows. Even if he were to perish in the arena, they would not intervene, for he had always been but a pawn used to test Xianshu. When you were the scion, you basked in the favor of the Xianshan tribe, while even the ancient sacred body of the Night King's estate paled in comparison. But when you lost your cultivation and fell into ruin, Long and Jun did not forsake you, and the Sword Immortal took you as his disciple. Why is it that individuals like you, even when cast into the depths, are still aided by others? Now, Yumuo spoke candidly, his figure appearing somewhat forlorn. Yet my life's conclusion falls short of even your beginning. The deranged Yumuo roared amidst the hazy mist, like a wild beast fighting for survival. It was clear to all discerning eyes that this illegitimate son of the Rain King's estate was merely a discarded piece meant to probe Xianshu. You are mistaken, Xianshu retorted haughtily, his tone indifferent. Those who find themselves in the depths must rely on self-rescue to be reborn from the ashes. Xianshu recalled when he first arrived at the Yutian Peak. Weak and ragged, often treated as a beggar by the outer disciples. Had it not been for those outer disciples of Chen Dao, how could he have survived back then? The wheel of destiny lies in one's own hands. If one cannot seize it, it only signifies one thing. One is not yet strong enough. The heavens may ravage my body, but they cannot sever the spine of my spirit. The rain blades surrounding him seemed to have descended into a frenzy. And their master, too, was swept up in fervor, his eyes blood-red, unleashing the full might of his cultivation at the 8th level of the sacred concealment realm. Come, let us engage in battle, Xuanshu. Allow me to fight with all my might for this life of humiliation. The golden robes adorning Umo exploded with a resounding crack, his flesh torn and blood mist swirling around him. In that fleeting moment, his cultivation surged directly to the pinnacle of the late stage of the 9th level of sacred concealment. A step away from the Xin Palace, Xuanshu sensed a hint of danger emanating from within Umo. Though his opponent was merely at the sacred concealment level, he was by no means comparable to the previous 3 holy sons. Despite his status as a mere illegitimate child, Umo possessed a faint bloodline from the Night King within him, which alone set him far above the majority of others. The gray rain blades swept forth with a ghostly glow. Exuding a dark aura, and each of Yumo's attacks grew increasingly fierce. De Shirtian, wielding the sun-slaying sword, began to struggle after just a few exchanges. At that very moment, Ashura, brandishing the sword of the king of Yu, launched a ferocious assault. Countless rain blades coalesced into a tempest, barely managing to block the rapid onslaught of the two killing gods. It is said that the king of Yu, seeking vengeance for his past grievances, journeyed to Kunlun to pay homage to the Kunwu deity, thus acquiring the essence of the 8 swords. With these 8 semi-supreme swords, the king of Yu ultimately obliterated the state of Wu. Now, the king of Yu's 8 swords re-emerged in the hands of the 8 parts, prompting deep contemplation. The Yaksha possessed an alluring figure, enchanting visage, and pointed ears, wielding the scythe of death, which had been replaced by one of the king of Yu's 8 swords. The water-cutting blade. Simultaneously, Garuda charged towards Umo. Its beak opened like a bloodied cuckoo, casting a vast and malevolent sword light that illuminated the skies. The fierce gazes of Naga and Maharaga were filled with insatiable bloodlust as they wielded their respective weapons. The soul-turning blade and the soul-destruction blade, targeting Umo's lower body. Point 2 of the king of Yu's 8 swords had yet to strike. Umo contemplated, his hands weaving intricate seals, his form transforming into 1,000 alluring shadows. This must be the Rain King's technique, the Rain Catastrophe 1,000 Charms. The great sword immortal remarked, each of the avatars within this technique possesses 70% of the original practitioner's power. In other words, 1,000 Umos of the celestial realm battled against Xuanxiu, who relied solely on the Xian-Yin sword formation. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 flying swords hurtled towards Umo's face with the force of thunder. One of the 8 parts, Longzhong, this is Jingyu, and their Qian Depot, Xinjian, 8 figures attacked in unison, leaving no angle untouched, their bodies infused with a continuous stream of Xian-Yin sword energy. The world spoke of the Xian-Yin sword formation's full deployment, rivaling that of an imperial-level divine formation, affirming the great sword immortal's renowned status. Even with the 1,000 charms of rain, Umo, under the onslaught of the king of Yu's 8 swords, lost 300 shadows in that instant. Blood erupted from his mouth as he stared in shock at the deep sword wound in his chest, black Xian-Yin sword energy seeping forth. His fierce gaze turned towards the Jingyu in Longzhong's grasp, which bore the head of a serpent and the body of a man, its scarlet tongue flickering as blood dripped from the blade. Undoubtedly, the recent barrage had left Umo severely injured. From the formation's center, Xuanqiu was enveloped in a crimson haze of Xian-Yin sword energy and Shura power, akin to an eternal monarch wielding the spectral sword path. His hair had turned snow-white. The 8 sword slaves, equal to those of the celestial realm, combined with the king of Yu's 8 swords, unleashed an indescribable Xian-Yin sword formation. However, one detail was overlooked by all. During the recent flurry of attacks, Xuanqiu had not utilized the 13 swords from the Xian-Yin sword formation. The strength demonstrated by Xuanqiu's swordsmanship rendered the elders and disciples of the 3 sacred lands speechless. Was this truly the might of the so-called Wei son of the Xian divine clan? It appeared that the 3 holy sons of the Xian palace had indeed met their deserved end. The outcome remained undetermined, and one should not celebrate too early. Umo had yet to reveal his follow-up moves. Should he do so, Xuanqiu the thief would undoubtedly meet a fate without a burial place. Yun Zhongjuan admonished sternly. Chu Wuxuan interjected unexpectedly, causing a chill to run down his spine. Do not forget, Xuanqiu has only employed 8 of the 13 swords. There are still 5 remaining. Lin Hai, infuriated, laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Has the semi-supreme sword become as common as cabbages lining the streets? The sword-wielding gentleman of the peach blossom smiled calmly. Yun Zhongjuan, let us await the outcome. Ha ha. Overestimating oneself. Lin Hai scoffed coldly, disregarding the words of the youth. Both Umo and Xuanqiu were acutely aware that neither had yet unleashed their most formidable techniques. Within the martial arts plaza, rain blades and sword energy intertwined, transforming the torrential downpour into a persistent needle-like rain. Umo, enduring excruciating pain, spoke calmly. Regardless of whether I can kill you, I cannot return alive to the Rain King's manor. Perhaps this is my fate. He gazed at Xuanqiu, whose once white hair was now stained crimson, understanding that his opponent had summoned the Shura power of the 13th sword of Xian Yuan. It seemed Xuanqiu's spiritual energy was nearing depletion. Despite possessing an expansive sea of divine energy, Xuanqiu could scarcely maintain control over such a multitude of sharp blades. The spatial ring adorning Yumo's thumb emitted a blinding light, a terrifying aura suffocating many present. It was a razor-sharp iron fan, its ancient surface adorned with ghastly patterns, exuding a chilling aura that was eye-catching. Someone gasped in astonishment. Could this aura belong to the 100 Ghosts' evil rain fan? Ranked 129th on the divine weapon list, Lin Hai surveyed everyone with a self-satisfied glint in his eyes. This fan is still one of the great imperial artifacts of the Rain King's manor. Merely a spatial projection, devoid of true imperial pressure. At best, it is a semi-imperial artifact. Chu Wuxuan retorted without reservation. Chu Wuxuan, you are quite bold. Lin Hai felt as though he had lost face today. Having been bested by both Xuanqiu and Chu Wuxuan, he longed to pulverize the two into dust. Alas, neither could he provoke. Xuanqiu had the protection of the equally formidable Chang'an Jun, leaving him with no recourse. On the other hand, Chu Wuxuan, having achieved fame at a young age, weary of the infighting of the Chu divine clan, had entered the sword tomb to cultivate the sword path, ultimately becoming the foremost holy son of the Nine Heavens' sacred land. Just the sword tomb alone was enough to leave Lin Hai in a state of disarray, let alone the Chu divine clan backing him. While this 100 Ghosts' evil rain fan possessed only the power of a semi-imperial artifact, it far surpassed those shoddy swords of yours. Prepare to meet your end, Xuanqiu. Yumo's form became elusive and unpredictable, the remaining 699 rain shadows uniting to restrain the 8 members wielding the King of Yu's 8 swords. Meanwhile, his true self wielded the 100 Ghosts' evil rain fan, drawing in droplets of rain and infusing them with ghostly energy. Countless disheveled malevolent spirits, bleeding from their 6 orifices, rushed towards the formation's center where Xuanqiu stood. A chilling aura spread forth, and a multitude of white bones surged towards the red-haired youth in white robes. Go. Xuanqiu spoke coldly, his serene gaze revealing a crescent moon, exuding an indescribable bone-chilling coldness. Beneath the imperial artifact, could your Xian-Yin sword formation still rise to the heavens? If the 13 supreme swords were to be unleashed, then perhaps there would be a chance. Upon seeing the calm demeanor on Xuanqiu's face, Yumo felt an inexplicable surge of anger. Why, when facing imminent doom, could he remain so composed, showing no signs of fear? Yumo swung the fan heavily, summoning dozens of vengeful spirits that howled toward Xuanqiu. Boom, boom. A series of deafening roars pierced the air, momentarily halting Yumo's expression. 6 colossal beastly phantoms, exuding an aura of primal might, circled around their master. Xuanqiu, bathed in radiant celestial light, appeared as if a celestial being had descended upon the earth. Ximing Qian and Chu Wuxuan exchanged glances, their hearts filled with trepidation. According to Xuanqiu's original strategy, the sword slaves of the Xian-Yin sword formation should have belonged to the 8 parts. Yet Xuanqiu had reversed this expectation, transforming the 6 divine beast phantoms into tangible energy entities, allowing them to join the fray. In the next instant, Xuanqiu placed his index finger to his lips and uttered a single word, Qi. The 8 members of the King of Yu's 8 swords and the 5 divine beasts released ecstatic roars, their bodies branded with ancient and mysterious inscriptions. The golden characters coalesced into a singular word, Qi. The 5 divine beasts unleashed their might, their mouths agape, releasing 5 flying swords forged from the power of divine beasts. While these swords were still inferior to ordinary semi-supreme swords, they were not far behind. The azure void was enveloped in golden light, and the vast heavens were replaced by a colossal character. Qi, 13 flying swords, imbued with the power to annihilate heaven and earth, surged forth through the annals of time, bearing down upon Yumo, who wielded the 100 Ghosts' evil rain fan. The moment the vengeful spirits made contact with the Xian-Qi sword energy, they were disoriented and dissipated into ghostly vapor. Yumo, did you not wish to witness the might of my Xian-Qi body? Xuanqiu sat serenely atop the Kuanping, radiating divine authority, resembling an otherworldly fairy, impervious to all. 13 gleaming swords bore the radiant sigil of Qi, effectively severing all avenues of retreat for Yumo. Desperation etched upon his countenance. He cast a pleading gaze towards an indeterminate point in the void. At that moment, the great sword immortal abruptly opened his dual eyes of yin and yang, gripping the blood sword at his waist. The onlookers remained unaware that this was none other than the Blood Gentleman, ranked 10th on the divine weapon list. A heavy sigh reverberated through the air. Enough? Enough! Suddenly, The 100 Ghosts' evil rain fan in Yu Mo's hand spiraled out of control, hurtling into the distance, despair washing over his face. The sword Jin Gang and Duan Shui pierced through his shoulders, leaving conspicuous blood holes, and in an instant, blood splattered forth. I cannot accept this. The 5 great beast swords, Qinglong, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Qilin, bit into Yu Mo's feet, while his upper body was penetrated by another 6 swords. Organs lay strewn about, and his rotting chest was riddled with wounds left by the flying swords. His lifeless head rolled a few paces away beneath the feet of Xuanqiu. The Kuanping suddenly opened its maw, devouring Yu Mo's lingering soul. Then, the sky cleared, and Xuanqiu's gaze turned towards the void. In the end, they regarded him as a mere pawn. Chapter 38. The second Holy Master, Xuanqiu. In the vastness of existence, the affairs of the world unfold like a game of chess. Some traverse life's path unaware that they serve as stepping stones for the success of others. Had the formidable figure from the Rain King's manor intervened, Yu Mo might have survived. Similarly, the great sword immortal Ximing Qian would have employed the Blood Gentleman, thus disrupting the tranquil waters. Perhaps this was a scenario neither party wished to witness, as Yu Mo fell short in skill and perished in the 9 Heavens sacred land. Even the Rain King's manor would remain silent. Yet, in doing so, Xuanqiu's true strength was laid bare before the eyes of the Xian God clan. This farcical spectacle ultimately culminated in the victory of the 9 Heavens sacred land. The 3 great sacred lands and the people of the Rain King's manor departed, their faces smeared with shame. The 9 Heavens sacred land, having endured a great battle, was in dire need of restoration. With the leader Taichi Zhenren aided by the great sword immortal in rebuilding the sacred ground of the 7 holy masters, for had perished, leaving 3 survivors. The first holy master Long Xiaoya of the Moonlight Radiant, the 4th holy master Bailey Xian of the Fallen Star River, and the 6th holy master Qin Shueching of the Cloud Rainbow Abyss. Among the 7 holy sons, many had died or fled, leaving only Yin Hui and Qin Xian as the last remnants. The 7th holy son Mu Feng fell at Xuanqiu's hands, while the 2nd holy maiden, the 9-tailed fox Su Qinger, vanished without a trace, likely having departed the 9 Heavens sacred land soon after the incident. After deliberation between the great sword immortal and Taichi Zhenren, Yin Hui and Qin Xian were bestowed the titles of 5th and 7th holy masters, respectively. Meanwhile, Chu Wuxuan ascended to the position of great holy master. The 8th holy son, Xuanqiu, due to such circumstances, had no choice but to heed his master Ximing Qian's arrangement and succeed to the role of 2nd holy master. The selection of the 7 holy masters of the 9 Heavens sacred land underwent a dramatic transformation, with the once prominent holy sons soaring to become holy masters of a new generation. Even amidst dissenting voices from below, the great sword immortal ruthlessly suppressed them. In the Grand Hall of Ascension, Taichi Zhenren announced the imminent emergence of the supreme treasure. At that moment, the system's voice resounded once more. Ding, ding, ding. Please proceed to the location of the supreme treasure for a card draw across the myriad realms. Xuanqiu felt a resolute determination. Regardless of the circumstances, he must attend the expedition for the supreme treasure. However, prior to that, he needed to hasten his cultivation. The 2nd sacred mountain, adorned with the grandeur of towering mountains, was draped in a veil of mist, with celestial bridges suspended above, upon which white cranes soared in unison. Xuanqiu ventured towards the ethereal Bietian pavilion, pausing momentarily upon entry, a subtle smile gracing his features. Sister Su, come forth. Moments later, a delicate, melodious laughter echoed in Xuanqiu's ears as a woman of exquisite form emerged from the shadows. Bestowing him with a coy smile, Xuanqiu, you are indeed astute, having discerned my presence here. Xuanqiu let out a cold snort, his piercing golden eyes unraveling her thoughts. Whether I am the 2nd holy master or otherwise, I am certain you would seek me out regardless, Su Qinger remarked. This position of 2nd holy master was originally mine, yet it has fallen into your hands. How do you intend to express your gratitude? Brother? Xuanqiu chose to ignore her. Even without his influence, Ximing Qian's caution would have prevented Su Qinger from assuming the role of 2nd holy master. After all, in his master's eyes, there was a clear distinction between humans and demons, and he maintained a fierce stance against the latter. Brother, I had not anticipated that your entry into the library would lead to such significant events, Su Qinger assessed Xuanqiu, realizing the young man before her was far from ordinary. She had witnessed the entire confrontation between Xuanqiu and Yu Imo, armed with the 13 swords of Xian Yin. Had she been in Yumo's place, defeating Xuanqiu would have required considerable sacrifice. Before long, the supreme treasure will manifest in the eastern wilderness, containing not only human heritage but also that of the demon race. Xuanqiu shared this revelation with her. Yu Qinger fell silent, lost in contemplation. The allure of the supreme treasure was undeniable to her. She lifted her head, parting her ruby lips to inquire, "Brother Xuanqiu, shall we consider our previous collaboration as valid?" Xuanqiu replied with a smile. "If you trust me, our partnership shall remain perpetually binding." Without a doubt, Xuanqiu would not embark on his journey to the Eastern Sea alone. The nine-tailed fox before him could serve as a valuable ally. Bolstering his confidence significantly. One day, I, Xuanqiu, shall represent the Xian Wang manor and return with renewed vigor. Chapter 39. Bestowing the sword. Within the Bietian pavilion, Xuanqiu's brow furrowed, beads of sweat glistening upon his forehead. The three souls, heaven, earth, and man, overhead and upon his shoulders, grew increasingly pure, their silhouettes subtly emerging. Under the refinement of the blazing lotus, his imperial qi, alongside the ancient Xian divine soul, had already surpassed that of an ordinary sacred concealment realm expert. If one day he were to acquire the legendary method of one qi transforming into three clear, his three souls would indeed manifest as three external incarnations. Before the unfamiliar rain manifested the rain calamity's thousand charming shadows. It was, at best, merely a projection. The external incarnation resulting from the one qi transforming into three pure ones was akin to the true self descending. Within the realm of the Xian void, even the most formidable practitioners of the Xian palace were inferior. Perhaps only those at the initial stage of the life and death realm could contend. The three divine souls gradually approached a state of saturation. While 1 foot of the Xian void had already crossed into the sacred repository realm, to truly break through to the sacred repository realm, practitioners must cultivate 3 divine repositories within themselves. The Xian void lifted the suppression on his cultivation, causing the vast sea of divine energy to surge violently, seemingly stimulated by some external force. The 3 repositories of Di Qing, Guangjian, and Gu Xian emanated peculiar glows, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy from the boundless divine Asiadai in an instant. The expansive sea within the Xian void showed signs of desiccation. With a wave of his arm, he carelessly tossed millions of spirit stones into the divine sea to maintain its rich spiritual energy. During the card-drawing process, it was fortunate that the Xian void had exchanged numerous spirit stones for yellow-grade profound treasures. Should others witness such extravagant use of spirit stones, they would undoubtedly chastise him as a spendthrift. The 3 repositories gradually took shape, and a tremendous pain akin to thousands of ants gnawing at him coursed through his body. With a long sigh, the Xian void felt a hint of color return to his pallid face. And as he sensed the power of the sacred repository within him, a look of contentment emerged. However, just as he prepared to rise, his frail body suddenly trembled violently. The smile on Xian Void's face instantly transformed into a flicker of fear as he hastily turned inward, only to see the 12 chains of restriction shaking violently. Oh no! I've broken through to the sacred repository and triggered the 12 restrictions of the Xian Qi body. The Xian Void quickly sat cross-legged, regulating his spiritual energy, as the flame lotus of karma transformed into a colossal fiery hand, enveloping the 12 chains of restriction. 11 of the chains gradually settled down, but one chain stubbornly resisted. Damn it! Why won't it stop? The innate restrictions of the Xian Qi holy body contained immense power, and they functioned as timed explosives. If the owner of the Xian Qi body failed to withstand this formidable force after the restrictions were unraveled, it would ultimately lead to their body exploding into oblivion. Yet, how could the Xian Void, with his current cultivation in the sacred repository realm, possibly withstand the power of the restrictions? The ancient holy body of Xianyi from the Night King's manor also bore 10 restrictions, deemed a useless body by the world. However, unwilling to succumb to fate, Xianyi broke through those 10 restrictions in just 10 years, subsequently establishing himself within the Xian divine clan. It is a physical restriction. The Xian Void realized with a knowing smile, firmly resolving to unravel this restriction. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. If heaven is with me, allow me to continue living. His delicate features displayed a determined expression. With a thought, he withdrew the flame lotus of karma, no longer restraining the chains on his body, allowing them to strike against him. Ah. The Xian Void's eyes turned blood red as he endured the excruciating pain, while simultaneously activating the Heaven's Prison God-Demon Path, tearing apart countless cellular particles within him, generating an overwhelming force of Heaven's Prison God-Demon energy. In a fleeting moment, the nearly lifeless Xian Void became a bloody mess. His pristine white attire splattered with crimson like plum blossoms. It was as if a demon wielding a dark whip lashed at his form. Ultimately, the dark prison flames and red lotus flames engulfed his battered body, leaving him covered in dark red scabs. 3 days later, a hand resembling an infant's suddenly emerged, and the dark red scabs flew away. The Xian Void gazed in astonishment at his now crystal-like golden physique. Laughing at the last moment, I actually succeeded. Ha ha ha. Beneath the Taoist bones of his physique, a dazzling, blinding golden radiance enveloped him. The Xian Void traced the contours of his body, realizing that he had become even more robust compared to before. When the Xian Void stepped out of the Btion pavilion, he caught Su Qing'er's attention a few days ago. I heard your agonizing cries from outside. It seemed quite intense. You managed alone? Su Qing'er glanced at the tattered white garments and patted Xian Void on the shoulder, wearing an understanding expression. This left the Xian Void perplexed. Su Qing'er's beautiful eyes scrutinized him, sensing a rise in his cultivation. Yet this young man exuded an aura that was distinctly unusual. Could it be the scent of a mature man? She mused, longing to experience it. Suppressing her lustful gaze, Su Qing'er prepared to discuss serious matters. Tomorrow, the Holy Land will dispatch 5 holy lords to lead the disciples to the eastern wilderness, entering the supreme treasure. The Xian Void nodded slowly, as this did not come as a surprise. The great sword Immortal Xian Mingchen and the Master Taiji were preoccupied with mundane affairs of the Jiuxiao Holy Land, leaving no choice but to dispatch the newly appointed young holy lords. Then I shall trouble you, senior sister, to pave the way for you. Su Qing'er had no doubts about this and quickly departed. The Xian Void watched her retreating figure, relaying a few words to Chen Daoji before taking to the skies on his sword. Heading towards the Bayou Palace, Chen Daoji of the Skyward Peak had shown him kindness during his lowest moments, thus he became the steward of the second holy mountain. Fortune favored him, as others did not share such good luck. Inside the Bayou Palace, the mentor and disciple sat across from each other in conversation. The Xian Void prepared a cup of exquisite Junshan silver needle tea for Xian Mingchen, saying, "Actually, I have many questions in my heart that I wish to ask my master." The normally serious Xian Mingchen rarely smiled. "So, you have been holding back your questions. We shall discuss them when you return." The Xian Void nodded solemnly. The next moment, Xian Mingchen spoke earnestly. "The journey to the eastern wilderness is fraught with peril, and I expect that the adversaries of the Xian divine clan will be formidable. Take this with you." The blood-red talisman at the old man's waist floated directly into the Xian Void's hands. "This is the Blood Gentleman of the 10th divine weapon? Indeed, if you wield the Blood Gentleman as your primary sword and unleash the 13 swords of Xian Yin, even adversaries of the life and death realm may not be able to take you down immediately." Although the Xian Void was accompanied by 2 10 Heavens Lords, Xian Mingchen still hoped that his disciple could carve out a reputation in the eastern wilderness based on his true strength. "I shall express my gratitude here, Master." The Xian Void respectfully cupped his hands. Unexpectedly, Xian Mingchen teased, "Could it be that you think I am giving it to you for free?" Chapter 40. The Supreme Treasure. The mentor and disciple, one old and one young, leaned against the railing, gazing at the 7 sacred mountains shrouded in mist in the distance. "I wish to request that you create a Xian Yin sword formation to serve as the protective array for the Jiuxiao Holy Land. Is this request unreasonable?" Xian Mingchen chuckled, stroking his beard. "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint my master in merely half a day's time." The Xian Void used the Bayou Palace as the focal point, infusing it with an immense amount of Xian Yin sword energy. Combining it with the terrain of the 7 sacred mountains, he finally forged the Xian Yin Shura sword formation. Compared to the previous formation, it bore an added depth and mystery. The following day, the 5 holy lords of Jiuxiao Holy Land set off for the distant eastern wilderness. The extreme wasteland of the Eastern Sea was known as the Eastern Wilderness. This place was desolate and sparsely populated. No one would expect the supreme treasure to manifest here. As the hosts of the Eastern Wilderness, the Xian Divine Clan extended invitations to the 4 major holy lands to participate in the unveiling of the supreme treasure. The Xian Void donned a nondescript green bamboo robe, his golden eyes revealing a frigid demeanor. Nevertheless, he still sensed several scorching gazes fixed upon him, glaring fiercely. Beside him, Chu Wuxuan jested, "Junior brother Xian, you seem to have offended 4 factions all at once." "Quite impressive," the Xian void offered a bitter smile. He need not think too deeply. Those individuals were likely young disciples from the other 3 holy lands. Given that he had exterminated their holy son on the spot, the young second holy lord of Jiuxiao Holy Land must be loathed by them to the core. If they dare to come, I shall ensure they have no return. Hearing this, Qin Shueqing felt a sense of admiration for the Xian void rise within him. A man should possess such boldness. This was the true holy lord of Jiuxiao Holy Land. The great sword immortal and the master had particularly instructed him to ensure the safety of these children. His expression grew serious as he addressed the 4 young holy lords. Once inside the supreme treasure, do not hold back against those disciples from other holy lands. Reclaim our honor. Also, be cautious of your safety. If you encounter anyone from the Xian divine clan, avoid confrontation if possible. At this point, Qin Shueqing cast a meaningful glance at the Xian void, clad in green. If all goes as expected, the Rain King Manor and Night King Manor will undoubtedly target Xian void. For it is said that one must eradicate the roots when cutting grass. Yes, the 4 answered in unison. Though Qin Shueqing was merely the 6th holy lord, these young holy lords dared not act overly presumptuously before this elder. Just then, a red-robed dwarf sauntered towards the Jiuxiao Holy Land group, his shifty eyes locking onto the Xian void in his green robe. He feigned a sniffing gesture. "You carry the scent of Xian Yin sword energy. Could it be that you are the Xian void of Jiuxiao Holy Land?" The young man in the green robe regarded him with indifference, offering no response. "Second holy lord, let us settle the score within the supreme treasure." His sinister gaze swept over the Xian void. The Xian void smiled apologetically. "I am always ready to accompany you to the end." The diminutive elder let out a cold snort, choosing not to select an opponent under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Despite his appearance suggesting advanced age, he was merely in his early 20s, making him one of the foremost prodigies within the realm of the underworld. Chu Wuxuan tilted his head to elucidate for Xianshu. Suddenly, a purple-black fissure appeared in the sky, through which numerous formidable beings from the Xingong and Shengtsong realms entered in an orderly fashion. As for the cultivators with a bone age exceeding 2 centuries. They remained stationed outside, much like Qin Shueqing from the 9 Heavens Holy Land.